Dragon Age the Veilguard has been through a lot, and so has the Dragon Age team. They both have been through such a turbulent development cycle that has changed the game constantly, from it being a more straightforward sequel to Dragon Age Musician called Joplin at the time, to it then being cancelled and rebooted to becoming Morrison. In Mark Darrah's video, How 2017 Changed BioWare 1,000 Ways, he details how Joplin wasn't given the time, resources, or manpower to shift production. How EA rebooted Joplin in an effort to push the leaders on Dragon Age onto Anthem. Anthem was pitched by Katie Hudson, Mass Effect creator, to EA in 2012 to 2013, right about when Mass Effect 3 was finishing up. Katie pitched the game as combining the best aspects of BioWare storytelling with the revenue stream of a live service game. EA was so enamored with this idea that it eventually led to Joplin getting cancelled and turning into Morrison. It didn't help either that Katie Hudson was rehired in 2020 and no one told Mark Darrah about this. He, at the time, was an executive producer. He was one of the highest leaders in BioWare, yet this crucial bit of information wasn't given to him. Why I mention this is to indicate that where the winds were blowing, it wasn't blowing in the direction of the Dragon Age team. It was blown in the direction of EA's live service agenda. Later, Morrison turned from a live service game to a single-player one sometime in 2021 due to the effects that Anthem had, or lack thereof, on the industry. Dragon Age team made the announcement. How the developers described it was not a reboot but a reset. In the IGN article, How BioWare Finally Got Dragon Age to the Finish Line After a Turbulent Decade by Katie Bailey, the developers told them that, and I will be paraphrasing here a bit, and pardon the length here, but I do think it's needed to get the full understanding of this. Gary McKay, general manager of BioWare, said, Dragon Age was really focused on some pretty clear decisions we needed to make, such as multiplayer, which were decided not to pursue for all the good reasons. And when I think about the state, I think about what it is that we wanted to do with this game. And it was really about going back to our roots and what we're great at, which is single-player hero fantasy games, obviously set in the world of Dragon Age, around incredible storytelling, characters that just jump out at you in the game. I mean, the characters in this game, you're filled with love and loss and complex choices, and so we really wanted to make sure that we were coming back to that heart. So it's not a multiplayer game, it's not microtransactions, it's an offline game. These are all the things that we really wanted to return to, what we feel would be a successful game. Corinne Bush then speaks about how she helped overhaul the combat and progression. Of course, as a multiplayer concept, the battle system at the time was oriented around what it is like to play with other players. And as you can imagine, things like companions weren't nearly as the forefront as they are now. Your coordination with around other players. So when we went back to our roots, we looked at what worked really well around teamwork, companions, the deep, rich RPG strategies. Gary McKay then responds to this shift as a reboot by saying, No, I don't see it as a reboot. No, I don't see it that way at all. I see it more as making sure that we were laser focused on leveraging and leaning into things that we see as success. Things we've had success in, and learning from those things that we saw some challenges in. And just making sure that we obviously learn from them, we grow from them, and then lean into our success. So I never personally saw it as a reboot. No. Now, obviously the language they use isn't framing the multiplayer version of DAV as a good or a bad thing, nor is it describing the struggles of turning away from that version. But what can be clearly understood by this is that DAV's live service past influenced it negatively. What Corinne Bush said on how the game didn't focus on companions mechanically can be felt in the game. The fact that the companions can't be controlled like other Dragon Age games is because of the live service past. In Jason Schreier's article called Inside the Dragon Age Debacle That Gutted EA's BioWare Studio, Jason went over similar things that were discussed in Mark Darrah's video and in the IGN article, on how the game was a live service at one point and how it shifted, how the live service negatively impacted core Dragon Age elements like companions and the story. And in some cases, it doesn't cover important aspects as to why Dragon Age shifted into a live service game, such as not reporting on Katie Hudson's influence on the studio, as said by Mark Darrah. But it does confirm some suspicions and theories on how it affected the development of the game, such as the tone of the game. Reading from the article directly, former art director Matt Goldman replaced Laidlaw as creative director. and with a tiny team began pushing ahead on a new multiplayer version of Dragon Age, code name Morrison. While everyone else helped to finish Anthem, which was struggling to coalesce, Goldman pushed for a pulpy, more light-hearted tone than the previous entries, which suited an online game but was a drastic departure from the dark, dynamic stories that fans loved in the fantasy series, which confirms that the shift in tone wasn't due to BioWare's own decisions, but because of them being forced to by a live service format. Live service games keep a lighter tone because it's easier for players to engage with. Dark elements in any media requires the audience to engage with it more seriously, to put a lot more mental effort into it, while a lighter tone doesn't really require that, because the primary point of a live service game is to keep the player engaged with the game as a service model as long as possible, and having a lot of dark elements kills the mood. It doesn't make it fun anymore, and that is what a live service game is trying to do, to make the player have fun for as long as possible. Any dark elements could kill that and have the player stop playing, because there's only so many times the player can grind out loot in the world that is oppressively dark. Now, this isn't to say there is no market for live service games to be darker or that none exist, but that is targeting a niche and not a broad audience. EA is clear with what they want, so it is clear why the Dragon Age the Veilguard turned out the way it did. Now, I don't think Matt Goldman is entirely at fault here. While he did push for a more lighted-hearted tone, I think it is to be remembered that it was expected of him to do. Just later in this article, after it talks about how Darrah was turned from a live service game to a single-player game, the new orders were to aim for as wide a market as possible. Matt Goldman is still responsible, but it's clear to see where the wind was blowing. It was his fault and EA's. But the damage was done, and it shows. Slavery is discussed in Veilguard, but it's never shown. Despite the fact that the Shadow Dragon's main mission is to end slavery, and the Viper has started and supported slave rebellions, we don't get to see many slaves within the game. The notable exception being that one slave in the Necropolis and the Canary being enslaved by Venatori. But beyond that, it isn't really present. And the elf oppression that is so prevalent within the setting just isn't there. And to build off of the slavery point, the slaves being mostly elves isn't even discussed. An aspect of Dragon Age that has motivated characters and shaped the world just isn't discussed. Even within Dragon Age position, not really showing it, it was a motivating factor for characters like Briala. Her whole goal was to give the elves more power within the Empire. But Veilguard doesn't touch that. The most it is referenced within the game is when Darwin talks about how revealing the origin of the elves will cause more issues for them, and in banter and idle conversations. But beyond these interactions, it isn't that present. Later in the article, it discusses the reset of Veilguard, from a live service game to a single player one. But as the article says, now quoting from it, and this is going to take a bit, so do bear with me. In theory, the revision back to Dragon Age tried and true single player format should have been welcome news inside BioWare, but there was a catch. Typically, this kind of pivot would be coupled with a reset and a period of pre-production, allowing the designers to formulate a new vision for the game. Instead, the team was asked to change the game's fundamental structure and recast the entire story on the fly. According to people familiar with the new marching orders, they were given a year and a half to finish and told to aim for as wide a market as possible. The strict deadline became a reoccurring problem. The development team would make decisions believing they had less than a year to release the game, which severely limited the stories they could tell and the world they could build. Then the title would inevitably be delayed a few months, at which point they'd be stuck with those old decisions with no chance to stop and reevaluate what was working. At the end of 2020, amid continually dizzying leadership changes, the studio distributing an alpha build of Dragon Age to get feedback internally and from outside playtesters, according to people familiar with the process, the reactions were concerning. The biggest problem early players agreed was the lack of satisfying choices and consequences. Previous BioWare titles had presented players with gut-wrenching choices, which allies to save, which factions to spare, which enemies to slay. Such dilemmas made fans feel like they were shaping the narrative, historically a big draw for many BioWare games. But Dragon Age multiplayer's route limited such choices. According to people familiar with the development, BioWare's delayed and games released again, while the team shoehorned a few major decisions, such as which two cities to save from a dragon attack, but most of the parameters were already well established. The designers struggled to pair the newly retrofitted choices for players with meaningful consequences downstream. It was clear that the shift from a live service game to a single-player one would have a negative effect, but to what degree was uncertain. But now it is known. It has prevented any of the typical BioWare choices, and prior to this being said in the article, characters could not die because of the live service aspects, and it didn't help that the Dragon Age team was given no opportunity to restart development and fully build the game with a single-player format in mind from the ground up. And the fact that the team was given reoccurring deadline problems made the live service pass so much more of a weight, because now they can't even address the past because they don't know how much time they even have. BioWare had to make many different difficult decisions within a short amount of time, then live with those decisions when given more time. They had to reuse a lot of assets that were built for a live service context, like with the level design. Something you can notice with the game's early level design and the game's hub locations is that it is very large and wide open. It doesn't make any pedestrian sense, but with this article in mind, it makes sense. Those levels were made with players running around the world. They couldn't change this or the structure of the game because they didn't know how much time they would have. So, reused the assets in the best way they could, while mostly changing them as much as they could, then moved on to more pressing matters, like the story. But that wasn't the only issue the Dragon Age team faced. As the article says, the Mass Effect team was brought along to help finish the project, but it wasn't as clear-cut as that. The article reads, in 2023, to help finish the Dragon Age, BioWare brought in a second internal team which were working on the next Mass Effect game. For decades, there's been tension between the two well-established camps, known for their early, starkly divergent ways of doing things. BioWare developers like to joke that the Dragon Age crew was like a pirate ship, meandering and sometimes traveling off course, but eventually reaching port. In contrast to the Mass Effect group was called the USS Enterprise, after the Star Trek ship, because commands were issued straight down from the top and executed zealously. As the Mass Effect directors took control, they scoffed that the Dragon Age squad has been doing a shoddy job and excluding their leaders from pivotal meetings. According to the people familiar with internal friction, over time the Mass Effect team went on to overhaul parts of the game and design a number of additional scenes, including rich, emotional finale that players loved, but even changes that appeared to improve the game stoked the simmering rancor inside BioWare, infuriating Dragon Age leaders who had been told they didn't have the budget for such big, ambitious swings. A couple of things to note here. I want to discuss some of the language Jason Schreier uses in this article. It often seems that he's blaming the Dragon Age team by implying many of the issues lay with them. Now, he doesn't say this, and the article is explicitly blaming EA for the team's woes, but his use of the language is off, such as when he says BioWare developers instead of just saying the Mass Effect team. In Mark Darrah's video, The Pirate Ship versus the Enterprise, he explicitly says that the pirate ship name came from mostly the Mass Effect team, and it meant as an insult, which the article implies here as well, but not really given the context to why the Dragon Age team is like that and how it benefited them. It makes the Mass Effect team's structure appear better. Commands were issued straight down from the top and executed zealously. That doesn't read as negative. If anything, it shows the dedication. They believe what their leader says and will do what they tell them to. It implies loyalty, while a pirate ship doesn't. It inherently invokes images of disorganization. It also ignores the narrative that Jason is building, which is the woes that the Dragon Age team faced weren't self-inflicted. EA turned Dragon Age into a live service game, and when the Dragon Age team were able to make a single-player game, EA gave them no time to readjust, and then gave the team short, strict deadlines that would haunt them when given more time. Yet, for some reason, how the Dragon Age team structure themselves is a huge problem. How can the organization scheme be a problem when the Dragon Age team were never given the chance? You want to know something? The structure has made good games before. It's called Dragon Age Origins. But Jason Schreier can't help but imply all over this article that it somehow is BioWare's fault. That if they just followed a more strict, regimented structure, they wouldn't have that many issues. Why I harp on this point is to illustrate that the Dragon Age team isn't really respected when compared to the Mass Effect team. But the heart of the issue, I feel, is that BioWare isn't really respected. The reactions online paint a picture that BioWare has fallen, and that they're really no longer who they are anymore. To a degree, this is true. In Mark Darrah's video, How 2017 Changed BioWare 1000 Ways, he clearly points out that the interference of EA and how they affected the teams, how people left BioWare because of it. He has another video on the topic of cultural encroachment on the company's subsidiaries. This video and others will be linked down below. The channel is such a valuable resource into how BioWare has made their games and on how games are made in general. I highly recommend you watch him. BioWare clearly lost many vital developers, but many remained. Here's a list of the developers from Dragon Age Origins who worked on the Dragon Age the Veilguard at the time of launch. They are still there. It doesn't take insider information to know that this is true. And writers like Trigger Weeks was still there, the person David Gator entrusted his series with. The person who wrote Morden, Thane, Cole, and Solus. They also wrote countless others. But people want to blame the faults of BioWare on the developers themselves and not EA. If you think BioWare themselves are at fault, then I can change your mind. I'm not going to change your mind, because you clearly can't see reality. The article doesn't give that much new information that wasn't already known. It just clarifies what was already known through critical thinking. The IGN article and Mark Darrah's own videos, the only new pieces of information is that the Mass Effect teams seem to hijacked the project. BioWare, especially the Dragon Age team, had been fucked over. Fucked hard, fucked raw, fucked in ways you couldn't have even imagined. The fact that the game came out at all and is as stable as it did is short of a miracle. The woes of BioWare are not on them, it's on EA. The Mass Effect team did help with the development as they were able to secure more resources for the project, but done with contempt for the Dragon Age team. They are in the same building, they know each other on some level, yet it seems they blame the team's griefs on them, scoffing at the had done. The article aligns the team's feeling by calling the Dragon Age team had done a shoddy job. Like, they're your co-workers. You should know better. It's good that the Mass Effect team were able to acquire more resources for the big finale. Act 3 is just some amazing BioWare writing, sequencing, and culmination of the game. A picture on what the game could have been like if the Dragon Age team was given more time to develop. We're given a chance to reset the project, but it seems that David Gator's words hold true even to this day. As David Gator says in his article and on the Blue Sky, before this article came out, I will now read in the full. It always seemed that when the Mass Effect team made its demands in meetings with EA regarding the resources it needed, it got its way. But Dragon Age always had to fight against headwinds. On Blue Sky he says, while I was at BioWare, EA always preferred Mass Effect. Straight up. Their marketing team liked it more, it was more modern, it had action, they never quite knew what to do with Dragon Age. And whenever Dragon Age outperformed Mass Effect got excuses. If you asked me, it was always just shy of the axe since Dragon Age Origins. As I said before, fucked. The article continues. Early testers and Mass Effect leads complained about the game's snarky tone, a style of video game storytelling once ascended that was quickly fallen out of fashion in pop culture, but had been part of Goldman's vision for the multiplayer game. Worried that the Dragon Age could face the same outcome as Forspoken, a recent title that had been hammered over its impertinent banter, BioWare leaders ordered a belated rewrite of the game's dialogue to make it sound more serious. In the end, the resulting tonal inconsistencies would only add to the game's poor reception with fans. While the article takes an issue with the change that was for the better, it is good that they pivoted to this, in my eyes at least, and the tone changes in the game are not as inconsistent as the article makes it out to be. Within the early game, it is more lighthearted and snarky, but when it does change, it makes relative sense. It's a more serious situation and thus more serious tone comes in quicker to change it, and then it maintains that new tone throughout the game. An example of this is in Baldur. Her initial introduction has all the marks of a lighthearted tone, but within her first quest it changes, and it maintains that throughout her character, still holding to that bubbly personality she had in the first introduction, but ensures that she has more than that to offer. And it resulted in some amazing writing for her and other characters. The article then continues on how the game was received, how people were mixed, and even uses a Dragon Age YouTuber, Ghil Dirthalen's opinions on it, and how she saw people loving it and feeling betrayed by it. The article ends with this. Even so, there are many strategic reasons for EA to keep supporting BioWare. single-player role-playing games are expensive to make, but can lead to huge windfalls when successful, as demonstrated by recent hits like Cyberpunk 2077, Elden Ring, and Baldur's Gate 3. In order to grow, EA needs to be more than just sports franchises, said TD Cohen analyst Doug Krutz. Trying to fix its fantasy-focused studio may be easier than starting something new. That said, if they shuttered the doors tomorrow, I wouldn't be totally surprised, Kurtz added. It has been over a decade since they produced a hit. While I do take some issue with how the article frames the Dragon Age team, it is good this came out. After this article came out, a lot of people understood just how fucked BioWare was. The amount of clarifying information given is short of amazing. It's good to know how things are made. It gives you more perspective and knowledge, which allows you to make better decisions and know what to do. And that is a good thing. There is more to discuss about the game's development, and I will do that throughout the video, but what I discussed was the core issue of the game's development, what caused it to be the way it is, and I hope you understand what BioWare had to do to get this game out of the door. While we have a lot of information on Veilguard's development, there's still a lot left that we don't know about. As I'm making this video, more information is just coming out. Mark Darrah released his Anthem Retrospective Part 1, and in it, he spoke about a video which basically had Casey Hudson saying BioWare's traditional storytelling is over, and that they should make way for a new form. And there's probably going to be more information when this video comes out. Dragon Age: The Veilguard went through a lot. And what did it result in? A decent game, all things considered. While it wasn't everything I wanted from a Dragon Age game, it had a lot of it. It still held ties to what came before in Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age Inquisition, and to the project it preceded. In so many ways, it departs from Dragon Age, but in so many others, it still carries that torch. What was Joplin? Was it even that good? Oh, let me tell you. Let me tell you what we lost. What the developers lost. Everything that Joplin was is now gone, discarded only for some elements to be reused. The plan was for Joplin to reuse everything that was made for Dragon Age Inquisition, the gameplay, visuals, characters, most everything. Early concepts included this direction. Matt Rhodes' concept art shows the Inquisitor was going to make an appearance sometime during the game. It doesn't specify when they come to meet Rook. Rook talks about many things that happened, and I can't imagine that this is just a prologue, but it does indicate that they were going to be involved, and that the mechanics of advisors would have been brought over from Dragon Age Inquisition, being filled by familiar characters like Isabella, Morrigan, and Dorian. The ideas of Joplin was, as Mark Darrah said, we would be heroes, but the records are sealed, in his Dragon Age Inquisition Lessons and Memories video. It was much more focused on espionage and thwarting Solus's plans through indirect means. This is evidenced by the art book of Dragon Age, The Veilguard, which shows many concept arts ideas for what the game could have been, with many of the concept arts for the story being different missions the team could go on, different scenarios that fit the espionage theme, with one being an infiltrating a party to get something from it, but being stopped by Solus. And in the foreword to the art book, it explicitly says it was meant to be a direct sequel to Inquisition. As many of the concept art shows, with having many characters from Dragon Age Inquisition appear in Joplin, and ideas, themes, and factions as well. The Ferelden was going to appear, but as a blighted version of themselves, who couldn't speak because of the blight. A very cool way of getting around to them being a silent protagonist. The Chandra, helmed by the player's chosen divine, would have sent out forces to hunt Solus. The Qunari were going to be represented as a whole, and not just by the Antam, and notably the Chastened would have played a big role, which is interesting, but I don't know why exactly. The Chastened were never a huge faction, and the only real importance they have in lore is being related to Andraste, which could be the reason they are there, as a companion who is a descendant of Andraste exists. But that wasn't really developed. But it does show how connected and immediate it was to Dragon Age Inquisition, because it included the Chastened. And there were more prior choices that were going to come into play, like with the Survivor in the Fade telling Rook Solus's plan. Solus's elves would have had a bigger role than what they ended up in Veilguard, with them showing up numerous times to obstruct or foil Rook's plans, with one concept art showing them surrounding Rook while Solus speaks to them. Solus even had a right-hand man in Reva. As the book shows, she is a free elf slave who would have been the bad cop to Solus's good cop. which is interesting that Solus would have had a right-hand man. One of the issues with Solus being a god is, why doesn't he just kill us? Reva could have worked as a solution to that, being sent out by Solus to do his work while he does other things. It would have solved that issue by having an antagonist who Rook could combat without it being weird, that they can combat them. There is, though, an obvious issue with this. Solus isn't one to rely on people anymore, maybe in the times during his rebellion, but not now, especially for work that is vital to his plans. So while it would have been cool to have Reva, there was an obvious issue with the characterization of Solus. But it wasn't just Solus's elves, but elves in general. There was going to be a huge focus on elf oppression. Throughout the game, the player could have freed slaves and spoken to slaves. Overall, the elves were going to play a huge role, and one of the endings for Joplin there was to be a slave revolt. There was going to also be a fail state where Solus was going to succeed and the Veil was going to tear it down. And the dwarves likewise were going to play a huge role. In one of the plot lines, Solus was using a titan to tear down the Veil, and the dwarves of Kal Shrog would perform a ceremony in the heart of a titan. All this would have automatically made the dwarves way more important to the story. Joplin was going to be connected to what came before. That doesn't mean that Morrison didn't take from Joplin, as many concept arts, characters, factions, and even the plot is similar. In one of the drafts, Solus would have attempted a ritual to tear down the Veil, or more likely to both transfer the gods to a new prison and tear down the Veil, similarly to what Veilguard did, but the difference is that he was going to use a battle between the Qunari and Tevinter to fuel the ritual. But there was an issue with the ritual. What caused the issue isn't made clear, if it was Rook who stopped it or if it was some external factor. But it failed and released the trapped elven gods, Elgar'nan and Ghilanane. Here is where it gets a bit weird. The book isn't clear if Solus gets trapped or not. There is some concept art where it says Solus is defeated and enters the Black City alone, so this has to be one of the endings for the game. The idea of Solus being trapped in the Fade and interacting with Rook doesn't seem to have come from an early ideas of Joplin. Perhaps it was one of the ideas for Solus, but in this book it doesn't seem to have been an idea. Though Solus does interact with Rook through dreams, and it seems that if Rook wasn't able to block out Solus, he would have killed Rook and resulted in a fail state. So the idea of Solus interacting with Rook through dreams did carry over to what Veilguard did. With Elgar'nan and Ghilanane and possibly Solus still around, could have changed what the rest of the game was. With the version of the ritual, it couldn't have happened at the beginning of the game. It doesn't seem that likely. So maybe the story would have had the first part be about chasing down Solus, only for it to be transformed into stopping Solus, Elgar'nan and Ghilanane, with Solus mostly focusing his efforts to stop them and not Rook. As for what would happen next after the gods released, it isn't detailed that much in the book. Ghilanane opens a black alluvion, but what it does isn't detailed. I imagine it involves the Blight, and capturing the Qunari and making them slaves. But it seems that the idea of Solus's ritual leading to the gods' release and then stopping those gods survived. It was also the intention to have Solus not to be the actual big bad and have him be one of the big bads, which I like a lot. It adds more consequences to trying to tear down the Veil. It isn't just going to be bad, it's going to be an event that fundamentally reshapes the world, digging up things long forgotten and long buried. And the things being dug up are quite interesting. Gilanane's early Joplin design varied. She was just a worm, a centaur-like creature, a kind of hag-like character, and just a human, literally instead of being an eldritch abomination. Which is interesting. I like the version we got more. It tells a lot more about her. How she shifted and changed her forms to her whim. Not content with just looking like a mortal, but being more than that. Something so far removed from any normal form. Elgar'nan was just a dude. It's only in one concept art where he looked very demonic, a burnt man covered in fire, but I like what we got. Elgar'nan just looking like a fancy guy makes the contrast with Ghilanane so much more apparent, and it tells a different kind of story. Elgar'nan thinks he is perfect already. Changing himself seems like such a waste because he already achieved it. How Rook got around the world would have been different. Instead of using alluvions, they would have been using a ship, or a submarine, or an underwater base. An underwater base that moved. Though with the ship idea, it was given to Rook by Isabella, who would captain it and would repair it. Though I love the underwater base the most, it looks way cooler and would have been mobile because of a golem or sea creature. Now, the mechanics of how exactly Rook and the team are going to stop the Elven Gods weren't made clear within the art book. The book says that the game was going for a fantasy spy theme that was converted to covert commandos. Imagine the idea of what would happen would be Rook traveling around Thedas, gathering allies and prevent Solus from getting components and items for the ritual, such as getting the Red Lyrium idol before Solus, how the Elven Gods would be defeated seemed to be reliant on Solus, like tranquilizing Ghilanane, but any other method isn't really discussed. Funnily enough, while Elganon is present within Joplin, there isn't any story scenes with him, and the reason why is interesting. In a Q&A with Mark Darrah, he says that Joplin was meant to be 3 games, one after another, with each game dealing with a different threat, and which ties them together would be Rook. Ghilanane would be the first threat, then Elganon, and then finally Solus. The reason it was going to be like this was Mark Darrah was trying to convince EA that Dragon Age could be a billion-dollar franchise, and how it was going to do that was by making 3 games in quick succession, and each of those games were going to have one major piece of DLC. It obviously didn't convince EA, but man, that would have been an amazing set of trilogies. It would have really fleshed out and established everything while giving that sense of scale. Joplin concepted a bunch of different endings, some of which I already discussed. A lot of those endings involved Solus becoming tranquil though. The idea of your team being killed was the same, but it happens and how it happens is a bit different. On page 26, it implies it happens during a mission that Solus interrupts within the game and forces the team to make an unlikely alliance. On page 54, it implies that Solus lures the team to wipe them all. There could be related, but I doubt it. It seems that the idea transformed into what the game's final act is, so maybe the Mass Effect team wasn't that involved in the game's writing and was more acquiring resources. Whether the Mass Effect team were the ones who planned the final act, or it was the Dragon Age team is unclear, though I lean towards the latter as the Dragon Age team said they were told they couldn't get the resources for an ambitious swing. So to me, that says they wanted to do this big style you companions can die situation, but couldn't because they weren't given the resources to do so. Some of the companions from Joplin were transferred over into Morrison. Emmerich, Harding, Tosh, Davrin and Lucanis were all present, and it didn't seem to change that much. Tosh is the biggest one as they transformed from a rogue who is part of the Qunari to a Lords of Fortune warrior. Now why this change happened, I'm not sure. The books doesn't really suggest why there was a change. My theory is that since the Qunari were taking a back seat from being an antagonist you talked to, and that is most likely because the game had to cut a lot of plot lines to even finish itself, to just guys you beat up. So Tosh was reworked into being a representative of one of the playable and interactable factions, still retaining the Qunari history, but exploring it differently. Then there are companions who didn't transfer over at all, such as Calpurnier, the secondary antagonist in Dragon Age Inquisition, if you started with the Templars, a female imshell, which I need. Who would have betrayed us? The straight white man could have finally found out why people hate Solus of his betrayal. Imagine it. Imagine it. But that was it, at least for companions who would have had bigger story moments. Other concepted companions like a Qunari, who seemingly was going to have a room in the lighthouse. This means there were a companion who was going to be in the game, but was cut. Also their name was Sarbrox. A Ben Hasras, a descendant of Andraste, an Antivan Crow, and an awakened Darkspawn, which is cool. Nev and Balara aren't really present within Joplin and seem to be the creations of Morrison. Nev, though, is rooted in Calpurnia, as she was an offshoot of her design and became her own thing. Some quick things to mention that was in Joplin that transferred into Morrison. Candle hops exist, the Mornwatch were a thing. And to quickly mention other things that Joplin was gonna have but wasn't continued into Morrison, the Giants and Dragon Inquisition were all over the place. Like seriously, it was a huge part of Joplin. It seems. They were going to be an enemy type, and one of them was going to be a Ghilanane creation, and were going to be for transportation. I don't know what you would call this style of UI that Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 and Dragon Inquisition had, where you open the map and click on a location and get to it is called, but it was in Joplin as well. It clearly shows that the player was going to visit, speculating here, between 10 different locations in Marathos. And with that, it is clear with what was being developed and what we got was similar. Obviously there are differences like how the game doesn't involve the advisors and the Inquisitor as much, nor the plot involving Rook becoming a Grey Warden to kill an Archdemon, which implies the backgrounds we got were not implemented or it was different backgrounds, because why would a Grey Warden Rook need to go through the ritual if they're already a Grey Warden? I imagine if there was a Grey Warden background at the time, there would have been an asterisk saying this will be different if your Rook is a Grey Warden. Now, I do like that early Joplin was about. I love the idea of such a close continuation of Dragon Inquisition and the other ideas it had. The art is so vivid and captures my imagination. All of these story beats, all these locations, everything that Joplin was going to be about would have been amazing to play. But we didn't get Joplin. In 2017, the team was told to make a live service game, and that effectively scrapped everything we see here. What was lost wasn't just terrible for the people playing the game, but for the developers as well. So much heart and soul was put into Joplin, trying to make it the best it could be, only to be snubbed by EA. There are still similarities between Joplin and Morrison, but all of it is in its plots and characters. The companions between the two different versions are basically the same, and the legacy characters shown in the art book did show up within Veilguard. Dorian, Morgan, and Isabella all appeared within the game, and the basic plot is similar. Stop Solus, Solus does a ritual, ritual fails, Elven Gods released, stop Elven Gods, stop Solus. And why I think it is similar is because of what John Epler said in the IGN article, how BioWare finally got Dragon Age to the finish line after a tumultuous decade. He said, but even when we were still more multiplayer focused, we did still want to tell a story about Solus. And from what was said by Mark Darrah prior to this, what BioWare does best is telling stories through characters, Darrah says. There's always been a strength, but I don't think that we really said it out loud to ourselves and really focus on that kind of storytelling. And when we forget about it, sometimes we get it anyway, but sometimes we didn't. And that's when our storytelling didn't live up to expectations. What Joplin became wasn't great, but the team still held to the ideas of what they wanted to do, to tell stories through characters. And why I mention this is because the Dragon Age team still tried to make a Dragon Age game within the live service limits. And while a lot was maintained, those limits were imposing and did make the game very different in many ways. The Veilguard section of the art book starts by describing the art style of the game, that the decision to make Veilguard simpler in its art style was to save time. As says in the book, that easily saved us half a year. Stripping the game's style to its basic personalities and characteristics, this means that it doesn't have to make that many assets and it won't take that much time to assemble them together. And as an example, the fast travel beacon points are all over Veilguard. They are in the walls, used in towers, are in armor designs. That isn't bad, reusing game assets is good, it means the game can focus on more critical aspects. The issue here is that everything Joplin had was thrown away, less assets were used where they could have been. Deciding to simplify the art style was a good move and helped development, but it also hindered the project as well. And this is now me speculating with no basis whatsoever. I have no source and all this came to me in a dream. I think why Veilguard shifted art styles isn't just because it saved time, but because of Anthem. In Jason Schreier's article, The Past and Present of Dragon Age 4, he writes a tiny team stuck around to work on a brand new Dragon Age 4, codenamed Morrison, that was built on Anthem's tools and codebase. What this means was that all the things built with Dragon Age Inquisition were gone. It makes sense because the game shifted to a live service format, and Dragon Age Inquisition's tools and codebase is not built to deliver live service content. It is built to deliver a single-player game. Dragon Age Inquisition does have multiplayer, but it isn't anywhere near similar to what Anthem is. That doesn't mean the combat will just be similar, I will get to that later, but that the art style will be similar. Look at these two images. One is from Anthem, the other is from Dragon Age the Veilguard. They look very similar to each other, to the point where I'm thinking that the reason Dragon Age Veilguard's art style looks like this is because trying to recreate Dragon Age Inquisition's art style would have taken so much time that the team didn't have. Because in the art book it says that they needed to change the art style to save time, but not why they needed to save time. The only answer I see is that they needed to save time because they had no other choice. They had to work within the limits of Anthem's tools and codebase, which resulted in Dragon Age Veilguard having a similar art style to Anthem, which leads me to more speculating. In the Veilguard section, it doesn't mention how the shift to live service affected it. Barely mentions how it influenced the designs, story, characters, enemies, anything. I don't think that the lack of mentioning its live service pass is odd. This art book was made well after the shift from the live service version, so why linger on the point and not just talk about some concepts and ideas they had. How Elgranon nearly looked like an animated suit of armor or a corpse, and how Gillenane finally took shape as an eldritch being, and the many other ideas they had for enemies, companions, factions, and whatever else. But I don't know why the book doesn't talk about it. I could speculate that it just wasn't professional to talk about how EA fucked them over, or how it didn't have an effect at all, though I doubt the latter. Whatever the reason, there are some really good ideas and little bits of information that wasn't in the game. For one, the dwarves in Veilguard have a different style to distinguish them from Orzammar culture, to have a distinct identity to them that tells a story. The story tells is that in order for them to survive, they had to become more naturalistic, and I like that. And I just want to say that I love how the dwarves look in the concept and the game. It is just everything I love so much about them. My favorite of the concept arts is how the dwarf embassy looks. It's done in the traditional style of the dwarves, but has the winter flares to it. For two, wardens look different because there is a distinction between the south and the north. The south has a different look because they are different. Same with the north. It not only makes sense, but is very believable. They are separated by vast distances, and this means that they can't influence each other as much, and that the nation they live in will influence them more. It's some really good world building, and I am glad to have gotten so many incredible looking grey wardened armors. I do highly recommend that you look at the art book. It's not just amazing images that leave you wondering what if, it's amazing images that tell a story. And even in the Veilguard section, everything there is just so wonderfully made. So much passion and heart was put into this game, in all versions of this game. Dragon Age and the team deserved so much better. Dragon Age the Veilguard really went through a tough development, but in the end, it came back to what BioWare really are good at. A single-player RPG and telling stories through characters. It obviously came about late, and maybe too late, but I am glad it did come about. It's good the team was able to fight for this game, and was able to tell the story they wanted to tell. They needed to tell. There are 4 types of reviews for Dragon Age the Veilguard. The first type is the institutional reviews. They are the IGNs, Eurogamers, and every other review site, both big and small. Most of these reviews are fairly positive, with many sharing the sentiment that Dragon Age Veilguard is BioWare back doing what they are good at, but it still expresses that while the game is good, there are elements that leave a lot to desire. Many share that there are glaring issues that make the game feel less like a Dragon Age game. The second and third type of review, I think, are the most useless out of the bunch. They are the BioWare hate reviews. What they differ is what they hate about BioWare. The second type hates BioWare for a lot of reasons, and not all for the same reasons. Some have a belief that BioWare has never made an RPG, either ever or in a long, long time. This is built on a misunderstanding of what BioWare is even trying to do. Now, I don't think all their claims are hot air, but many of their claims seem to fail to see what BioWare is trying to do. Their claim that BioWare was about players making choices instead of the player character making choices, where it is about giving the player the most amount of freedom possible, when this simply wasn't the case. Even with Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, it wasn't the case. The player played a character, the ball spawn. The player was in some way restricted on what they could do or could be. Others hate BioWare for what I can only say is some wacky logic. It's not really coherent, and there isn't much to say about them, and that they only hate BioWare because BioWare bad. Or that Dav retcons lore, which is... it just doesn't. For example, they say that the Black City not being the Maker's doing is a retcon, even though it was never confirmed to be the case. In Dragon Age Origins, it gives 2 origins to the Darkspawn. The first is the Chantry version, and as Alistair puts it, the truth. The truth is that no one knows. The dwarves say the Darkspawn came from underground. Even in Dragon Age Origins, it casts doubts on that source. Who is to say that the Black City is the Makers? Nothing. Just what characters believe. And those aren't retcons. It's just new information that wasn't available before. With how the Blight works now, a character changing how it works. And you can tell the people spotting retcons can't give actual examples, -1, because the examples they do give fall apart on the barest examinations. It literally is just saying a retcon is there because they dislike BioWare and want more reasons to dislike them, instead of actually just disliking them for reasons that exist. The only retcon I would agree with them that exists is the Executors, being shown as behind the actions of all the characters like Loghain. To me, it clearly is just an addition after the fact. The executors only come into the picture in Dragon Age Inquisition. Now, I do think they existed beforehand because I trust David Gator made a lot of lore and put something in the east of Thedas, but I don't think they were originally influenced characters behind the scenes. But all the other claims are retcons? They aren't retcons. But as I said before, it would be unfair to say that they are entirely wrong. They are right in some of their claims that Dav is very different from Dragon Age games prior, and that makes it bad, such as the tone being different, and there being a very few choices to make. Beforehand, Dragon Age Origins had at least one big choice in each area the player visits, but Dav doesn't have that. There is still some value to these reviews, yet their dislike of BioWare can lead them to conclusions that make no sense, such as the retcons or what kind of RPG BioWare makes, or simply that they make no sense. The third type of review is the most useless type. It offers no value because its criticisms boils down to there are women, gays, trans, and minorities in the game, and that's it. Whoa, a group of people exists in a video game franchise? Color me shocked and appalled. What is more to say? It doesn't get into the game's gameplay, story, mechanics, themes, or literally anything. The basis of the review is an irrational and weird dislike of non-white, non-cis, non-straight people. It's just that. It's like, oh wow, you're just a bigot. I guess that's the end of the conversation. There's less value in those reviews than the second type. At least the second type talks about the game, even though its reviews will lead to an odd conclusion. It's still talking about the game. Now, I'm not saying there isn't anything to talk about in regards to Dav's queer elements. I often think on what kind of trans stories can be told, and I think it boils down to two ways of telling a trans story. The first is a coming out story, which is what Dragon Age the Veilguard does with Tosh. The second is showcasing the life of a trans person. Now, both of these stories aren't mutually exclusive, but they can be separate. But an issue with the second way is that in order to know the character is trans, someone has to say it. Whether it is themselves, someone else, or some environmental storytelling. There has to be an acknowledgement that they are trans, and then it can move forward. But this leads into an issue with this method. What story is being told? A trans man, is experiencing a period? Damn. But is that it? Sure, stories that aren't big adventures or the like aren't the only storytelling society has, but the fundamental issue is that trans people aren't a monolith. Shocking, I know. So the second method can just not work with some trans people. They might want a slice of life story that showcases some of the funnier or serious aspects of being a trans person, or some trans people might just want a character who happens to be trans. It's why so many fans of Dragon Age headcanon some characters as trans, because they just want a character who is a character and have them just be trans. It doesn't define them. But again, that is for some. And this issue applies for the first way. Some trans people just don't care to see a coming out story. It's messy and they don't want to experience that. But the first way is so common because it follows a nice character arc. The character is an unknown and then is revealed information about themselves and then go on a journey of self-discovery, who they are as a person, and by the end they are changed. But this isn't the only reason people do the first way. It could simply be that some trans people feel this is the best way that they can represent themselves, and this gets into the heart of representation in general. How does one represent a group of people? You can't. It's a fool's game to try and be the representative of an entire group, and especially one that is so personal as being a trans person. Trickweeks, the non-binary writer of Dragon Age the Veilguard, based Tosh on their own experiences. Now Tosh isn't literally Trickweeks, but they both share something. That's something being their own experience of being non-binary, to a degree. Again, not the exact same, but they share some similar experience. And that is a good thing. Good representation doesn't come from a common denominator representation. It comes from the understanding the self within the group and share the self's experience as best as the self can. Because trying to speak for someone when no one asks you to isn't a good idea. It feels unwanted. It's why I find people saying Zevran or Dorian are bad representation, because they play on stereotypes. Sure, they do that, but they aren't written to be representing every gay person. David Gator wrote them from their own experiences, from what he felt as a gay man. I find these arguments odd because it implies that queer people are a monolith. Sure, they share a common culture, but that doesn't mean they are all the same. It just means they are similar. People who do say it's bad for gay people or trans people if characters like Zevran or Tosh exist are playing a fool's game of their own. People who hate those groups aren't going to be convinced. Their hatred is irrational. They got to that hatred not by principled process, but by being grossed out. There is no pointing out to them and saying, hey, look at this queer person that is approachable. They won't accept that. It's a losing game. Did Tricks Weeks even do a good job in the abstract sense? I think so. But I think the game's forced lighthearted tone did have some effect. Every character was affected by this in some way, and Tosh as well, to some degree, which can make some moments a bit clunky. And while I don't care that Tosh says non-binary, I do wish there was more setting appropriate language. But Tosh's experiences of coming out is well written, and you can tell that Trick put a lot of effort into conveying that. Tosh is someone who has no idea who they are. They feel wrong, they blame themselves, they don't know why their mother seemingly insults them the way they do. And how that comes ahead in their final quest breaks my heart. The fourth and final type review is the only review you should bother with. If you don't care to play the game itself to form your own opinions, and you need to have an opinion, these are the reviews for that. They are Noah Cauldron, Echo Bazaar, Machismal Gaming, Kate Elizabeth, and Ghil Dirthalen. Now there are lots of others, but these are the core of what I think are good videos to watch if you just want an opinion that is well reasoned, well thought out, well made, and nuanced. Each of these videos talk about the issues with Dav extensively, but without the irrational hatred for BioWare, and just focus on the issues and not made up ones. And for this video, I take huge inspirations from Noah Cauldron and Echo Bazaar. They are two videos I think are the best ones on Dragon Age, full stop. They articulate ideas and feelings I have had for the series in a very good way, and you will see their influence throughout this video. But all the ones I mentioned do a good job as well. So if you want an opinion, and a better video than this in all honesty, watch them. But I would prefer if you actually play the game itself. I am not a replacement for your opinions, nor are any of these reviewers I mentioned. The best thing for you to do is to care to play the game and make up your own mind. That will give you your actual opinion. I promise you, you will get something out of it. I certainly did. As for what I'm trying to do with this video, I'm trying to examine the game in its almost entirety and talk about what it is and why it is the way it is, and mention if I find what it does good or not. That is what I'm trying to do. With that out of the way, let's get into the game proper. And this will include spoilers.
I knew him as Solus. Smart, thoughtful, loved to hear himself talk. But long ago, he had a different name. The Dreadwolf. Ancient elven god of lies, or heroic rebel against tyranny, depending on which story you believe. In his desperate fight against the corrupt elven gods, Solus imprisoned them, creating a veil that split our world from the raw magic of the Fade. He had won. But the veil cost the elves everything. Their magic, their freedom, even their immortality. Now, Solus wants to tear down that veil and undo the damage he caused, even if that means our world has to burn. Somebody's gotta stop him, and that's where you come in.
The game is introduced by some amazing narration by Varric and amazing art played over it. These slides that the game present are all over the game and remind me of the transitions of Dragon Age 2's acts, where each act would summarize what happened before and what will come after. I find them very interesting. Veilguard coming out to 10 years after Dragon Age Inquisition, this does mean that some of the fans need a refresher. Not every fan will play through Dragon Age Inquisition again, and newer fans won't get Veilguard because, in many ways, it is a sequel to Dragon Age Inquisition. And I think this opening does a great job at establishing it. It gives a simple, this is what happened and was going to happen. But this was never going to have newer fans getting it. To really enjoy Dragon Age Veilguard to its fullest, you have to play Dragon Age Inquisition at least. And I think if you really want to enjoy it, you have to play through all the Dragon Age games. Unlike other sequels, Dragon Age is a continuation of not just some of the characters, but the world. So many world-building questions asked in Dragon Age Origins are only answered in Dav. like with what the Black City is. And without the initial question, the answer isn't as impactful, because the question on what the Black City is and who owns it has been a lingering question that when some answers are presented, more questions need to be asked. This journey is part of what makes the answer in Dragon Age Veilguard much more meaningful, but without it, a new player will just go, "Oh, that's cool," which is a flaw from the perspective of a new player. Not every new player will feel like this, but it is an issue, in my eyes at least. But I think that is fine. The game shouldn't feel the need to appeal to new fans, because part of the appeal of Dragon Age is seeing your actions reverberate throughout the world, and to even be able to see those reverberations, you had to have played prior games, and to seeing how the world evolves from when you first started playing. This sense of progression in the world is what makes Dragon Age so appealing, and to try and appeal to newer fans means you have to scrub that initial appeal away. But that didn't happen. So it would have been a good opportunity not just to help newer players, but also a good opportunity in general, to introduce the origins from Dragon Age Origins. The narration Varric does gets the gist across, but not the nuances. Having an origin would have done a lot to get newer fans to gain insight into the setting, establishing a sense of normalcy to deviate from, and to set up the game's story and characters. Having those elements allow for the new player to be invested in the game, because it eases the player into it and allows for the game to reuse assets in a very clever and meaningful way. And DAV has all the elements similar to DAO that could have supported an origin-like system. It has 6 different backgrounds, this time based on the factions within the story and not the race. Each of the backgrounds could introduce the setting, reoccurring characters, and the story, a common mentor figure that features in each background, Varric and Duncan, and it has a similar structure of the inciting incident as DAO. The player character is performing their background when an incident occurs that forces them to leave with the mentor figure. It is so much in common that you can easily manage in it. It just feels so fully realized that it makes me wonder if they were going to do Origins again, but because of the game's development they couldn't. This is one of the biggest missed potentials of this game. An example of this is how the Veil Jumper origin could have gone. In the background information for Rook's Veil Jumper background, it says, quote, "When lives were at stake, Rook defied orders to rescue people from the mystic perils of Arlathan. On an expedition to ruins in Arlathan Forest, the Veil Jumpers found ruins that contained important lost lore and deadly danger. Barely surviving the ruins' ancient magical defenses, Rook's small team recovered an invaluable map leading to an area of the forest. Although the team escaped, other Veil Jumpers found themselves trapped. Rook chose to return to the ruins, saving their teammates' lives, but losing the map. Rook was lauded for their bravery, but the map's loss caused some resentment among Veil Jumper leaders." Unquote. And later in the game it tells the player that Varric was involved as well. Already you can see how this could play. Rook's team find the ruins, and this could be where dialogue is exchanged. Rook can speak with the members of their team about what they could find and general exposition about the world, their faction, and what could be causing the issues in Arlathan. It could also set up those Veil Jumper characters for later appearances in the game, and Varric would be used to get a wider scope of the world, some neat references here and there, and setting up for the story to come. That when in the ruins it introduces the combat, how you can fight and work with your team, your basic tutorial, and then it shows us what kind of character Rook is. Rook is an RPG protagonist, but a curated one, and this origin could have showed us what kind of curated protagonist they are, someone who looks out for others and does the right thing. And then after losing the map, Strife is angry at Rook for what they did, saying how Veil Jumpers know the risks and that the map they recovered would have done more good in the long run, that some sacrifices would have had to be made, to do whatever it takes, which would lead Rook to going with Varric. Varric would see Rook has what it takes to get the job done, and that Rook has, in his eyes, the morals and principles to combat Solus. In the game, that is why Varric recruits Rook. And then that would lead us to the beginning of the game as it is currently. And I'm not assuming too much. This is just what can be extrapolated from the background blurb. If you describe the Dalish origin, this would be eerily similar. The only difference is that humans told the hero Ferelden where the ruins are, and with Rook, the Veil Jumpers just found it. But everything else? Going into a dungeon ruin which causes the protagonist to have to leave due to what transpired within the ruins, having to go with a mentor-like figure, that I'm getting a bit ahead of myself there. But I hope you understand just how similar these backgrounds are to the origins. The only change I would make would be finding the ruins near Demeter's Crossing, so that the game can explore the village and then reuse it for an emotional punch when it's blighted, and have the Veil Jumpers, Jahel and Mihvala, be part of the team. So when you see them blighted, it adds an extra punch to that moment. Imagine seeing the villagers you were with at the beginning of the game blighted. All the NPCs you talked to and the Veil Jumpers you talked to, all dead, dying, or mind controlled. And then seeing the mayor, a person you would have talked to in this background, having caused the deaths of the people you knew. This would change how you view the choices regarding the mayor. There would be so much more conflict on how you would feel about him. And this is what makes Origins so good. It isn't just great at introducing the setting, characters, and the story, but also providing that double meaning. So when you go back to previous eras or meet previous characters, it changes the meaning of that interaction. It gives you a different perspective. It's why the Origins and Dragon Age Origins are so great. Coming back to Orzammar as either a dwarf commoner or a dwarf noble feels different, because who you are makes it feel different. It recontextualizes everything that you wouldn't have gotten before if you just played as a human noble, and Veilguard does that somewhat. Talking to Strife as a Veil Jumper makes the interaction so different, but it could have been so much more if the player could have gotten more context. It would have kicked those emotions up to an 11. Shadow Dragon Rooks have 2 adopted parents, and that could have been used so effectively with saving the city choice. Imagine choosing to save Tavrizo only for your parents to die. That would have made the choice even more personal. Mournwatch Rooks don't even have parents, but are instead found in the tomb. Like, what's up with that? This could have been used to make some really interesting quests or interactions. Some really cool origins could have been made up with these ideas. And I think the reason why it wasn't done is because they didn't have time. As I discussed previously with the constant changing deadlines, the team could never fully implement an origin-style prologue because they never knew they had the time for it, which is a shame. Not just because this aspect of Dragon Age could have been great to see brought forward, but also because not many games do this, for good reasons. Because according to BioWare Telemetry, 80% of players chose human origins. 50% of players chose elven origins, with elf mage being the most popular in the percentage, and 5% of players choosing dwarf origins. A studio doesn't get a lot out of the investment of making 6 different opening chapters of a game, but for me, I deeply appreciate it, and it makes Dragon Age my favorite series. It's his commitment to trying to get these long prologues instead of just getting into the action. Obviously, the other games don't do what Origins does, but Dav was so close. It seems so obvious that they were going to do it. It's a shame for fans like me, and for the industry as well. I genuinely don't think we will have a Dragon Age Origins style Origins for a very, very long time. Rook is a protagonist in the vein of Shepard and Hawke, from having a defined personality to limitations on how a player can roleplay as them. But how the player can shape them is far more granular than any BioWare game in the past. The character creator is very unlike BioWare. It's actually good. Gone are the days of limited hairstyle options to make your character, no longer will mods be used to have a good looking character, and gone are the 50 shades of bald from Dragon Age Inquisition. The character creator is by far BioWare's best, and up there as the best character creator in games. What makes a good character creator, in my eyes, is 2 factors. How easy it is to make a good looking character, and how hard it is making a bad looking character. Dav does this perfectly. And I'm not the kind of guy who messes around with character creators in games too often, and simply takes their presets and change them up a little. And while I didn't spend hours, I spent longer than I normally do, which is a testament on how much more compelling this character creator is compared to prior BioWare games. The character creator allowed me to make some really cool looking characters. I'm really proud with how my Canary, Elf, and Human Rook turned out. While in prior games, I liked how my characters looked, this game made it feel like my characters are my own, and because of that, they are much more compelling to me. And part of that is how easy it is to make a good looking character, and how approachable it is. In other character creator games, it often feels paralyzing to me, because it just isn't presented that well. But Dav has done it right. In prior games, it is too easy to make a bad looking character, or a character I didn't want to play. coupled with the fact that every Rook I've seen around looks very different from each other, it allows you to make so many unique looking Rooks, which is good because you have a greater feeling of, this is my Rook. Where I think the character creator suffers is in terms of making your Inquisitor. Human and Elf Inquisitors lack the lankiness and proportions they had. Male Qunnaris don't have the broader shoulders anymore, and female Qunnaris lack the aforementioned lankiness and proportions. The dwarves are the only ones who looked similar, but since Dav has a different art style, it means that all Inquisitors just don't look right. It doesn't give this feeling of, that is my Inquisitor. I did like how my male Qunari Inquisitor looked, but it just wasn't right. My Inquisitor had a much bushier beard and a bit of an ogre-like face, but they looked a bit too slim, which is a shame because you can have that feeling with Rook, but not with your Inquisitor. Rook, as a protagonist, is in the same vein of Shepard and Hawke. An RPG protagonist that has the defined personality, and that is important to consider as an RPG is nothing without its protagonist. As the name says, it's a role-playing game. What role you are taking is very important. It frames how you interact with the entire game. As any protagonist does, who you play defines the verbs of combat and narrative. What makes an RPG different is that you can have an array of verbs that you can choose from, and not chosen for you. This is not just in a combat sense, but in a narrative one as well. In D&D, when playing, one of the very first things talked about is who you are going to play. A lot of D&D games are done this way. The world and story are formed around what the players decided to roleplay as. Video games are a bit different in this way because they are limited by tech and resources available, which means they can't branch off as a normal D&D campaign can. They have to follow a strict story path. Some games try to emulate that by letting the role be defined by the player. The developer allows for as many options, backgrounds, and choices when creating and acting as said character, but that means the story can't be as personal because of the technical resources and story limitations. It can only be personal to the one creating the character. The other path is the developer placing restrictions on how many types of characters the player can create so that a story can be made from that. There is still player definition, and we will see that in Dav, but you are playing as someone. It's akin to a player allowing another player to play as their character while they're off somewhere else. You have to understand the role and what allowances there are for deviation. Whether it is a player or developer defined doesn't change the fact that those roles can be played in different ways, that there are extremes to what they can do. That is where the choices come into play, and this leads to consequences. One of the greatest appeals of RPGs is seeing the outcome of your choices. What began as a random act in a D&D campaign comes back and bites you in the ass. It's this reactivity that is so wonderful about RPGs. The character you play leads to the choices your character can make and the consequences of said choices. And then you have to confront those choices with more choices. It feeds into each other. Rook is a developer-defined protagonist. They're a heroic type character who is generally nice and an affable person. They want to see the best in others and to strive to do good. The other side to them is a more aggressive, but in a more heroic fashion. When talking to enemies, Rook will belittle them, but when talking to allies is a more of a stern supporter. Rook cannot be cruel to their allies. That is who they are. Where the options come into play, it's which choices you choose. And there are 6 distinct personality options for you to choose from to characterize what kind of hero your Rook is. And all of them are pretty self-explanatory. You have approving, sarcastic, tough, sad, nervous, and aggressive. Options that make sense with the kind of person Rook is. Approving is, as it says, approving. Whatever actions are being done, Rook will approve of said actions. Whether that is approving of a decision a friend makes, or what moves to make against an enemy. This is a default hero to the core. That doesn't mean it has no personality, but it does mean it is the most basic. But that is fine. Like many people, when I say the sarcastic option, I was thinking Purple Hawk, a protagonist who was very witty, very punny, and has the cleverest observations. Someone who isn't taking the situation too seriously, and is mostly just having a good time. Though it isn't really the case. Now I am not saying it's not funny or humorous, but that its humor is a bit different from Hawk's humor. There are many witty and punny lines, and the best of those lines are when interacting with Solus, but this option is also just the ask questions or gain insight choice, where Rook just asks a question. It could be rhetorical, but I doubt that because the character answers the question, which I find a bit interesting. Ghil Dirthalen YouTuber of the Ghil Dirthalen YouTube channel, talked about this and said that a lot of the variations and choices for Rook were just witty banter Purple Hawk, which is interesting. And when given feedback about how this wasn't really that great, a lot of the developers then went to record the lines again to make sure it's not really Purple Hawk all over the spectrum. Because it generally was just Purple Hawk approving, Purple Hawk aggressive, Purple Hawk all over the place. So that explains why Purple Hawk isn't always funny and why some of the choices are just, I ask a question, I gain some insight. So that is interesting at least. But as a consequence of this option ended up being my favorite because it just made scenes a lot more interesting. Is it better than Purple Hawk? I don't think so, but it is good. If approving is default hero, then tough is the second default hero. Instead of a hero who overall supportive, it is a hero who is rougher. To use an example, approving Rook will say something like, I know you can do this, while tough Rook will go, you are a capable person, act like it. The underlying message of support is still there, but it's present in a much more harsher way. The left side options on the dialogue wheel doesn't present themselves often, and when they do, it's for scenes that call for stronger emotion, which is sad, for when Rook is getting overwhelmed by the events of the story, is when they can express this side, talking about their doubts with themselves, or simply express the pain of loss. And I like this option because I think it's important to have options to express dismay. A character who doesn't have the option of doubts can be fine, but the option of being one with doubts and expressing that, or expressing sadness over horrible events, is good. It adds more depth to Rook. Nervous Rooks are wary of what is to come. The possibility of terrible events cause them great concern, such as when learning the Blighted Gods and how much worse they can be compared to Solus. Again, another good option. Expressing doubt in RPGs can lead to a lot of great roleplaying. Aggressive Rooks come out when something in the story has great reasons to get mad over, whether that be a leader or a group of faction doing something despicable or awful. It's the side of Rook that calls out in anger. Though why does Veilguard go for a more developer-defined protagonist? And does it even do it well? Well, why it goes for more developer-defined is, and this is mostly me speculating, due to the development of the game. They couldn't allow the player to define what kind of person their Rook is, since there was a mandated tone requirement to be more lighthearted. If you look at the concept art for Joplin, it depicted a much more crueler Rook, who seemingly had to contend with allies who had their own interest that could conflict with theirs. So since they couldn't do that, they had to work within those limits. They had to build a different kind of story. A story where being a kind and caring person is what makes Rook not only different from the gods, but better. Elgar'non and Ghilanane do not care for the people. They only care for power and using that power to control. And Solus is losing his values of freedom and choice because of his grief and regret over what happened. Rook is different from all three of them. Rook does not covet or grab for more power to utilize that power to control others. In all of the backgrounds Rook can have, they challenge the powers that be to do the right thing, even if it is at a cost. Rook is different from Solus because, in many ways, they parallel Solus. Solus once combated against the gods for the same reasons Rook does now. And Rook has a similar ideas that Solus does, that people should not be subjected to another's will. Where they differ is how Solus lost his way due to his grief and regret. Varric saw this in Rook, that they have what it takes to stand against Solus, and then the gods, and not get corrupted by them or by power. Within the limits imposed on the developers, they looked to construct a story that made use of those limits. In the end, making Rook much more of a kinder person than originally concepted. While I do understand and sometimes wish there were more crueler options, just so it made the good path more interesting, I don't disagree with this direction. I don't dislike this direction. The devs did the best with what they had, and in the end, it was used to great effect for the story purposes. The entire game does its best to ensure the parallel between Solus and Rook is present, to show how Rook is slowly becoming similar to Solus, and in one of the ways this is done is one of the conversations between Solus and Rook. Solus will prevent Rook from choosing any other option than the one he agrees with, explicitly showing that Rook is being shaped by him. Since the game was limited by its forced tone, it had to adapt. and how it chose to adapt, in my eyes, was pretty good. The limits on what kind of character Rook can be allowed for some really good story moments. Sometimes, for the narrative to really hit its peak, it has to take away some agency to reinforce the narrative. In saying this, it does imply that developers want to make Rook that was more player-defined than shown in the game. Now, I don't have any evidence for this beyond the concept art and extrapolating the effects of the forced tone requirements, but I feel this is true. That if Dragon Age team was given priority over Anthem, that we would have seen a crueler Rook. Would that have been better? I think what is more important to say is which version would you have preferred? And I think I would have liked what Joplin would have done. Though I don't think if the Dragon Age team wasn't handicapped by EA, they would have made a fully player-defined protagonist. Because none of BioWare's protagonists are player-defined. Even Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 aren't player-defined. You play as a ball spawn, who has a prior relationships, and the player has no choice but to accept it. Even in BioWare's earliest days, they have done developer-defined protagonists for story purposes, because that is the advantage of a developer-defined protagonist. It allows for so much more storytelling opportunities and making the protagonist feel like they belong to the world. An example of this is how Rook knows people. In a pure player-defined protagonist, you can't have that, because the player didn't consent to that. They want to define their character and their relationship with the world. Oftentimes, the player-defined protagonist makes the impression that they just pop out of nowhere. They're just the eternal stranger whose background is unknown, because the player has to fill that out for them. But sometimes when a game does give options to define the background, it's vague. The player character was here doing something. It's vague. When a Grey Warden Rook warmly greets Evka and Antoine, it's just amazing. You can tell by the voice acting alone that they have history, real history that happened. And it's so masterfully done that you can tell this by just the voice acting alone. And this is true for every Rook. Some are better than others, like the Grey Warden Rook or Elf Rook. The other backgrounds have something, but when compared to the Grey Warden Rook or Elf Rook, it just isn't as much. But all of them share that feeling that Rook existed in this world long before the player did. When you get to the lighthouse and set down your things, you can reflect back on your Rook story, what happened and the reasons why that happened. It's such a wonderful moment that makes Rook not only a real person, but gives the player an opportunity to characterize them, to give definition on why they do anything. Do you agree that your blatant disregard of your superiors was the right choice? Or were you wrong in doing so? Or maybe you think you did the right thing, but you understand where your superiors were coming from. It's a small thing, but it goes a long way to making Rook feel real and yours. That is the magic of a developer-defined protagonist. You get these moments where story and agency combine and result in something so meaningful that it isn't just your character, but it's your story, instead of something that just feels like it fits all possible characters. While I wish there were more options for me to choose from with my Rook, I think what BioWare did with them was well done enough. One of the biggest things BioWare is known for is for the commitment to carrying over players' choices from game to game. It started with Baldur's Gate 2, where the player could import their Baldur's Gate 1 save into Baldur's Gate 2. It wasn't much, it transferred over levels, stats, alignment, and who you romanced. But beyond that, nothing else. It wasn't until the sequel to Mass Effect and Dragon Age where this became much better and more of a feature, where it didn't just transfer your levels and romance, but also your choices, which would change what would happen. Made Balin the king? Well, you see him sending assassins to kill the last of the Harrowmount line. Kept Rex alive? Well, you see him as the leader of Clan Earthknot, or if you killed him, his brother is the leader. The differences aren't that much, but the flavor is there. Having Rex warmly greet you and speak of the past you both shared together is genuinely cool and engaging. It makes your choice matter so much more because you have an impact on the world that is long lasting. But DAV doesn't do this to the same degree. Choices can be imported, but only a select few, 3 to be exact. That being who did your Inquisitor romance, if you disbanded the Inquisition or not, and if you vowed to save Solus or kill him. That isn't a lot, especially considering the fact that other choices should have been there, such as who is the Divine, did you help the Mages or Templars, and what did you do to the one you helped. We don't even get to define who our hero Ferelden or Hawke was. This leaves a lot to be desired. Now, is this a bad thing? Yes and no. Yes, because BioWare made the decision to make important choices a core feature. But more importantly, we don't get those moments, like with Rex, where we feel our choices have long-lasting impact. And it's a bad thing because that was such a draw to the games for me. I wanted to see what would be different or get some flavor out of it. Those moments where I recognize characters or play different quests are genuinely cool. I feel so immersed in the world because I made an impact. And no, because it's understandable that BioWare doesn't carry over every choice, and only choices that could help with the story. BioWare isn't the only studio that has kept this a core part of their games. CDPR basically made whoever was monarch of Temeria and Sasuke, who would become a leader of the Free City State Veilguard, irrelevant in Witcher 3, even though they should have had a much more larger impact. Larian basically sets their games 100 years later or before the previous game and don't touch up on the previous game's choices. Or they just canonize choices, like with Lucian being the canonical player in Divine Divinity. No one has kept this feature important of choices as much as BioWare, which does make BioWare removing it even more disappointing. But a problem will inevitably occur as more games that come out, the more choices that there are to make, and the more choices to pay off. Starts making the game more about scene choices being paid off, rather than engaging with the story at hand. David Gator, former lead writer on the Dragon Age series, was asked on Blue Sky that if he were able to do the imported choices again, would he? He says he would probably just do not ever do important choices between games in the first place, implying a BioWare canon. Which is reasonable, because it's choices like the old God Baby which can't reach their fullest potential. What do I mean? Well, I mean that the choices to make the old God Baby implies something huge is going to happen. Spoilers, I guess. If you did do the Dark Ritual and put Uthimriel's soul into Kirin, that would mean Uthimriel's elven god, who might be June according to Belara in the Codex entry, will then be alive. Because the reason we don't see the other elven gods besides Elgar'nan and Gillenane is because the death of their archdemons caused such a backlash of power in their prison that it killed them instantly. That didn't happen with Uthimriel. So we should have seen June come back with the other elven gods. What is expected of the choice is the plot diverging, which is what important choices feel like they should do. They feel like they should have the main story diverge into a totally different direction, which David Gator points out in his Blue Sky thread on Kirin. People expected it to have a huge plot divergence. In Dav, it essentially adds another god to the conflict and a possibility that June was cured of the blight through the connection of Kirin. Even when it didn't do that it was still another elven god. That means something. But that just can't happen. It's not impossible, but the more these choices exist, the harder and harder it becomes to pay them off well. David Gator discussed this as well in that Kirin thread. They can't actually deliver on that plot divergence, but they can deliver on flavor differences, because it won't take too many resources, and even then, those flavor differences take their toll. So BioWare not including prior games' choices is because the game will inevitably consume so many resources that it just makes the games about seeing the payoff to those choices and not actually telling the story. To go off topic a bit, but for a game to deliver on the choices of the prior games, it would have to be the point of the game. Dav isn't just about paying off choices, it's about telling the story. The regrets of Solus, the elven gods and our companions, and how to move past it all the consequences of not moving past it. And to do that, it is better not to be bogged down by prior games' choices. I would have loved a game that was just about paying off the player's choices, like you play a mercenary going around Thedas and seeing the conclusion to all the people and locations you interact with in the series. You get a contract to go to Osmar, and the entire meta reason for going there is to catch up and see what happened. How is Haramon obeying? What is going on with the chantry that could have been established on Osmar? And many other things. It would be a great way to end the series. And I think the only way this style of importing choices can go. But to go back on topic, I do think they could have included who the Divine was, or who the Emperor of Worley was. They could have added more without sacrificing much, in my eyes. But while the no answer gave a reason on why it isn't that bad, BioWare did include prior choices, it didn't directly answer on what was the reason BioWare did it for. I kinda did by saying the choices took too many resources to pay off, but that isn't the actual reason. It wasn't because the choices took the spotlight away from Dav's story. No, the actual reason is because of Dav's development. During an interview with BioWare, they discussed how they didn't know how to import choices from prior games to a live service environment, because they didn't know how to do world states with another player involved. How would that look? And that is completely fair. Multiplayer games never, or rarely, import that kind of choices and consequences. The only one that comes to mind is Star Wars The Old Republic, and even that has issues because A, it's a single game. It's easier to carry over choices from within the game, and B, its imported choices are nowhere near the level of what Dragon Age has done. There isn't a choice to fundamentally preserve an elven god. The live service past of Veilguard led to the feature being included and excluded throughout the development. And to further prove this point within the game's files lies flags that indicate BioWare was planning on using Dragon Age Keep to carry over choices, such as Isabella being different depending on your choice with her in Dragon Age 2, and flags for what class your Inquisitor could be. BioWare was going to put the time and effort into paying off players' choices still after 3 games of quantum characters and locations, but it couldn't be done because of the live service model, which was caused by EA just telling them to make a live service game. EA fucked the Dragon Age team. It's so clearly plain to see in the art book that if BioWare was given the chance, we would have gotten more choices carried over from prior games. But because of EA, that didn't happen. The missed opportunities of Dragon Age Veilguard aren't a result of the developers not caring or trying, it's because they were fucked over. Overall, it's a missed opportunity that Dav didn't continue the BioWare tradition of carrying over choices from prior games. I am upset and disappointed at that. I loved it when Morgan spoke about my hero Ferelden, or seeing Alistair as king. I wanted more choices to be carried over. There was a lot of missed opportunities there. But they did do a good job on the choices within Veilguard. The choices from the prior games, not so much. Other than Solus romancing the Inquisitor, but that was always going to be like that, because Solus is the main antagonist. If any choice had to be imported from prior games, then those are the ones. This is a stunning game. The opening of Veilguard shows Minrathous in all its glory. Minrathous has been described as a major city, not just in the sense it's big, but because it's home to the empire that has shaped the world as it is now. This is the capital of a great empire ruled by mages, and you can easily tell this by the grandness of its spaces and size, especially on how it is framed. The player is looking up from the ground and sees they are being eclipsed, emphasizing the divide between the nobles and the commoners. And this is made even more explicit with the Archon's palace floating above everything, the pure symbol of mage supremacy. The same is true for every area of the game. They are beautifully made and clearly express their intent wonderfully. Olathan Forest is an ancient graveyard of the Elven Empire's capital. We get great impressions of what was, the crumbling ruins being overtaken by wildlife, and the distances of the decaying and crumbling ruins of Olathan City itself. Treviso is an opulent city in a way that Minrathous isn't. Minrathous is a grand city, but Treviso is a city of beauty. The canals running through everything, the gold and purple motifs used everywhere. It is a city of opulence, calling on the obvious inspiration of Venice. The Hosberg wastelands show off the consequences of the Blight. Years of blight and old magic has turned it into a dead land. Nothing grows, nothing decays. It is a static existence, except for what the Blight has become. Its pus is the only thing that thrives now, growing and overtaking everything. The Blighted Tree is just an example of how it overcomes nature itself. Rivain's lack of any architecture is purposeful. Rivain is a region ruled by decentralized people. There is no real organization. There are kings and queens, but they don't have power. And finally, the Grand Necropolis. It isn't just a tomb for the dead. It is a tomb that stretches out so far and wide that it blends into the fade. An ever-present green mist covers everything. And because of this ever-present fade, it causes the area of the necropolis to shift and move around, making the architecture to look even more haunted. A space could be narrow and look to continue that way, but then opens up into a grand and overwhelming way. And ever-present is the undead framing. whether it be a corpse making way or serving as decoration. And then there is the Lighthouse, home of Solus's rebellion, and in Elgernon's word, a place of mocking in his own Tower of Learning. It's strange and beautiful. It serves as a great home to Rook and their team. It adds parallel to what Rook is doing alongside Solus, and is just one of the better BioWare hubs. Each team member gets their own room that is filled with items that are personalized to them. Harding has a garden that grows and changes throughout the story, and it feels true to her background of a scout in Ferelden. And then appropriately sized furniture just makes sense. Nev's room is more akin to an office, filled to the brim with notes and items she has collected over her detective years. Lucanis' room is very small and very depersonalized, for good reason. Since his old demon thing, he likes it because it gives him a small corner where if Spite does come out, it isn't going to affect everyone in the immediate sense. Davrin is a monster hunter. His room is filled with the trophies of his wins. Balara, as an expert on the ancient elves, has a room full of artifacts, of the dangerous and mundane. Emmerich is the embodiment of necromancy, so his room is filled with necromantic tomes and imagery. Tosh's room is just gaudy, full of gold, jewels, and trophies of their spoils. Each room the characters have feel like it is their room. It tells a story about each of the characters that is expressed wordlessly, and that is why it makes one of the best BioWare home locations. And the non-hub area locations themselves look amazing. A favorite of mine being the area where we recruit Davrin. Everything there shows how the architecture was made with griffins in mind, such as the many perches scattered across the land. And the blight that is present shows just how effective the Enderfills was. It's wonderful. The game is visually amazing, though I do take issue with the level design. While the visuals absolutely capture the power and prestige of Minrathous, we don't get to visit its more extravagant locations. In the game we spend all of our time in Docktown, with the exception at the start of the game, the dragon fight in the middle of Act 1, and the end of the game. Docktown is a great location. It still carries the weight of what the capital should look like, that even in the poorest areas of Minrathous still looks more impressive than the Denerim's noble area. Docktown ensures its nature as a dock is maintained, while still showing off how much grander it is. And as I said before, the framing of our character looking up shows the divide between the poor and the rich. But not being able to see more of Minrathous is a missed opportunity, because we could have seen much more sides to the city, a contrast of not only how it looks visually, but what quests themselves are like. Docktown would revolve around helping the poor, while Hightown would be more focused on politics and noble affairs. It would have been really cool. The concept art shows a dwarf embassy is legitimately one of the best pieces of art in the entire book. The mixture of dwarven architecture with the definitive colors and the story that is being told of having this massive blue block of stone hanging over the embassy just makes this so captivating. You can feel what kind of people would live and communicate there. And this applies to the other areas as well. We can only see one area and that is it. It feels like a weird combination of an open world and a hub area that bleeds into each other. And while I don't think that is wrong, I feel like there was a better option here, which the Dragon Age team seemingly was going to do. They were gonna have the player to do a Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 style level design. I'm not sure what it is called, but the basic idea is that you have several different locations to go to, like how in Kirkwall we could visit 4 different parts of the city: Hightown, Lowtown, Darktown, and Docktown, each with their own feel. While I say this is because I think the separation of these areas could allow for the city to feel bigger, to make those areas make more sense. We are traveling to those areas instead of just walking there. It can imply downtime without actually including downtime. Another solution could simply be building the entire city and having us explore it, which isn't a bad idea, but would take a lot more time and development, which they didn't have. Another issue I have is that I feel the level design is a bit too video gamey. What do I mean? An example of this is in prior Dragon Age games, chests being in hidden areas were a thing, but how they were implemented made sense. It's immersive. It feels like it was a part of the world. While in Veilguard it feels a bit more video gamey. You have to do a puzzle or use companion abilities that isn't just lockpicking to access those chests. It feels like how platformers design their games, or how live service games are made. I've played enough Destiny to know this is how chests are hidden, in nonsensical locations that make no sense for the person placing the chest. And I just don't like that for a Dragon Age game. The level design just doesn't feel immersive. It's not like I'm saying that the level designs are bad, they are interesting. While the puzzles feel unimmersive, they are great to do. They aren't that hard, but they are satisfying. And exploring the levels is just wonderful, because of how visually striking everything is, and especially on how they reflect the lore of the place. Minrathous is the largest area by far, and the one with the most shortcuts and secrets, a fitting thing for a city so old and built upon countless ruins. Underground, this is made evident. Under the city is another one, far older, still holding secrets unknown. Treviso feels the most vertical of the areas. You go down from the Cantori Diamond, keep going down to the market, then you ascend up when going to the docks. And all the shortcuts involve you going up and then down from there. Makes sense because the crows need this versatility in traversal to get to place or to get to their target. The issue more is that the level design feels less immersive than what they are. But why does the level design feel less immersive? Is BioWare simply bad? No, it's due to the fact that Dragon Age Veilguard was a live service game, where the level design was made for the player interaction in mind. The streets of the city are too wide to make pedestrian sense, but more importantly, how do people get anywhere? Minrathous makes the most sense, but Treviso is odd. How do people get anywhere? There is a platform that has people on it, but how did they get there? Did they climb up there? Do they always do that? That makes no sense whatsoever. But it does make sense for a live service game. In a live service game, being immersed into the level is a consideration, but not the priority. The priority is player interaction and how interesting a level it is to traverse. Dragon Age Origins hub levels and non-combat levels are not that interesting to traverse. It's a simple walk here. But that is fine, that's the point. But Dragon Age Veilguard was burdened with a live service past and terrible deadlines that meant it could not change its level design to do something better without making it worse. Overall, Dav's visual and level designs are wonderful. While the level designs do feel unimmersive, it doesn't take away from the fact that exploring those areas and the visuals of those areas are amazing. I think it's fair to say that Dragon Age has some incredible music tracks, from the somber title screens of Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 to the rise in action of Dragon Age Inquisition's title screen. The games have had some wonderful music that makes the games so much better. How does Dragon Age Veilguard's music compare? It's good, but we need some context. The music in Veilguard is pretty good, but it doesn't feel like a Dragon Age soundtrack all the time. Dav's music feels a lot more sci-fi than fantasy. It has a less focus on instruments. Take a listen to the game's main theme. It sounds good. It's cautious at the start, exploring what might be on the horizon. Something is there, something is coming. But what is it? What can it be? And then it hits its high point. We are going there. We are going to defeat whatever is there. It's generally really good, but it doesn't have the same instrumental feel as the other games. Now again, this isn't to say that none of the soundtrack sounds like prior games, and the main theme does sound similar enough to prior games, but just that it's a trend towards feeling that is very different. Whether this is a sci-fi feel is most apparent in the Sea of Blood music. It's also fine, but as it continues, there's a synth part. It's odd, and this sci-fi feel is more common than not within Dav's soundtrack. A Wooden's Best Friend, which is especially sci-fi at the beginning. A Study of Dogtown, another especially sci-fi beginning, almost sound like something from the NES. In Entropy's Grasp, which sounds like it has an electric twist. Mother of the Hollow, which sounds like it's directly from Mass Effect, though it does sound more fantasy near the end. That is about 5 soundtracks out of the 15 released soundtracks. As for the unreleased soundtracks, it's mainly the combat tracks. They don't sound like sci-fi tracks though, which is good. They, though, do sound more like they are from a movie. But there are some amazing pieces here. The soundtrack, Not the Chosen One, starts out swinging. It's aggressive, almost like challenging anyone who comes across. And in context, it's being played when Rook is triumphant or makes a move. Rook isn't the chosen one per se, but they are going to act like one, and the results will be like one. Someone who wasn't predestined or divinely chosen, but will have the effect of one, not because they are the chosen one, but because they have to. No one else will do it. Down but Not Out is another great one. It plays during the scene when talking to one of your dead companions, quite literally down but not out. It captures the feel of loss so well. It wants you to feel how empty it is without your companions. It lingers and stays on its notes, but as it progresses, it changes. They are gone, but they are still there, within you. Their sacrifice has meaning. They helped take down a god. But then it returns to that feeling of loss. The last one I want to talk about is the Dread Wolf. It starts out uneasy, approaching something with no clear face, rising up and down, building towards something, until it changes where you are face to face with the enemy, and it shows you what the real threat is, the Dread Wolf. It then retreats back to the start, almost like Solus hiding in front and then emerging when he wishes to. It's a brilliant soundtrack to him, and this is brilliantly used. The big crescendo is used during the opening when Varric says who Solus is. It's so effective in conjuring who the Dread Wolf is and why he is a threat. This is by far the most Dragon Age soundtrack out of them all. But the question is, why is it like this? And well, for once, it's not because of the live service. It's more because of Hans Zimmer and his best buddy Lauren Bailiff. Like, seriously, the two are on nearly every project together. It's wild. Hans Zimmer is more known for his movie scores and especially sci-fi scores, Dune being a recent example, so it's no wonder that the game sounds like a sci-fi movie. A good sci-fi movie, but not a Dragon Age one, nor one fitting for a game. Games music is normally meant to be more interactive, whether this is be dynamic music that changes depending on player action, or works alongside the inputs the player does. While the movie is much more passive, you are watching the actions happening. The music is highlighting the actions being seen. While it is similar for a game, it is much more active because you are doing the actions. It's a subtle difference, but it has a huge effect. Again, it's good, but not good for a video game or for Dragon Age. And part of the problem with Veilguard is that the game doesn't reuse enough of prior games' soundtracks. A part of the charm of BioWare games is seeing reoccurring images, sounds, ideas, and characters. Music is a part of that. It makes the music better and it ties the games closer and closer together. Veilguard's music may not be like the other Dragon Age games, but it has some phenomenal music that sets the tone of its scenes perfectly. As a BioWare fan, something I noticed throughout their games is this divide between Mass Effect and Dragon Age. Now there are a lot of divides, but the one I'm talking about is how Mass Effect has more consistency within its art style and gameplay than Dragon Age, where every game changes it up. While DAV, like every Dragon Age game, shares common elements, like the same world, characters, and a method of storytelling, telling stories through characters, it differs in many ways, and none is so obvious as its art style and gameplay. Each game has its own art style. Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 are the most similar, but even then, they are very different. Dragon Age Origins art style, as said by the art book for Veilguard, note there is no art book for just Dragon Age Origins, so I don't know if this description is consistent with what was said before. It is loosely based on fantasy paintings filtered to the limitations of the time, which makes sense as the game isn't realistic and feels very typically fantasy, but it does feel grounded in the fantasy paintings of the time. Dragon Age 2 focuses a lot more on clear use of color and a lot of negative space. Dragon Age Inquisition is the most realistic of the bunch, but is stylized in areas of its architecture and armor, though the art book for Veilguard doesn't make this a big point. DAV's art style, more specifically its character design, is a lot simpler and smoother. The art book says the goal was to make it very clear what the personalities of the characters are, and they did achieve this. Each of the characters are very clear and distinct. You can understand immediately who they are and what they are about, which is an achievement. Good character design, along with anything really, is good when it achieves its outcome, and DAV certainly does that. The only time DAV's art style is more complex is in its environment and armor, which seems a bit odd, since isn't that a bit inconsistent? Well, as shown in the art book, the environments are simpler than originally visioned, so it does track. Overall, it's simpler from where it started. But this constant change does have an effect on the series, both positive and negative. The negative side is that it creates inconsistency, and that causes a lack of a strong identity. Mass Effect has a consistent art style for the most part, and looks like something. So not only does it have a consistent style, but it looks distinct from other games and other sci-fi. When people see images from Mass Effect, there is no mistaking it for any other franchise. Dragon Age does not have either of those traits, which leads to people seeing Dragon Age and going, oh, I've seen that before, or those games are part of the same series. Dragon Age Origins is the worst out of the four because its art style is deliberately invoking generic fantasy. Even without the comment in the Veilguard artbook, it is very clear to see that. The game lacks anything that makes it stand out. Now, that isn't entirely a bad thing. Hot take, generic fantasy looks cool. There is nothing wrong with liking it. The only issue that people take with it is that they get bored looking at similar things for too long. But there is nothing inherently wrong with looking generic. So while Dragon Age Origins is the worst out of them all, it's the worst from the perspective that an art style should look like something and be unique to it. The other three games do a good job at looking like something and belonging to that game. I think Dragon Age 2 is the best out of them all because its art style captures the identity of Dragon Age so well. It's dark and bright in equal contrast and creates an identity for the architecture and races of the setting. It can't be mistaken for another series. But this departure from Origins creates the issues I described, which leads to the positive, which is Dragon Age looks fresh every time it comes out. An issue with being so consistent is that eventually it will get tiring. You will have seen the same looks over and over again, and that does drain. But if you change it up, it will feel fresh. All franchises that continue on for years and years face this dilemma. Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty, and Resident Evil are all franchises that had to reinvent themselves to stay fresh. But why did the series constantly change its art style? Well, from what I speculated, Dragon Age Veilguard's art style is inherited from Anthem's. So it didn't choose to be inconsistent because it would make the franchise feel fresh. It was something forced onto them. But for the other games, the change was on purpose. The change from Dragon Age Origins to Dragon Age 2 is because they wanted the series to look like something. According to Mark Darrah's video on Dragon Age 2, he said that the change came from the art director Matt Goldman wanting to change the art style to make it look like something. Mark Darrah agreed because he said it was good that Dragon Age looked like something, and I agree with him. My favorite art style of the series is Dragon Age 2. It just looks so fitting for this setting. The change from Dragon Age 2 to Dragon Age Inquisition was brought about because of an engine change, but more so that they wanted to address the complaints that people had with Dragon Age 2's art style and harken back to Dragon Age Origins art style, which I think it was successful in. Dragon Age Inquisition looks amazing and is what I imagine Dragon Age Origins art style would have looked like if the technology was available to them back then. But while I gave the reasons as to why the game's art styles changed and gave positives and negatives for it, I didn't really answer if I liked it or not. Nor did I answer if I liked Dragon Age Veilguard's art style directly. To answer those questions, I like the game's art styles as to me they all accomplish what they set out to do. It's definitely a smoother art style, but I do like it. But do I like the constant change? No, I don't. One of my favorite franchises of all time is Gears of War. And Gears is just so consistent in every regard, and I love that franchise for it. It sucks that Dragon Age didn't do that. Which leads me to the most inconsistent aspect of the series. The gameplay. The gameplay of DAV, like many other Dragon Age games, is different from one another to varying degrees. Dragon Age Origins is real-time with pause, tactics game, Dragon Age 2 is one as well, but looks a lot more action-y, while Dragon Age Inquisition is closer to Dragon Age Origins in looks, but feels more like an action game. The best way to describe DAV is that it's melee Mass Effect / Anthem. You have 3 abilities, like an Andromeda and Anthem. You have the primer and detonator system, where you combo your abilities, similar to Mass Effect and Anthem. Note this does exist in all the Dragon Age games. Winter's Grasp and Stonefist is a combo, so it existed in some form, but DAV's is similar to how MEA and Anthem implemented it. Gameplay-wise, it isn't very similar to prior Dragon Age games, and that it does suck. Why I dislike it is mostly because I want it to be consistent and iteration within a franchise. I am one of those few people who would have liked Mass Effect 1's gameplay to be continued. Consistency in gameplay offers a lot of advantages. For one, it makes the franchise feel a lot more cohesive, like each entry is part of the same identity. For two, and more importantly, it allows for iteration. Dragon Age Origins combat wasn't as bad as some people say, but there are some issues with it. Issues that could have been ironed out with the sequel, and this is one of the many missed opportunities of DAV. It strays further away from the series' root gameplay. Now there is some advantage to this inconsistency, as I said in the prior section. For one, it can bring variety and keep the game feeling fresh. I know for a fact a lot of people would have complained that Dragon Age Origins gameplay formula is boring and overdone if it was done for 4 games in a row. I don't particularly care about that, but it is important to some. For 2, sometimes the gameplay is just bad. As much as I would have loved Mass Effect 1's combat to continue, it wasn't great. In the long run, it was better to just change the gameplay than try to iron it out. But I don't think the prior Dragon Age games were in need of a change for either of the 2 reasons. You could have spiced up Dragon Age Origins gameplay with new subclasses and gimmicks. The most obvious is the Inquisitor's Anchor. But why did the gameplay change? Was it for similar reasons like the art style? Or was it BioWare themselves wanting the change? Yes and no. From Dragon Age Origins to Dragon Age 2, it was partially EA, but mostly BioWare. In Mark Darrah's video for Dragon Age 2, he basically says this, where BioWare wanted to do more asymmetrical combat than Dragon Age Origins' perfectly symmetrical combat, where the player just has little hit points but does a lot of damage, and the enemies are in the inverse. Little damage, lots of hit points. As it for being more actiony in its feel and animations, I'm not so sure. EA wanted to push the marketing that Dragon Age 2 is faster, more action-filled, and when you press a button something cool happens. But I'm not sure if EA told BioWare to make Dragon Age 2's combat flashier, but in regards to Dragon Age Inquisition, it was more BioWare who wanted the change, so it aligned with what Dragon Age Origins did. Now, Dragon Age Inquisition does look a lot more tactical, but in reality, it isn't. It's more of an action game with the appearance of a tactics game, while Dragon Age 2 was the reverse. It still had Dragon Age Origins combat buried under it, in it. It's just the animations and encounter design that makes it feel different, but it is the same. Dav, on the other hand, I can only speculate. I speculate that Dragon Age Veilguard's gameplay, much like many things, is inherited from Anthem. I outlined the similarities to the 2 games at the beginning of this section for a reason. There are striking similarities, 3 ability limits and primer and detonator systems. We also know the companions weren't a big feature in the live service version of Dav, meaning that the point of the gameplay was how you combo with other players and not companions, and that the companions weren't controllable, because again, it was more on how players interact with players. And even when the shift to a single player game happened, companions are still not controllable, which I suspect is because the game was so heavily designed around the player that controlling companions was too different and caused issues. So it leads me to say that Dav's gameplay wasn't BioWare deciding to shift again. It was EA who basically changed the gameplay because they forced the Dragon Age team to make a live service. But after saying all of this, I have to talk about Dav's gameplay on its own terms. It's fine to discuss of the what could have been and the whys, but is the gameplay itself good? And I think the answer is yes. The combat is wonderfully made. It is responsive and allows for a variety of builds within a class and across classes. With the 2 weapon options each class is given, allow for some good variety. Sword and board warriors feel different from 2-handed warriors. Staff mages feel different from orb and dagger mages. With rogues there is a bit of a difference as you don't swap to a bow but shoot with it. But there are builds dedicated to an archer rogue that makes it feel distinct from a dagger rogue, to the point where you have a slow time as an archer rogue. The builds I went with for my playthroughs are thus. My first playthrough was with a staff mage. I focused on electricity and specifically a focus on chain lightning, and it had a lot of mana and low cooldowns. Though I did make a big mistake and not knowing that the orb slot still applies its effects even when not equipped. So I was casting chain lightning all over the place and doing self-damage. Though it was a lot of fun doing that. I had to balance the chains and my health. It was a fun build, and my second playthrough was focused on a freeze and arcane bomb build. I would freeze the enemy and stack arcane bombs on them and then detonate them. That was also fun. My rogue build focused on necrotic damage with some focus on an archer build. The game has a variety of builds you can make, and it is really wonderful. You even have a lot of customization with your companions. Some companions' gear can make certain enemies weaker or provide buffs, and their abilities are the same. For example, one of Lucanis' support abilities, Adrenaline, allows for charge attacks to cause bleed, though I do feel like they aren't that useful on lower difficulties, as it just has bosses and enemies mode. The enemy variety is meager though. The player's tools, abilities, and interactions feel good. They feel smooth, but when using those tools, abilities, and interactions against the enemies, it feels off. And that is because the enemies aren't really interacting with the player's gameplay. And this isn't a unique problem to Dav. This is a unique problem to BioWare. BioWare's gameplay often feels like a delaying tactic. It would be weird narratively to just go from the story moment to story moment, so the gameplay is there to pace those moments and to have a sense of immersion and arc. If you just walk up to Solus in the opening of Veilguard, it would feel weird. So BioWare oftentimes uses gameplay as set dressing. Now I don't entirely agree with that, but it's not fair to say it has no truth to it. The BioWare game with the best gameplay is Mass Effect 3 and Anthem. Mass Effect 3 has a variety of interactions, making each enemy faction distinct and how you handle them different. You can't fight Cerberus the same way you do the Reapers and vice versa, but they all do the basic thing: apply pressure to the player, so they have to make the choice of either exiting cover or pushing forward. Cover is vital in Mass Effect 3. You need to use it to avoid damage and push against the enemy. Where the enemies get interesting is how they apply pressure and force the player to make a choice. Cerberus will slowly advance forward, setting up defenses and turrets. They don't push against the player, but prepare for when the player pops out so they can blow their head. The Reapers have husks who flush the player out, diverting attention from the other enemies and making the player either move back, hope to stand your ground, or to move forward. And different classes do this differently. A Vanguard can rush forward and apply pressure, and an Infiltrator can be so far back that they don't need to feel the pressure or hide from the enemies and pop out when needed. Anthem does this similarly. You have to constantly keep moving, more than what Mass Effect Andromeda ever did with its jetpack. If you aren't constantly flying from place to place, then you are dead, and enemies have the tools to disrupt your flying and force you to ground. It makes the level design also more a part of the gameplay than Mass Effect 3's cover, because the developers can control how much space the player has to increase or decrease the pressure. The abilities are somewhat important, but the flying is so core. Mass Effect 3 and Anthem's core gameplay is so tight because it's focused on the player making a tough decision on what to do when faced by enemies. And those enemies have a variety of ways of forcing out those decisions. Veilguard does have this pressure in place, but it's not as finely tuned. Instead of through cover and flying, it is through dodging and parrying, a constant back and forth, trying to not get hit. On higher difficulties, this is core to staying alive, and if the player is hit, they stagger, preventing them from making parries or dodges. But the player feels too floaty and the enemies feel too slow. It's a bit of an imbalance. If the player was slower to match the enemies, it would feel tighter, because the player would have to wait and see, instead of where it is now, where it's preemptive. The player isn't learning the enemy's patterns or animations. They move too fast for it to be an issue. If the enemy were faster, it would increase the back and forth, a hit here then retreats. But that would make it feel a bit more tedious, I suspect, because both ends of being faster would mean the player is constantly feeling that they can't do anything. The numbers are against them. Even with a lacking enemy variety, this core choice of dodging or parrying isn't finely tuned. Now, I am not saying it's actually bad and makes the game terrible. The player's side of the gameplay is well done and feels good to play. The tools they have on hand are varied and extensive, as I already mentioned. The reason this is, as I said in the beginning, the game was focused on player-and-player interaction, and when it was turned into a single-player game, it was reused for a different mode. The developers didn't know how much time they would have, and so had to reuse what they could. The gameplay lacks in some areas, not because of the developers, but because they weren't given a chance to succeed or fail. EA took that from them. Veilguard's gameplay is good. It's up to there as one of BioWare's best gameplay, but it falls short in many areas. It's outstanding on how good it is considering the development of the game and what it once was. In the beginning I mentioned how the game didn't have companions, being a big source in the gameplay, as well as other aspects. Well, somehow BioWare was able to turn that around despite the constant changing tight deadlines. It tells me that the Dragon Age team had the drive and talent, but weren't given the chance to prove themselves. I also have to mention the difficulty settings. Unlike prior Dragon Age games, you can choose a custom difficulty that allows you to set enemies' health, damage, resistances, and a bunch of other stuff. I used this and set the enemy's health low, but made them do the highest amount of damage. I essentially made the enemies glass cannon. While this isn't intended difficulty, it did make it a lot more fun for me. I had to be a lot more active with my movements, abilities, and combos. If I wasn't, I would die very quickly. Though once I got past the enemies levels and gotten more abilities, the enemies couldn't do much to me. I was just too powerful at this point. So I made an adjustment where I increased the enemy's health slightly, though not to the max, because I wanted to create some realism with the custom difficulty options and be challenged. Because if you didn't know, when you stab someone, they die. And I wanted to see if that was possible. And it is. If there are issues with the difficulty for some, then the game offers the tools to fine-tune it to a player's liking, which I am glad for. It made the gameplay for me much better. And then there's the gear. How Dragon Age the Veilguard does its gear is very different from other games. When you find the same piece of gear, instead of it just being a duplicate item, it upgrades the item, giving it a stat buff and new properties. It makes finding the same gear a lot better because it's just upgrading it. Gear in the game offers a lot more than prior games. While Dav does just do a stat buff as well, it also gives gear unique abilities. Like one belt gives the property of ease, or another giving you invulnerability, furthering the variety of what the player can do. While I think it is fair to point out that there was just as much variety in the prior games, and that they also had good gameplay, it doesn't detract from the fact that Dav does have some good gameplay. Is Dragon Age the Veilguard story good? It's a mixed bag. What is bad about the story isn't due to the ideas of the story being bad. The basic story is solid and the setups are well done. It's easy to understand what will happen in this story, and what surprises there are make sense in retrospect. The villains are dynamic and their threat is clearly conveyed throughout the game. And it's used in the story to set up some quite compelling themes that involve all the characters. What is bad about Veilguard is two things. Missed opportunities, and not always being in line with what the expectations of a Dragon Age game are. And the reasons for why Dav has those missed opportunities and doesn't feel like a Dragon Age game is because of its live service past. The team had to reuse everything they had built for a live service game and adjust it for a single player context. And this includes the story. Now, the story of Dav was always a story about Solus, and that isn't tied to being a live service story. But it doesn't change the fact that the game was built to support that story. It was built to support a live service context, which causes the many missed opportunities and the disconnects to what prior Dragon Age games have done. Now, I do feel it is important to mention that taking Dav on its own without too much expectations carried from the prior games removes some of the frustration with the game. Now, just to be clear, this isn't me saying Dav would be better if it wasn't tied to Dragon Age by simply saying the only expectations that should be carried forward is the world being the same, because Dav would work even less if it was a unique IP. Solus is only good of a villain because he was a companion in the prior game. Without an entire game of setup, he just isn't that as effective. Dav, more than any Dragon Age before it, requires a certain level of knowledge to get it. And I have to talk about how newer players will find it very difficult to get it, because the game doesn't give new players effective avenues to understand the setting and characters. This doesn't mean that new players have no ability to understand a game without prior knowledge, but it isn't as effective, though the Dragon Age team did try. I don't think successfully, but they did try. Not taking too many expectations from the prior games, though it is best way to enjoy Dav. That's not great, but it does make the experience less disappointing. The game's prologue effectively conveys everything a story needs to convey at this critical point. It easily introduces us to the characters. Harding is a kind and caring person, but doesn't have any reservations on killing Solus. Harding doesn't see a friend who needs help, but someone who needs to be dealt with. Nev's a hard character who is cynical of the world, but knows to keep pushing through it. And these characters feel real in no small part due to their voice actors who make a wonderful performance that suits the characters. Ali Hills, who plays Harding, also plays Liara, and I think it's a good sign a good voice actor is able to make a role feel distinct from other roles they have performed before, and Dav does this quite well. The player gets a good idea on who Rook is and all the personalities the player could characterize them as, what kind of hero they could be. And as always, Varric is just wonderfully written. He has been with his franchise, players, and in the setting itself for a long time. And that is felt. He looks tired and worn out. He is so ready to retire and spend his days in the Hanged Man with all his friends once more, retelling everyone the story of the champion, the Inquisitor, and the chess piece. But his job isn't done yet. Solas has to be stopped before he can spend his days telling tale. While I do think the game would have benefited immensely from an origin-style prologue, I do think how it introduces the setting to old and new fans is okay enough. Not what it should have been, but good enough. It easily describes all parties involved and who Solas is. As the introduction slide and the prologue say, he views himself a hero who must make the hard choices, which does describe him accurately. A self-important elf who thinks he does what he does because it must be done, and what he will do is tear down the veil, the only thing keeping the dreaming logic of the Fade at bay, unleashing demons, spirits, and awakening old, forgotten, cursed magic upon the world. The destruction of Minrathous is extremely well done, and really sells on the consequences if Solas wins. Magic will return in a way unlike any have seen before, but at the cost of so many lives and fundamental changes to society. And it's framed so wonderful. All this death is to serve Solas' own grief and regret at placing the veil, which he did to stop tyrannical gods who, before imprisonment, enslaved the elven people. But why he regrets it so is because it destroyed the rest of elvenkind. All the elves' works relied on the constant flow of magic. Once cut off, all their works would have shut down, turned off, and crumbled, leaving the elves vulnerable to conquest, which leads to the elves being enslaved yet again. But how did Nev find Solas though? Solas was in Minrathous obviously, but why was he in Minrathous, and how did Nev find out where he went? It's a small detail, but one I think tells something about the game. In the Joplin version of Dav, it's clear that the ritual Solas begins didn't happen at the start of the game. It happened sometime afterwards. So Joplin was building towards that ritual that the players would be trying to stop, which would have included finding out where it will begin. In Dav, this obviously changed. The ritual was moved to the start of the game. So the explanation on how the team finds Solas had to change as well. It had to quickly explain how Solas was found out, but it couldn't explain why Solas was in Minrathous to begin with, just that Nev found them. This story beat could easily be explained through a number of means, one of them freeing some slaves in Minrathous to make himself feel a bit better before destroying the world. This is how Nev found him out. But when the team sees the chains, it seems to be there to show Solas' dislike of slavery, and thus sets up why he fights against the blighted gods. It can serve dual purposes, but it's never framed that way, only implied, which is fine. Implication is okay, but in these important story moments, I feel it is best that it's clear and not vague. Why I say this isn't to say this is canon, but that the story beat isn't entirely without explanation. Just that this story beat lacking is due to the Dragon Age team not being given the time to even adjust small things like this. But since the game wasn't allowed to focus on its story and couldn't build upon itself, it meant that little things like this had to fall on the wayside, and it couldn't be fixed because EA didn't give the Dragon Age team the time to fix it. So the team had to focus on aspects of the game that needed the attention, like its framework. Making sure that it's solid is more important because that is what the developers will be building upon, where the story can actually do something. Hyper-focusing on a single point and aspect will make that thing shine, but it will result in an even greater contrast that everything else doesn't have that shine. Nev just knowing where the Dreadwolf is isn't that important in the grand scheme of things. It's a single point that does have explanations. So Dav focusing on its framework was the better choice, because eventually it resulted into something very good. Rook and the team finally catch up to Solas, the heart of the ritual, and what a spectacle this is. It is everything I imagined would happen if the veil was being torn down. The whirling winds, the tears in reality, and the spilling of all manner of creatures. It's wonderfully made. Before Varric talks to Solas, Rook can say if they agree with Varric's plan or not. And I like this. While it doesn't change the outcome, it's good that the player can voice their opinions. A common theme within Veilguard will just be Solas' writing causing everything just to come together. The confrontation with Varric is so beautiful. How tired and worn out he is. He just wants his friend to stop and find another way. Solas just doesn't see another path. So wrapped up in his own ideas and vision. Varric takes action then. If Solas won't stop, then he will stop him. but he doesn't get the chance. While the idea was that Solas would be at his most vulnerable during the ritual, it seems he can still enact some level of power, destroying Varric's old and trusted crossbow Bianca. The team needs a new plan, which leads to the first consequential choice in the game. Rook plans on knocking one of the statues down to disrupt Solas' ritual, but they will need to help to do that. Nev and Harding both offer themselves to help Rook, but one of them needs to stay behind to protect Varric from the demons as he still tries to talk him down. As Rook and their chosen companion go to knock down the statue, you can hear Solas and Varric still arguing, but their voices are muffled by the raging terror. And another example of how the framework is solid, the confrontation, the visuals, the reasoning, and the plan are all good. But again, the details are a little off. There's explanation as to why Rook is able to knock down the statue. Solas needed to finish quickly before he is interrupted, so the statues aren't sturdy because of it. But it seems a bit odd for two people to be able to knock down a huge statue like this. Rook knocks down the statue, ending Solas' ritual, but something worse happens. The chaos of the ritual leads to Varric trying to steal the dagger from Solas, but Solas stabs him. And just look at the reaction both of these characters have. Varric is shocked by this, shocked that his friend would do this, and Solas seems shocked as well, but quickly composes himself. He must think that this was necessary. It was his choice after all. Varric falls and slumps down the stairs. He tries to move but then goes limp. Rook rushes to Varric, hoping the worst hasn't yet happened to him. Rook turns to see Solas, and Solas turns back, being faced with two figures, one abomination and the other some regal giant. Solas disappears, causing a ripple effect that pushes Rook back and hitting their head hard. They start to fade in and out of consciousness until they see they are bleeding from their head. Then they collapse. Rook regains consciousness only to be in a dream. A dream of Solas. He is trapped in the prison he made for the gods that are now let loose. These were all part of the original design of Joplin, and I'm glad they carried forward. It solves the issue of Solas being a god. In the DLC for Dragon Inquisition called Trespasser, Solas can just turn guys into statue, with seemingly no downside. He doesn't have to take a break or charge up, he can just do it, whenever. So how can the player interact with Solas without just dying or making Solas very dumb? While Solas doesn't want to kill people like Varric, he will do it if it is necessary in his eyes, or the only option left, like he did in the base game. So the solution? Solas will just be imprisoned and the player will interact with him through dreams, which I like a lot. It makes Solas still present throughout the game, exerting his influence, but ensures that he can't just kill the player. Like he says in the dream, that if he could exert control over Rook, he would have done so already. It's generally a really good way to keep Solas within the narrative, active, but not being able to do anything against the player. And besides, Solas always has a plan, and I doubt he'll stay trapped longer than he wishes to. The dream sequence is just wonderfully made, with the cinematics portraying so many ideas and emotions through visuals alone. How Solas imposes himself onto Rook, making himself larger than he is, and how Rook is isolated, made low, invoking the idea that Rook is not an equal to Solas, that Solas is far, far more threatening than they ever will be, that even imprisoned they are dangerous. And Solas talks accordingly, chastising Rook for having unleashed the blighted gods, who are far, far worse than anything. They seek to blight the world, and not just what the blight already is, but something far worse. Before the blight, they were far more powerful than he ever was, and he was only able to defeat them through trickery, his ritual dagger, and a network of mirrors that can take him across the world. And each word that is uttered is a thinly veiled insult against Rook. Rook destroyed the world's only chance against the gods. He was going to move the gods to another prison, but no. Now the blighted gods are Rook's responsibilities now. The fate of the world is in the hands of some nobody with none of the resources that he had. Gareth David Lloyd, the voice actor for Solas, does a phenomenal job at playing Solas. His performance oozes Solas' arrogance, self-righteousness, regrets, and his kindness as well. Solas may be the villain, but he wasn't always one, and he doesn't see himself as that now. And that comes through expertly. How Rook can react to Solus is just so fitting. From an in-character perspective and a meta perspective, Rook can be cooperative and understanding with Solus, trying to solve the issue of unleashing the blighted gods, or dismissive of them. They are a trickster god who lies and deceives for his own ends, and how those interactions play out is just wonderful. My favorite line being Purple Rook just calling Solus out. So Solus was just innocently doing nothing, just trying to move the gods to a different prison. He was just doing what was right. Solus had a plan. Rook retorts. Varric always said Solus would find a way to make it seem it's not his fault, that he was in the right somehow, and the transitions perfectly into other options. Rook can downplay the gods. Solus would obviously lie, make it seem that he was needed. He is smug, arrogant, and self-righteous to the core. And the music for the entire sequence is just so good. The Dreadwolf OST fits so well for Solus. It begins so unassumingly, but something is lurking just out of you. It grows and gains and explodes. This is not just Solus's characterization, but his entire plan. He makes the plays and ploys and then sneaks back to the shadows, a fitting theme for the Dreadwolf. When Solus comes into the writing, it's not just him who is well written, but everything around him gains this focus, that everything falling into place so seamlessly and effortlessly. It was a priority to ensure Solus was the best part of the game. Even if the framework was live service before, the actual core of the game would be Solus. The writing is such that everything he says and does is the only thing that makes sense for him to do. And the Dragon Age team needs to be praised for their handling of Solus. Rook wakes up in Solus's old hideout, the Lighthouse. And upon waking up, they see Varric. Varric survived, and I am relieved. But he looks even more worn out than before. His crossbow is destroyed, his leg injured. Varric is out of the game for now. Rook talks about having spoken to Solus, and what they have done, unleashing two elven gods who are blighted, and that they are bigger threats than Solus. Rook can talk about their doubts, or how they will push through. Either way, Varric responds with the same line, that he chose Rook to be his second because he knew what they could do, referencing the background of Rook, on how they accomplished a seemingly impossible task. There were consequences, but they did it anyways, and now it's up to Rook to keep the team going. And the music in this section is just as good. Down but not out describes Varric so well. He is down, but he isn't out yet. He will still be there for Rook and the team, giving advice on what to do next, or to ensure they keep going. It's a tad piece ultimately. The strings feel worn out, tired, they don't have a lot of will to keep going. But they will keep going. As the song continues to play, it gains its momentum more and more, but it soon peters out again. Rook's chosen companions interrupts the conversation. They are severely injured to the point where they will not be able to participate in multiple quests, and it will take a long time while for them to heal. They will carry the scars of that choice for the rest of the entire game. In the grand scheme of the game, it's not that major, but it feels so impactful. This companion was injured, and now they can't join Rook for quite a while. The chosen companion tells Rook to go outside and meet the other companion. When the player goes there, they see the lighthouse. The characters and notes say that this is Solus's old hideout where he fought against the gods. It was a place of refuge and a base. This place somehow can let people of different languages understand each other. It seems strange, odd, and feels utterly old. If these worlds could speak, what would they say? The player can explore the lighthouse, unlocking a hidden passage that leads to a small room. A piano is there, and art of Solus's adventures, old and recent. And there are faded paintings all across the interior. What are they? And the player can talk to the companions, in a different way than prior Dragon Age games, in these event-style chats, which I will discuss more later in the companion section of this video. But after that, the first meeting of the game starts, which I must say I love dearly, where all the companions involved have their own moments to shine, an advantage of having the companions just be required and not optional in these scenes, where everyone bounces ideas and puts forward plans of actions, and it contrasts nicely with future meetings. Having all these chairs and seats filled with characters talking about what they will do next is great. It makes progress that is made much clearer. Again, taking away some agency in favor for the narrative is sometimes a good thing. But there is a bit of an interesting note here. A lot of people will note that a lot of these meetings sound like they're recapping to you, like, okay lads, let's talk about what happened so far in this story. And there's a bit of an interesting thing here. One, I don't particularly mind it too much because I didn't really notice it. But two, this actually was more of a reference because apparently, according to John Epler, who wrote a majority of these meeting scenes, was told by the executives essentially that they didn't know what was going on and that they needed their hand to be held. So if you felt that these meetings were too hand-holding, then that is why. It's not because the Dragon Age team thinks less of your intelligence, it's because executives weren't really that intelligent. A price was paid. The ritual was stopped, but Varric suffered. Rook retorts, saying that he knew the consequences of talking to Solus, but they are now in the Fade. Rook says it's the lighthouse, Solus's old home, which leads to the team asking how Rook even knows this. Rook then talks about how Solus and them are connected, how they bled a bit at the ritual site and caused a connection to form, a small one. Nothing Solus can do with, but simply interrupt their dreams. Rook then talks about how the ritual failing released the other elven gods, blighted elven gods. Solus feared them before and especially now. The team decides whether they go after the gods right now or investigate. They have to head back to the ritual site. The Illuvian, the mirror that can take you anywhere, only goes back to the ritual site. And where else is there a good place to start? This short bit of the prologue establishes the stakes, the characters, what to do moving forward, and the themes of the game. The theme of regret starts to build. So what gives? Did I lie? It doesn't seem like Dav has that many missed opportunities or feels unlike a Dragon Age game. Sure, the lack of explanation of how Nev found Solus is a bit weird, and sure, the lack of an origin-style prologue does create some issues like I have discussed before, but it doesn't seem like what I have said is coming true. Heading towards the ritual site, the team encounters the Veil Jumpers. But the Veil Jumpers leave a lot to be desired. It's called Introduction. The player sees action, the Veil Jumpers activated an artifact, and it went wrong. But it's only stopped when Strife destroys the artifact. It does a good enough job at introducing the player to the faction, what they do, and the dangers of their goals. But when the talking begins, a lot is left to desire. Within the game, it implies that the Veil Jumpers found out that the Evanurs enslaved the Elven people, and that they were tyrants. This is a huge reveal, something that wasn't revealed until 3 games later and in the DLC for the 3rd game. That is hundreds of hours of questions being thought of and being asked, with answers being vague. So when the Veil Jumpers just comment on how they knew their gods were evil, it just undermines this huge lore question in the series. It took players a long time, and when it was revealed that the gods did exist and that they were slavers, characters reacted accordingly. Sure, the older players knew this and their reaction was already known, but not keeping this up is still an issue. It makes the world feel less real, less immersive. Not everyone in the setting knows this huge secret, so when it is revealed, it should be responded to accordingly. And the new player doesn't get the scope of the ramifications of this reveal. This changes everything about Dalish and City Elf worldviews. For the Dalish, it's another blow to their culture. Not only have they lost so much, and they were humiliated even more. They were preserving culture that kept them as slaves, bearing tattoos that mocked them as property for one of the gods. The anguish some might feel, the rejection others will feel, but all of that is lost. For some City Elves, this isn't a change. It might make them feel more vindicated about their beliefs. They didn't abandon their gods. Their gods would have made them slaves. They made the right choice in staying and worshipping the Maker. Andraste wanted to free the elves from slavery. The elven gods wanted them to be slaves. Sure, the Maker did abandon them, but it was clear and obvious. There wasn't any confusion or misdirection. It was honest. The elven gods would have owned them. For others, they may suffer even more anguish. Many City Elves see the Dalish as hope for themselves. They could live free lives with people who care about them. But the elven gods didn't care for them. Now, it's not like Dav ignored what came before, because Dav does have the reactions to this reveal, but it's in smaller parts of the game, in idle conversations, banter, and codex entries. In the codex entry, A Lament for Fallen Elvenon, it talks about how an elf wishes they could have seen Elvenon, see the great works of the Empire, but realizes that those wonders are not emblematic of what Elvenon was. It was a place ruled by tyrants, yet their grief still for a home they could have called their own is still there. even for a moment. Strife says in the Codex entry, there is no shame in grieving for something lost, even if it was imperfect. In the banter for Davran and Baldur, they talk about this topic in length. Davran cares for it not, the gods were never his, he left the Dalish long ago and forged his own path. Sure, it is a blow to learn the gods he worshipped would have made him a slave, but he wasn't as affected by it as much as other elves. Baldur feels at odds for seeking the destruction of her gods. She has worshipped them and prayed to them and has looked to them for guidance or comfort. But now they are here and they wish the destruction of her people and the world. The game has the reactions, but it's the aftermath of the reveal and not the immediacy of it. The game does acknowledge this is a huge deal, but in small ways. The framework of the game sets the conflict up, but it doesn't follow it through. These small tastes should have been larger. It should have been present as this earth-shattering revelation, where the player is talking to many different characters, each of them contemplating the weight of this reveal, where the player gets to ask questions of each of the different characters and see their answers, each providing a different perspective and insight. And it could have been even more potent because the Veil Jumpers are representative of multiple clans. The player could have seen the conflict within these clans, some denying the truth, some accepting it, and some feeling freed by it. Yet it feels like there is no distinctions between them. There is a distinction. It is talked about in banter, idle conversations, and codex entries, but it's never presented or followed through. Two core components to BioWare games are how intensively dialogue focused they are, and how the curiosity of the player is assumed to have. Ever since Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, BioWare has always had a heavy focus on dialogue. Even in Veilguard, it doesn't start with action. It starts with dialogue, an exchange between two people. But Veilguard, on the whole, doesn't stick to this tradition as much. Within each of the origins of Dragon Age Origins, it stops the player so often in dialogue, it's almost comical. The player can go 5 steps without being able to initiate dialogue with someone, and this carries throughout the game. The player is able to engage with a variety of characters of all backgrounds. It takes a part of the D&D where a player wants to roleplay and engage with dialogue more than combat or wacky hijinks. And this was done largely because of the limitations of the time, where dialogue was the descriptor of scenes, emotions, and conveying plot information. But it wasn't bad. Sure, some things that were exclusive in dialogue, like saying a character is sad looking, should be part of the domain of animations, but other aspects should have been kept in dialogue, because dialogue is where BioWare characters shine the most, which leads into the next core component of a BioWare game, and that is being able to ask questions. To ask questions of the characters in front of the player, because they are curious of the world, who they are, the circumstances around them, and everything and anything. When the player meets the Veil Jumpers, it's reasonable for the player to not be able to ask these questions, because it's not the time to ask questions. They are in a dangerous place where magic is going wild, and they don't know how much longer they can stay. So it's fine if the player can't ask questions now. But the game never lets the player ask the Veil Jumpers any questions whatsoever. But when you return to camp, where it is much safer and there are times for the curiosity to wander, it isn't given a place to go. There is a lack of questions. In every BioWare game before Anthem, the player could ask a lot of questions, ranging from personal to cultural to ideas and pretty much everything that felt important to ask. And what made this good was for many reasons. For one, it was an excellent way to deliver exposition. Bad exposition is something that ruins the flow of the conversation or delivers information in a bad way. It pulls the curtain down on the play and you see all the stagehands, lights, wooden panels and all sorts. It makes the characters and story feel unreal. But RPGs basically solve this problem. Just make it a question the player gets to ask. It feels better that way because, for one, if the player doesn't care, then no issue. It doesn't feel unwanted, and what exposition that has to be delivered is minimized. But if the player does care, their curiosity is rewarded with a compelling answer, and not just an answer. For two, a lot of BioWare answers just don't answer the question, but suggest what to ask next, following into the next questions that are on offer, and even if they don't have another question, it lingers. It makes the player curious about what else there is to know. An example of this is with Alistair. Before the player can ask Alistair, what are the Darkspawn, the question is set up. The intro has Duncan talk about the Darkspawn, what they are and where they came from, but after the intro, the player can ask what the Darkspawn are and get the same answer as in the intro. They were blighted for entering the Golden City and bringing sin to heaven. Though if you are a dwarf, the answer is different. No one knows. Regardless, the question has been set up, and so when the player can ask Alistair where the Darkspawn came from, he asks which version of the answer the player wants to know. The truth or the Chantry version? Both are compelling. The Chantry says the Darkspawn are a result of man's second sin, entering into the Fade and bringing sin to heaven. The Maker cast them out, and the Magisters who blackened the Golden City returned as the first Darkspawn, much like the intro says. The truth, though, casts doubt on that version. No one knows. The dwarves say the Darkspawn came from underground, but where they came from and why they came at all is unknown. All the Grey Wardens really know is how to defeat them, much like the Dwarf Origin says. A question was asked, and the player gets two answers, both compelling. But it leads to more questions, like what is the actual answer? And it builds on another great aspect about BioWare games, storytelling through characters. Alistair is biased. He says there are two answers, the Chantry answer and the truth. He clearly is saying that there are some issues with the Chantry's version that makes it untrue, or at least misleading. He must have asked similar question to other Wardens, and they said they don't know if what the Chantry says is true. But also, Alistair doesn't like the Chantry. Before he was recruited, he found the Chantry restrictive and a punishment. He was sent there because Arl Eamon's wife didn't want him there anymore. He felt bitter and hateful, and that bled into his feelings of the Chantry. He still believes in the Maker and will uphold it to those principles, but he doesn't view it as a safe place or credible. Maybe he distrusts the Chantry's version because of experience. It makes the answer feel more compelling and real. Answers aren't just answers. They tell a person about the person who said it. Ask another Grey Warden who is a devout Andrastian, and they might answer with the Chantry version. Answers in BioWare games aren't just answers. They are answers that lead to more questions, and they are answers that are informed by the character the player is speaking to. They could be misinformed, lying, omit details, or don't have the full truth. This is a common theme across all BioWare games to some extent, and is what makes their characters feel alive. BioWare's fundamental core aspect is telling stories through characters. Characters are the perspective we get into other characters, stories, the world, events and places, themes. There is a truth to all of these answers, but to get the full truth, you will have to keep asking the same question to different people and seeing their answers, and then combine all those answers and seeing what's true, or ask the same question over and over again until the right person presents itself and the truth is finally given, with no misdirection, omitting, or lie. For 3, the process of getting a true answer is also what makes BioWare games so compelling. And with Dragon Age, it is even more so, because the player has to go through several games, each very long, and hold to the questions since the start until they can piece it all together or they get the answer. The process of getting to an answer is very much what makes BioWare's world building so compelling and interesting. It allows for reveals to be so much more wonderful. Finally, the pieces have come together, and even if the answer isn't what the player imagined it still satisfies nonetheless, because it makes sense, but in an unexpected manner. I am skipping ahead a bit, but the reveal that the elves came from spirits is just some wonderful writing. Ever since Origins, it has been established that spirits look towards the mortal world. Demons notably want to be in the mortal world, wants to experience the world, but even the kinder spirits still observe the world, looking into it. The inhabitants of the Fade are influenced by mortals. It has been thoroughly established in all the games and at the very beginning with Dragon Age Origins. And when the spirits enter the world, they change. Their natures change. They become more complex, growing from their initial virtue or sin that they embody and to be something more. Justice in the Dragon Age Awakening DLC demonstrates this growth on a smaller scale. When he asks the commander about the world's immorality, he gets confused. How can there be so much grey? In the Fade, it's simpler. He learns that the world isn't just compromised of good and evil. His understanding of justice grows. And then Cole in Dragon Age Inquisition is introduced. His entire story is about the choice of becoming more real or staying a spirit, to embody his virtue of compassion or to be more real, to be more complex. And this deepens Solus's relationship with Cole, because he too was a spirit. It reframes why he wants Cole to be a spirit. It isn't out of a sense that Cole should stay true to his nature, but that he regrets becoming a person. He is projecting his feelings of what he should have done onto Cole and not what Cole wants. Again, everything involving Solus just gets so much deeper and interesting. So when it is revealed that the elves were once spirits who took on mortal forms to experience the world and as a result becoming more than their virtue, it makes total sense. The games have been setting this up since the beginning. Confirming it now allows the characters to react to this, and it is more interesting with the elven characters. Baldur thinks the discovery should be shared. This is an ancient and foundational knowledge, reframes the entire understanding of spirits. They seek to grow and become more, but Davrin disagrees. If this was shared, how would the world react? Elves are just demons lying in wait. So much false justification can be made from that, and the elves don't need that now. Now, I do want to make sure that this is understood, but not all questions and answers are the same. Some are the huge lore questions, such as, what is the stone, or what is the maker? Some are very small, like asking the villagers about their lives. But all those types of questions and answers are still important. It makes their lives more real, placing them in the here and now, informed by others and their circumstances. Again, it makes it feel real and authentic. An example of how small questions make something feel real and authentic is the process of knowing why Liliana is so religious. She is presented as a pious woman, seeing visions of her creator guiding her to destiny. But the more we find out, the more she feels real. People doubting her visions and call her out on wanting to feel above them all, to feel special, like a second Andraste almost. But she doubts her visions as well, but can't help but act on them. Whatever it is important. She can't just have those visions and not act on it, because if she is wrong, something worse might happen. And how she gained this deep connection with the Maker is very informative. Betrayed by a friend, she had only one place to turn to, the Chantry. Welcomed her in with open arms, housing her and feeding her. The Maker inspired them to this kindness. Maybe, if she followed the Maker, she'll be inspired in the same way. Her life was full of lies, deception, and killing. She knew kindness, she knew love, but not this type of love the Maker offers. Not the type of love that is suggested. A love that is only asks you to do your best. And if you don't, all you have to do is try. Failure isn't the end, it's just another beginning. She saw this and wanted that. She wanted to be loved like that. In the grand scheme of things, it's not that important to know why Liliana is the way she is. In the first game, she is very unimportant. She grew in importance, but she didn't start that way. All she was simply a bard betrayed by a friend, and was then led to religion. Not that important. But it is. The whys of what she does is equally important because it makes the world feel real and authentic. But Dav doesn't have this at the beginning. The questions you can ask the Veil Jumpers are none. You can't ask Irulan or Strife how they formed, why they formed, or ask how they keeping all the clans together, and a countless number of other questions. Those questions have answers, primarily in banter, idle conversations, and codex entries. One of them I've already mentioned being the reaction to the elves at learning the truth of their elven gods. Dragon Age Origins is so novelistic in its design. It cares a lot about the details of the world, characters, and everything. It's why I think Dragon Age has the best description of magic of any fantasy world, because it delves into the details of magic and thinks about what magic existing would be like. But Dav doesn't have that often. It has the details, it's all there, but it either happens too little or is tucked away in the corners of the game. This is by far the least like Dragon Age Dav is. It doesn't allow the player to engage with the world in its details like its predecessors once did. The Antam would have had at least one character the player could have talked to before the Butcher, but it just doesn't exist. And I think why Dav doesn't have this, in my eye, core part of a BioWare game more often is because of the live service game doesn't care if the player is curious about the world or characters, because players aren't there for it. I am exaggerating a bit, but My Name is Bife exists, but most live service players don't care. The core reason they are there isn't for story, it's for gameplay and endgame. Every huge controversy that Destiny gets into is almost always about the gameplay, content, or endgame taking a nosedive in quality. It's what informed Anthem, and therefore what informed DAV's early days. Since DAV was built on Anthem's codebase, it meant DAV inherited Anthem's dialogue system, which was literally left or right. The Dragon Age team was faced with not only a live service context, but Anthem's restrictive dialogue system. They had to build an RPG with a live service game pass with limited time and limited tools. But they did get past it. As the game continues, the player is able to ask more questions, engage in more dialogue, and the game starts to become just a bit more novelistic. It touches on some of that BioWare goodness. My favorite example is something I will mention later, but the other instances I like quite a bit is when talking to Hardin about the Inquisition and her time there. How she didn't see it from the top down, but from the bottom up, with the many people who made up the floor of the organization. And when she does talk about the inner circle, it's from someone looking up, what they were like and how they treated her and others. It generally is such an amazing conversation that gives a different perspective on the Inquisition. In Dragon Age Inquisition, there were quests about the Inquisitor roughing it with the people at the bottom, but it was always from the perspective of the top going to the bottom. But what we get here is the bottom looking to the top and to its sides. And there is so much more like this. Baldur and the Archive Spirit, talking about the elven gods from the perspective of Anaris, talking to Emmerich about the Morn Watch and Necromancy, Davrin and the Wardens. The game gets so much better later on, but during this middle period, it suffers greatly. Now there are some issues still. While the player can ask companions more questions later on, they can't do that with other characters, notably almost every faction leader, with the exception of Evka and Antoine and Viper and Tarquin. But Evka and Antoine don't actually have a dialogue screen, and the format in which the player gets to know them is just clicking on them and them saying their dialogue. There's no presentation. That leaves Lords, Crows, Mornwatch, and Veil Jumpers with no ability to ask questions whatsoever. And when the player can talk, it's not always about the faction. Viper and Tarquin have a spat because the Viper had Tarquin followed. Tarquin is a Templar, and Templars in Tevinter are in the pockets of Magisters. Tarquin is offended by this because he has been part of the Shadow Dragons for a very long time. He feels like he has earned the Viper's trust. The Viper was just being cautious, wanting to ensure nothing was left to chance. It's a good conversation, and really does set the idea of Templars just being corrupt guardsmen. It also really does reveal a lot of information in a very natural way. But it should have been this and more. Not just these spats between faction heads, but also just talking to them in general. Getting the companion's perspective on their faction and other aspects of the world and characters is welcomed, but it's lacking in other parts of the game. The Crossroads is another example of the framework being great, but is filled with many missed opportunities and not feeling like a Dragon Age game at times. The Crossroads are a space in between the Fade and the real world, created by Solus to connect any Illuvian in the world, the Illuvians being mirrors that can transport a person from one side of the world to the next in mere moments. The Illuvians were originally made by the elven god June, Master of Crafts. The reason Solus made the Crossroads, with the use of his master mirror the Verivas, is because the gods could not track them. For one, they couldn't enter the Crossroads without his say. He controls who enters the Crossroads, so it's clear they can't track them at all, because the Illuvians created by June allowed any and all to use them, meaning if a slave used a mirror, then the gods could easily find that slave. But with the Crossroads, they can't. The slave could be in any number of places, or stay in the Crossroads, but even if they could enter the Crossroads, they couldn't find it where the slave is because the Crossroads is protected. So, Solus has his Crossroads that can take him to any Illuvian. He can't appear on the other side of the world in mere moments, but he can do it in mere minutes, still benefiting from the speed of the Illuvians. This is a great plot device, because it allows Rook and the team to be able to combat the gods effectively without the gods having to lack sense, and the game does say that. In the first Solus conversation, he says one of the reasons he could have defeated the gods was because of the Crossroads, and the game has set up the importance of the Illuvians since Dragon Age Origins. In Dragon Age Origins, everyone believes the Illuvians were simply mirrors used to communicate over vast distances. It's what Tevinter Magisters were able to do with it, so it must be true. But each game and DLC introduced more and more about them. Morrigan in the Witch Hunt DLC could go into one, taking her somewhere. Meryl could replicate an illuvian from a small fragment, and in Dragon Age Inquisition is where the player learned of the crossroads. The games have been setting this up for a long time, so when they're used, it doesn't come out of nowhere. It's been established for a long time and critical in many story points throughout the games. In Joplin, it seemed the player wouldn't have access to the illuvians and it would be used against them. But in Dav, it's used for the player. Either way, it does change the story. It's either an obstacle to overcome or the reason the player succeeds. The crossroads are the only reason Rook and the team even win. Without the crossroads, the Blighted Gods would have won. Travel between the different factions would have taken a long time. In Dragon Age Origins, just being in Ferelden took a year to travel around. But in Dav, it will be going across different nations on the other side of the world essentially. But the game doesn't have a moment where it reflects that if the team didn't have access to the crossroads, then they would have lost. It doesn't treat the crossroads as what they are, which is solving logistics. In the Dragon Age book Masked Empire, one of the plot points is who gains access to the illuvians, and every character present at this plot point treats it as it is. If Gaspard gets access to the illuvians, it's treated as he wins. If Celine gets access to the illuvians, it's treated as she wins, because being able to move supplies, armies or assassins across vast distances in minutes is just too powerful. It's why speed is so important in warfare. But Veilguard doesn't have this. It does talk about how important it is, but the game never shows examples that are clear and overt. As I was thinking about this topic, I realized that the time span Veilguard takes over can be how long the player plays in actual real-life hours. Between 30 hours just finishing the story to 70 hours completing everything. Rook is physically walking from one location to the next on foot. It takes months to travel from Minrathous to Treviso, yet Rook can do it within a minute. This means Veilguard at most, taking into consideration the times when the characters say they will sleep or that they do an activity a number of days, at most takes a week or two, and at the very least takes over a literal day and a bit, or 3 days. Bottom line is that Veilguard's plot happens fast, extremely fast. Every other Dragon Age game's story takes over the course of a year, or several in Dragon Age 2's case. Veilguard's story doesn't do that, and I like it. I generally think this makes a lot of sense, and once I took this into consideration, a lot of what happens in the game makes so much more sense. Like how each companion doing their own thing. Going back to their home for a bit or some other tasks makes so much more sense. It's literally just a minute to get there to do whatever, and then a minute to come back. Nev still working on cases is weird, but remembering she can just go home in a literal minute changes it. Yeah, why wouldn't she? If travel time wasn't an issue, then she would just do it. She would be bored out of her mind otherwise, and it would make no sense for her to just dawdle. But again, no one treats the crossroads as is. It isn't presented in a clearly telegraphed manner. The factions use the crossroads. The game explicitly tells the player this, and the player gets to see a Veil Jumper transporting messages to faction leaders, yet they never talk about how the crossroads fundamentally change their interaction with the world. The Shadow Dragons never mention how it basically makes their rebellion so much faster and more effective, or how the Wardens use the Illuvians to help the Blighted City, which minimize the damage. It's always implied, and the player doesn't even get a scene where they explain to their faction leaders. They can just use the crossroads and hear their reaction. So you're telling me these mirrors lead to a different dimension that cuts down travel time between locations from weeks to months down to a minute? What are you talking about? There should be disbelief, hesitance on using this, because it sounds too good to be true. And then talking to them afterwards and hearing how they've been using the Illuvians and how much it has changed their operation. It's why the gods want access to the crossroads so badly, because it would be a boon to them and a blow to their enemies. It's why there is an entire quest chain for the crossroads, about cleansing it of the blighted gods' influence, because if they are stopped, it means this critical hinge to the team's success is safe. But if it does fall, it means the team's cut off. The factions are cut off. One of the few advantages they have against the gods is speed and the ability to react wherever. It being removed means they lose. Now, there are some instances where the game does show some examples of how the crossroads is such a major advantage. The Veil Jumpers I mentioned, the questline I mentioned, but also the Candlehobs, who know about the lighthouse. Taking a moment to talk about the Candlehops, they don't have a lot of lore about them, and not a lot of lore in the sense that there are answers but they are vague, but simply they're just mysterious. The player can't talk to anyone and ask about the Candlehops. They seem to transport messages around Minrathos and seem to hate the Venatori, and like the Shadow Dragons, giving them messages of people in need. So they are aware of the lighthouse, and thus are aware of the crossroads and transports and letters, as the messages screen in the menu shows a Candlehop, implying they transport messages as well. The Candlehops are weird. The framework is here. Everything is set up. Solus talks about how the crossroads were one of the reasons he won. Characters all over talk about how important it is. But this setup is never followed through. It's never built on. It's never presented in that way. Everything is in place. It just needed more time, more resources. Because it's clear the developers knew the crossroads were extremely important. Because they made it a goal to gain access to it. Dedicated a quest line to it. An entire character whose sole mission was to defend and protect the crossroads. The Caretaker is a constant presence in the game, being used for both narrative and mechanical purposes. Mechanically, they upgrade the player's gear, increase in stats, and they provide enchantments. The player is only able to access more stat upgrades and enchantments via a resource called mementos. The game doesn't explain what mementos are. Mechanically, they are used to upgrade the Caretaker's ability, to upgrade the player's stats, and add more enchantment options. But narratively, they don't have a purpose. What I speculate their purpose is that they are part of the Caretaker's nature, to take care. To find these small little mementos that hold deep memories and ensure they are taken care of. To not be lost. And that is what I speculate the Caretaker is as well. There is virtually nothing on the Caretaker. You can't ask them questions beyond one conversation, and the rest of their dialogue is just saying variations of, "Dweller, you must take care not to fall to the gods' corruptions. They wish to take hold of everything." Or, "Dweller, you have done so much. All good." Now I love me some cryptic spooky woman, but this is just too cryptic. When BioWare games are cryptic, and they are at times, they still allow the player to be curious and ask questions. The answers won't be in full, but it will direct the player's curiosity. All the player gets about the Caretaker is that they are connected to the crossroads, Solus, and these mementos. But how they are connected is vague and based only on speculation, and not on answers received. Even if the Caretaker was evasive on questions asked, it would still be an answer. It gives something to go on. The most concrete thing about the Caretaker is that she and Xeon the Antiquarian have beef. This shriveled up old man from the fucking Steel Age somehow knows this enigmatic being exists, and they have known each other and interact with each other long enough to form mutual resentment. The Caretaker's only spot of emotion is about this guy. And I love that. Xeon is such a dude, and it makes perfect sense for this guy to be obsessed over ancient items and has things he has no business having, and has met legendary figures like Dane, who led a campaign against the werewolves plaguing Ferelden, and who spent the last 300 years trying to find a solution to his curse, and would eventually interact with the Caretaker. And what an interaction must have been. This raisin of a man just being so annoyed with the Caretaker. "I offered a generous price for these items, and the Caretaker refused. The gall! And not only that, but stole what was rightfully mine. I paid for it. I acquired it. And she took it. What else is a man of my stature meant to do?" And the Caretaker just is so done with them. It characterizes both the Caretaker and Xeon nicely. But that is everything we get from the Caretaker. Again, the framework is there. Everything is set up to explore an interesting character with an interesting history involving Solus. What do they think about what happened? Do they agree with what Solus does, or are they bound by their nature and don't care whether the veil is torn or not? As long as what is their domain is protected, then they could not care. All of these interesting questions, but none are answered. The game still works and operates well. The framework is strong, but what surrounds it is lacking. Some parts are filled out and presented well, some parts aren't. When it really needs to be filled out and presented well, then it is. The game does that, but it doesn't do it enough. Now, I'm not saying everything in this beginning middle period is bad, far from it, but it is the weakest part of the game, even though it still has some amazing aspects to it. Right after recruiting Baldur and returning to the Veil-Jumper camp with news of different type of Darkspawn, Erlen and Strife talk about how they have lost contact with the Veil-Jumpers going to a village called the Metis Crossing. Rook and the team volunteer to go there and check out what's going on. The fog has rolled in and night has taken over. Across from the boat, it is quiet, eerily quiet. Landing on the docks doesn't change this. Everyone is wondering what has happened. Where are the villagers? The village entrance is barred from the outside. What is going on? Vaulting over some barricades reveals what happened. The village has been blighted, and its inhabitants are not themselves. Their skin is covered in a thin layer of dark ooze, and their minds are not their own. Talking about dark things, the deeper the team go into the village, the worse it gets. Blight is everywhere. Dark flesh covering the floors, breaking out of the ground and buildings, and reaching for the sky. Bodies lie everywhere, with the houses being filled to the brim with the villagers' corpses. Harding makes a comment that this blight is different from the one she knows. She knows of a blight that is static and dead. This blight is alive, pulsing with dark power. For long-time players, this explains so much. The blight didn't change because the art style changed, as happened before, but because some force changed it so. It made it into this growth that consumes and corrupts everything around it. Pustules that grow and cover everything. The dark reds and blacks and greys sell the idea of a cancerous growth that fundamentally changes someone. And the village just keeps getting worse, and the worst is at the end where the two veil jumpers that were sent here are being consumed. Here they are surrounded by blight. What was once a building is now a flesh-covered cave, and they are at the center of it. The blight is draining them of any life they once had. They both die, warning of things to come. These things that made this happen. Outside this flesh cave is one who caused this travesty, Ghil, but she flees. Why? Maybe she senses the Dread Wolf's presence lingering. The only other soul remaining is the mayor of this village, who protests that he didn't mean for this to happen, that he was being controlled and influenced. It's not his fault. They promised such wealth. What to do with the mayor? Save him? Let him die? Or if the player's Rook is a Grey Warrant, they can send him to there. If he dies during the joining, he dies. But if he lives, he has to fight these monsters. This is such a phenomenal moment that establishes just what a threat the Blighted Gods are. What effect they will have on people and places. They will shape and control everything to their will, robbing them of any free will. Solus warned about the gods being more powerful and dangerous than he was, and he didn't lie. They aren't going to just conquer and rule. They will corrupt and twist everything. Rook and the team head back to warn the Veil Jumpers on what they witnessed. But as they discuss what they have seen, an old friend arrives, Morrigan. It is a long way from the Kokari Wilds where the player first met her. Morrigan looks so much older, so much more different. She doesn't have that same sort of personality that she once had, where every small act of kindness was a weakness and how a person has to be cruel and strong. She has taken the role that her mother once held, an old witch helping the heroes of the day, though through less vague and cryptic advice. Dragon Age has always had reoccurring characters, from Alice's possibly showing up in Dragon Age 2 and Dragon Age Inquisition, to less quantum characters like Isabella appear in Dragon Age 2. And it's amazing when it happens. It makes the world feel more real because they have their own lives going about. Their goals beyond the player. They are independent of the player. It also makes the games feel more connected. Having reoccurring characters show up every so often just gives the feel the player is in the same world as the first protagonist. It also makes the characters grow and change. Morgan was a very powerful and important person in the first game, but they were at the start of their journey. They had just left their home of many years and were on a quest that took them all over Ferelden and seen things they've only glimpsed. That journey did change them, but it wasn't the end. Over the course of a DLC and an entire game, we got to see them not only who they were at the end of Dragon Age Origins, but also beyond that. The positions of power she held, the raw power she held, how being a mother could have changed her, or how being alone did, or having the hero of Ferelden as their lover. Morgan started out as a mage with no experience with the outside world, but through the games we saw her change and evolve, ending up as we see her today, as a legendary figure. She has forged her own identity and mythical status, and it's good to see her again. Now, her introduction isn't without fault. While I do think her looks feel close to what an older her would look like, the art style change hinders that feeling. It looks close enough to Morrigan, but there are some details missing. And the biggest problem is how little we can ask her about her past. As I mentioned before, this part of the game has us basically asking no questions, coupled to the fact that she is a quantum character who could have had a child and could have had consumed the Well of Sorrows and various other things that she could have or couldn't have done, and the combination of those could haves and could have nots. The Morrigan the player sees feels like the common denominator Morrigan. She shares every common trait that the player Morrigan will have for certain, but she doesn't have the traits that are unique to the player who interact with her. It would have been wonderful to hear about Kieran, to hear about how his life has been, but we don't get to see or hear that. And that does suck. A huge charm of BioWare games is the idea that the player worlds could get carried on from game to game, that how they shaped their setting reverberates across games. Morrigan is such a character. The player could see their actions reverberate in her, seeing the consequences they made many years ago, both in real life and in the setting. But she isn't the weakest character like this. That goes to Isabel. Oh, Isabel. Not only do we get to ask her no questions, she has no personality whatsoever, and that really sucks. A lot of the interactions you have with her in the Lord's base and in Quest is stuff that could have been done by another character. A long-time player doesn't get the feel that she has had time to grow. It just feels like she's off, though her outfit is in keeping. Morrigan says Demeter's Crossing was a show of power. The gods didn't need to blight Demeter's Crossing. They just wanted to show off their powers, what they could do, what destruction, corruption they could wrought by their will. Morrigan says Rook must have many hands to help them against the gods, that to defeat them, Rook must have some serious magic of their own. As Solus says, he had the Virifos, but it was only goes to Olothan Forest. Baldur offers to fix the Virifos, being the most expert person on ancient elven magic, which leaves Solus's ritual dagger to be claimed, which Rook and the rest will do. But the best hope in defeating the blighted gods is, as Rook says, whatever it takes. After getting the Lyrium dagger, it's time for the next plan, and the best move forward is to talk to Solus. But before then, Rook has to place items of their past, and this is just such a wonderful section of the game. While I would have loved an Origin-style prologue, this is still really good, and even if there was an Origin-style prologue, this should still be here. Because it's good to have the player character to be able to reflect on their past actions. As done with this section, Rook can reflect on who they have become and to define themselves in, honestly, nuanced answers. Putting down the mirror, Rook can comment on how they look, and make cosmetic choices a part of their story, which is so good. Many RPGs don't have scar options mean anything. They're just there to look cool. But having the chance to comment on them makes the scars more real. Rook can say their scars remind them of mistakes or that they're just badass. And the mirror allows them to say if they are trans, which is such a neat detail for people who want it. And how it's incorporated into the game is well done. But if the player doesn't want any of that, they can just ignore it and comment on what their Rook looks like. Placing down the next item is relevant to Rook's faction, and this is where Rook can reflect upon the reckless action that forced them to leave their faction. Rook can believe they were in the right and that the people who forced them to leave were wrong. They did the right thing and were punished for it. Or reflect back on how they were wrong. Sure, what they did was good, but it costed. It costed time, resources, planning. Or they can believe they were right but believe it is fair to be forced out. They did sacrifice a useful item or months of planning for what amounted to small gain. And I just can't help but love this. The next item is specific to Rook's race. An example is the Qunari Rook gets paints and Elf Rooks get an ancient scroll. The general comments all Rooks make is how a merchant gave them this item and comment on their race. For Elven Rooks, the merchant says that they have a rich history more than any of us, and Rook can agree with it, or says it's tainted with the blighted elven gods, or that elves face prejudice in the world. But Rook can ignore all of that and just say they love traveling as much as the merchant. The last item to place is of Rook's class. Mages get a magical device, rogues get poisons, and warriors get a training manual. Rook can comment on how they were dedicated to their class archetype, reminiscent on those days, how they weren't great at it, or how it was good for nothing, because now they're in some serious trouble. Being able to define and reflect back on who Rook is makes them feel so much more real, and really shows the strength of a BioWare protagonist. Sure, Rook can't be evil, but there's so much more nuance here, and that prior characterization gets to be used for some great story moments. How Rook clashes with the villains, for example. All of this makes me wish there was an origin-style prologue, because this moment would have been so much more powerful, experiencing the events that Rook went through, and then getting a chance to reflect back on it, like how the player could in Dragon Age Origins Sacred Ashes quest. It's really good. It grounds the protagonist. And the next Solas conversation keeps reinforcing the idea of it being the best part of the entire game. He is so smug about what he said. He knows you need him and he enjoys it. He revels in how Rook can do nothing without his help, in knowing that he is right, and Rook has to say he's right. Rook sucks it up, asks him how to stop the gods, and Solas says he needs to know what kind of person they are, why they should trust them to lead the charge. Rook can answer in many ways, that nothing makes them the right person, that they are the only ones here and something has to be done, or that they aren't in charge, that they are doing what is right. The last option is that Rook is right for the job because they punch up, that they will take on whoever is crushing the little guy. Again, these are some wonderful nuanced characterizations of Rook that covers the ground on what kind of hero they are, that can be reluctant about their role or take pride in it. Any answer Rook gives satisfies Solas, talking on how he was very similar as well when he started, and that can be true. With that out of the way, Solas says the elven gods need two things to reclaim and dominate the world. First is the Blight. When he first trapped them, he trapped the Blight as well. And questions, glorious questions can be asked. Rook can ask how the Blight entered the world, or why the gods used it. Solas says that only a fragment of the Blight escaped when the Tevinter Magisters entered the Fade, and that they were only able to enter the Fade because the gods used a connection to the dragons, who the Tevinter gods thought as the old gods. That is how the Blight was able to enter the world. This confirms a long-standing theory that the old gods and the elven gods were one and the same. And it is a wonderful answer, and it's great to have that answer. Rook can ask them then why the gods used the Blight. Solas answers that he forced their hands. Their power was slipping, and so they used it to ensure that they could keep their power. So once they did, the Blight corrupted them and made them into what they are. For the gods to access the Blight trapped in the Fade, they have to tear down the veil to access it, and that can only be done with artifacts like his Lyrium dagger. Luckily for Solas and Rook, they already have his dagger, and so the gods will have to make a new dagger to pierce the veil, which will take time. The second thing is they need followers. They are gods after all, and what are gods without worshippers? Solas points out that Elgornon and Gillenane won't seek the worship of elves. They will accept it if they come, but the elves on a whole won't worship them, which does feel lacking. I don't think this is bad, but this needs more setup. The player needs to see the elves en masse knowing this to accept this as fact, to make it more meaningful. The gods will get the worship of people desperate in power, tyrants and bullies, the cruel and corrupt, who fear their own vulnerability and seize any chance to feel stronger. Rook has already met one like that, the mayor of Demetis Crossing, who was corrupted so easily, swayed by the promises of wealth, because they will be reliant on the blighted gods for their power and thus be devoted to them. If Rook can find them, then the gods can be found. Solas ends the conversation by asking Rook to tell Varric that he regrets what happened, and that is what Rook does next. Talks to Varric. Varric knows the threat at hand and knows that he can't lead them in the state he is in. Rook must take point. Rook can be accepting of this, concerned, or refuse it. But Varric trusts Rook. Rook is the person who can lead this team. He chose them because they can navigate their way through the wildest things Varric has seen. That doesn't mean Varric won't be here to talk with Rook though. And again, questions. Rook can describe their doubt, concerns, how they hurt a member of their team. Rook has seen so much and has thought about everything he has seen. He understands what Rook is going through. He has faced similar things in the past. His words and voice carry that forward. Rook then tells Varric that Solas regrets what happened to him. Varric responds that Solas is sentimental. He can burn the whole world but cry over a single flower with blackened petals. Varric ends the conversation by saying that a good leader doesn't always have the answers, but they know who does. Rook should ask Nev if she has any contacts that can help. The prologue is effective in setting up the rest of the game to follow. It provides a strong framework that the game can build on in fine detail. the threat of the gods and how the team is going to deal with them, how natural each step of the plot will be, and just on what the writing is going to be like going forward. Varric and Solus are such beacons of good writing, and the game has shown that Rook can have very nuanced dialogue. When Veilguard is in these core parts of the framework, everything has to count. All comes together to support it, creating fine details that are beautiful. But the game doesn't always build out this framework. What it builds is sometimes less than what it's expected or should have been. Nev suggests 2 places to look. The first place is the Antivan Crows in Treviso, to find and hire the Demon of Virantium, a mage killer. And I just can't take this seriously. Sure, Lucanis is a powerful assassin, and I have no doubts on their ability to kill mages. The setting has set up how easily Templars can take down mages with enough planning, foresight, and tools, but these are gods the player is dealing with. Even with what Morgan says about the gods just being powerful mages, doesn't undermine the fact that they are beyond powerful. A mage rook has special dialogue where they can say what Solus did with the ritual is beyond what any magus can do. And if Solus says the gods are more powerful than him, then an assassin isn't going to cut it. Even Morgan says they are powerful and require powerful magics to defeat. But the next place to go makes a lot more sense. Go to Manrathus and use the old and ancient city that is built on the ruins of old and ancient elven magic to find out about the gods. It is a good plan that makes sense, something must be there, and the faction the player will work with is the Shadow Dragons. This is good, but it's mired by having to go to Treviso for some reason. I feel like there's such an easy fix to all of this. Just have Nev suggest to go to Minrathos first, and at the end of the quest where the player stops the trade deal, a note is found, or an interrogation happens that reveals the Venatori are moving supplies near Treviso. With no other lead, at the moment the team goes to Treviso and then finds Lucanis. Will be thankful for the team, freeing him, and then joins them. Because as it stands, Treviso and the Crows are the weakest part of the story. When the team gets to Treviso, the Crows explain how Lucanis has been dead for over a year. But then Katerina just says, no, he wasn't dead. The body they showed me wasn't him. I also know where he is. Like, what is this? In the span of a minute, Katerina just drops that it just creates such a whiplash. I don't know. There is no exploration of finding Lucanis or having the player prove themselves to them. Just, oh, they were actually alive. And it implies that Katerina knew where Lucanis is for a long time. At least how I interpret it. She definitely knew he was alive for a lot longer than a few days. She just left Lucanis there for so long, and this is never picked up. Katerina is described as being harsh, and I interpret this as a bit abusive, yet the game doesn't actually try to reconcile with this idea that Katerina just did this. Lucanis isn't mixed on Katerina. It comes across like he doesn't like what happened, but sees it as necessary, and the player can't really question that. Where is the logic and the writing from the prologue? Each step that was taken was naturally made. After getting into the lighthouse, the next step was going back to the ritual site. The Veil Jumpers were there too because they were also investigating. The team goes to Baldur then because she's an expert in elf magic and can help them. After that, the team volunteers to find out what happened in Demeter's Crossing, and then after that, Rook talks to Solus on what to do next, and throughout all of that, it establishes and sets up the story going forward. But now that sense just feels like it's going away in this section. Now I'm exaggerating a bit, but the game doesn't try to reinforce why the player is going to any place in this beginning middle section of the game. It just feels like set dressing for the player to get somewhere. When Rook talks to Nev about, hey, let's go find some leads, Rook doesn't open with what Solus said to them. It feels like Nev just says like, okay buddy, I know where to go next. Treviso Minrathus. It doesn't feel like it's built upon with what Solus says. It doesn't say, hey, Solus says we need to go get the gods, and how to get the gods is we need to find the way to stop them from doing the blight thing, so we're gonna have to wait for that until the opportunity arises, and for us to find them quickly, we'll just have to find some of the followers. Do you know any people who would like follow blight or corrupt the gods? And it's like, we'll try to find that kid. But like, that doesn't actually happen. Again, it just feels like set dressing. It's trying to use the momentum generated from the prologue to keep it going, but without trying to maintain or increase the momentum. Even going to Manrathus the first time feels like this. The player goes there and suddenly they're just doing something different. The goal was to ask the Shadow Dragons what they know about the Elven Gods and ways to defeat powerful mages, but now the player is just doing something else. Sure, it's related to Nev's personal quest, but the way it's framed is a sidetrack. Something came up and now we're doing something different. It doesn't start with a conversation where Rook and the Shadow Dragons discuss what happens and suggestions on what to do next. It throws the player in immediately without much time to absorb or breathe anything. Which also leads to another issue Dev has. There aren't many moments of downtime or moments to breathe, especially with how fast the story moves from an in-setting perspective. Again, the game at most takes about 2 weeks for all its events to play out, yet the game doesn't imply a lot of downtime. There are moments to breathe, but all optional. None are forced onto the player. The game wants the player to keep rushing, and this means there aren't a lot of moments where the player can absorb anything. The game does get better about this later on, but never enough to fully build out its framework. In Dragon Age Origins, after reaching certain starting points, it implies a lot of time has passed, but also there is downtime, such as when Darkspawn attacked the camp. Sure, it's not downtime in a relaxed sense, but it's being forced onto the player, allows them to feel not only time has passed, but that the player is living in the world. But the player is rushed to do Nev's quest, and this isn't a bad thing. All the companions' quests are in some way a component to the game's larger narrative. Nev's antagonist is Aelia, a character who is working with the Elven Gods, and if not defeated does affect the main quest. But it's framed as a side quest, more than a main quest. And the way the quest ends reinforces this idea. The quest just ends and the team leaves. They don't go back to the Shadow Dragons and discuss what they know about the Elven Gods and how to combat them. There isn't even a suggestion to use Templar methods to defeat the gods. Templars in Dragon Age are hard counters to mages. Their abilities essentially reinforce reality and the mutability of the world. They do use lyrium to make their abilities more powerful, but they don't need it at all, as Alistair said all the way back in Origins, causing whatever magic, hex, ward, or anything that was formed, or going to be formed to be dispelled. There are other counters to mages, such as fine poison dust that was used in the Dragon Age book Stolen Throne. When the poison dust is inhaled, it paralyzes a person and it can go through a mage's wards, but these are powerful, blighted creatures. I don't think a paralyzing dust will work on them, but the fact is there are methods to counter the gods beyond the lyrium dagger, such as being a Templar. Sure, the ancient elven gods have ancient enchantments that will be extremely difficult to break by any mage, even Solus, but why not just reinforce reality and say, no, in fact you can't do that, it's not real, it's fake. Even if it won't remove it completely, it'll do something. Despite the fact that many Templars in Tevinter can't use these abilities, doesn't change the fact that the team could simply use the Alluvians to go down south, find a powerful Templar or Seeker, and just have them help against the gods. Sure, it wouldn't do much, but they need every edge they could get. Or Rook and the team can be taught how to tranquil someone. For those who don't know, because the game doesn't talk about it, when someone is tranquiled, their connection to the Fate is severed. They can't perform any magic whatsoever, but it leaves them with no personality and no ambitions. They become a monotone, docile, and obedient thing. A horrific fate to be sure, and a way to defeat the gods without the Lyrium Dagger. Another option to be used, as shown in the concept art for Joplin. The developers were thinking the exact same thing, as throughout the concept art, Gillinan was tranquiled by Solus and Solus tranquiled himself. Though interestingly enough, no concept art existed of a tranquiled Elganon, probably because again, Elganon was going to be the final big bad in the planned Rook trilogy of games. This was a plot point, but it wasn't developed on. I don't know why. Maybe the team found it against Solus' characterization, which does make sense. Even with the gods being what they are, he probably wouldn't deny them their dreams, you know. But it could also be that they couldn't weave that in as an option because it would take too much time to develop. They had constantly moving deadlines and therefore couldn't plan appropriately. But if they had the time, it would have been such an amazing option to have. Not only in that there are more options, but also because it would make sense with the world as is. Sure, there is a cure to being tranquil out there, but no one is going to give the cure to blighted gods. It could also have been a weird, neat, non-lethal option that could have resulted in some cool conversations. Imagine the arrogant and tyrannical Elganon becoming the obedient servant, answering why he was the way he was, and about his fellow gods, all in a docile tone. It would be horrific, obviously, but it would have been interesting. And it would have been an amazing choice to have on how to deal with Solus. Strangling him would be a desperate move, a suicidal move. Without the target being restrained, it wouldn't work. But at the end, with the weakened Solus, he could be easily overpowered. And what a tragedy it could have been. Imagine how a Solar villain would react to Rook. The anguish, the hatred. Solus become the thing he so vehemently despised. The emotions would be ripe. I would never do that because it's awful, but having it as an option would be nice. The issue with Solus being a tranquil was that he did it to himself. He wouldn't have done that, but leaving it as an option for the player would have been great. Now, this isn't without problems. How the Veil has been maintained is by the Blighted God's life force, so another life is needed. But the game isn't clear on if the life needs to have a connection to the Fade or not, but even if it did need someone who had a connection to the Fade, it could have been solved by simply using the Templars. It would be ridiculous how many Templars would be needed, but I think it could have been done. Regardless, the Templars not being a big part of Dav's story does suck, as well as the lack of an Chantry. The Chantry is a huge aspect in Dragon Age, and their presence is lacking. Like the Templars, the Chantry is mentioned everywhere, but isn't present. Chantries are used for meeting places, the Maker is mentioned multiple times, and the Hallsberg Wetlands is just teeming with Andrastiism. But they are never characters the players meet. But when the story calls for the Chantry to be mentioned or discussed, it does. In one of the lore revelations involving the Chantry, every companion recognizes it, that it changes Andrastiism at its core, and that this reveal disproved the faith seemingly. Again, Dragons of Veilguard's framework provides everything, but it isn't built upon. The Chantry is everywhere, but it doesn't have a voice. It's in the background, just being there. But when called in the story, its voice sings. During one of Nev's quests, the player and her go to the Chantry's Wall of Light, which demonstrates how different the Northern Chantry is from the Southern Chantry. The Wall of Light is filled with small motes of light floating. They symbolize remembrance. But the only way to light those orbs is through magic. And if someone doesn't have the magic, then they have to pay someone to light the orb. If someone can't light the orb or afford it, it means they don't really care. It's a subtle implication that demonstrates the divide between mages and non-mages. The Southern Chantry wouldn't do this because not everyone can, and they are distrustful of magic. But the Northern Chantry use it to oppress non-mages. Again, if you really cared about someone, wouldn't you try to find a way to light those motes? Tradition dictates this, and it's your way of showing to others and yourself that the loss of someone affected you deeply, and that you will keep the light shining in memory of them. It's a wonderful moment. It sucks that the player didn't hear more of this voice in the game. This period of the game does last up until 10 hours, if the player is trying to be a completionist. If not, then it doesn't last that long. But couple this with other lingering elements of the game's live service past, like level design, and it feels like the live service game with a story that is tangentially related. But this doesn't last forever. After confirming that the Venatori work for the Blighted Gods in the quest Shadows over Marathos, the team is told that the First Warden wishes to speak to them. Finally, something can get done. Rook meets the First Warden under the guise of discussing the Blight. But upon meeting, the First Warden isn't there to help Rook, but imprison them for spreading, in his opinion, false information about the Blight. What I love so much about this section is just how much it makes sense, but also continuing one of the themes of Dragon Age, on how power, tradition, and status blind a person. The First Warden can see past the centuries-long tradition of the Wardens. The Blight cannot possibly change. From everything he knows, the Blight is static in both what it is and how it acts. An archdemon rises, and then it falls. He can't get his mind out of it, which leads him to failing to see what is in front of him. The Blight has changed, and the Elven Gods are real and here. But he can't see that. Rook is then saved thanks to Dorian Parvis, one of the few reoccurring characters from the prior games, and I must say I love him dearly. Dorian returning was such a hope for me, and I'm glad the game did that. Everything about him is on point. His snark and snark are just wonderful to hear again. While I am sad that the lack of reactivity or the inability to ask him questions, the game is improved with his presence more than not. And with Mavarus as well, the two share a wonderful dynamic. He says to the First Warden that he will spill Grey Warden's secrets and doesn't care about their security. The First Warden relents and lets Rook go. Dorian lied. He didn't have any secrets at all, and he was just bluffing. But he's so confident in what he said, and his position as a Magister allows him to gain secrets. It's easy to see how the first Warden backed it down. But Rook and the team still need the Wardens. They are the best at handling the Blight, and luckily for them, Harding has met Wardens who would help. 2 Wardens named Evka and Antoine, and they are one of the best characters in our Dragon Age. Their dynamic with each other is just breathes so well. I get the wonderful impression of 2 people who really are in love with each other. The subtle ways, like how they speak differently to each other versus other people, to the mannerisms they use. When Antoine says, "Désolé, I didn't say it was a good plan," I can imagine so much with that voice acting alone. I can't help but feel how they feel for each other. And that is thanks to both the voice acting and the writing for them. And it's amazing how a Grey Warden Rook gets an extra layer of connection with Evka and Antoine. It's a small detail, but it really does change the feel of the interaction for me. Rook tells them how the Blight changed and discussed what happened with Demeter's Crossing. Evka and Antoine believe Rook and say it makes sense with the changes they have seen, but the First Warden doesn't like them, and so it won't be easy to convince the Order with just their words and theories. So the best they can offer is Davrin, a monster hunter even among the Wardens. Evka and Antoine will keep after the Blight so long. Rook leaves to go get Davrin. There are a lot of reasons I love this so much, and one of them is that this was a better reason the player has to go get Davrin than Lucanis. The goal was to get the Wardens on side, but it couldn't happen because the Order couldn't be convinced due to the First Warden. The best next step was to recruit someone who could offer Warden expertise, which Davrin certainly is. From his design to voice actor, everything about him exhumes a noble Grey Warden hero, who will fight to the last to defend anyone in need of saving. And he has a griffin to complete the image, the noble knight clad in imagery of heroes of old. Davrin distrusts Rook at first. Someone randomly shows up at the place they ensured no one will come to. Of course he will distrust Rook. But he trusts he must because his fellow Wardens are missing. And throughout the level, the player gains such insight on Davrin. The player learns of how the Griffins came back to be and how there are 13 of them. And a new threat that looms, that has been targeting Wardens specifically. It has an animating thought behind it that most monsters don't. As Davrin and the player progress through the level, it shifts and changes. It shows the desolate land of the Anarphils, scarred by Blight's past. It's a dead and peaceful land, leaving the ruins of stronghold, griffin perches, and monuments to heroes long dead and gone, but whose names still remain. Now the land is infested with a new Blight. It no longer leaves the land dead and drained, but transformed it into a corrupted life. Sacks of flesh and pus will consume this place, and things grow dire more and more. The sky grows darker and the winds howl. Davrin's fellow Wardens, who were meant to train the Griffins and treat them, have all died. He is left alone in the mission to restore this lost legacy of the Wardens, who were only remembered in stories and songs. But he fails. The Gloomhowler reveals herself. She looks so different from her blighted brethren. She looks so dry, tired, and sunken. Her eyes are the only color in her grey and darkened form. She is menacing but betrays a tragic nature. Her posture makes her look small. But she is still a threat. She takes the Griffins away. Davrin was responsible for them, and he failed them. He failed the memories of Lancet and Rem. He failed the Griffins. Rook says they can help Davrin get them back, but only if they get his service as a monster hunter to end the blight of all blights. Davrin, left with not many options, agrees with this. Such an amazing section full of amazing dialogue, visuals, and moments yet to come. But this isn't where it ends. After returning from the High Anderfels, Rook is interrupted. Continuing the momentum that was built up with Davrin's recruitment mission, we find out that the gods have sent 2 dragons, one at Treviso and one at Minrathos, and now Rook has to decide on which cities to save. They can't save both of them as there is no time to, but they can save one. So which city will they save? And this is so expertly Dragon Age. One of the best things about Dragon Age, and by extension BioWare, is the moment of questioning. Oftentimes there is a clear answer to which choice is the correct choice. But with how BioWare games are written, the player pauses and goes, wait, hold on a minute. Such as deciding which city to save, Treviso or Minrathos. It's a compelling choice to make because the player has to decide which city is worth saving. Treviso can't protect itself in the same way as Minrathos. A lot of people will die in the attack, and the result of not saving them leaves the city blighted, meaning no one can live there without becoming diseased. But then you have Minrathous. The Venatori will take advantage of the attack and attempt a coup. If the player doesn't go there, then the Venatori will have slaughtered their opposition and have complete uncontested power of an empire. An empire that will be used for the god's purpose. It's clear which choice is the correct one, but the moment of questioning is something BioWare does massively, and how the two companions of each city, Lucanis and Nev, add more layers to this choice. And then the player gets to see the follow-through of the choice, the consequences of the player's actions. Whichever choice the player does make changes what quests are available and changes other quests. If the player saves Minrathous, Treviso will have quests about halting the Blight and seeing its consequences. It is truly wonderful how apocalyptic Treviso looks. This is everything I imagined a blighted city looking. Tendrils of flesh reaching for the sky, a haze of red mist hanging over everything. What once was a beautiful and ideal city is now gone. Now, to be fair, Dragon Age Origins' version of the Blight wasn't like how Dav depicts it, and that's fair because obviously Dav's version wasn't created because, the gods went around to change the Blight. But I do like this version of the Blight very much so as well. Both, I think, are equal in my mind. I think the Dragon Age Origins Blight version does bring a sort of different feel towards it, and I think that's very valuable, while the Dav one obviously does another one as well, and I think that is very valuable. It makes walking around it afterwards so impactful. The player didn't intend for this to happen, but it did. One of the best moments I had with Veilguard was the bards everywhere. They played the tavern songs that are in Inquisition. It's a wonderful moment in Treviso because you enter this little cafe that overlooks the city, the beautiful architecture in the distance, reflecting against the water with any number of tavern songs that could be playing. It really makes a small moment so much greater in my mind. Coming back to the same place shows it's empty and devoid of life. Now across the waters, the tendrils go up to the sky, covering everything. The waters now reflect the Blight instead of a beautiful city. The ending is also changed somewhat as well. A reoccurring character throughout Treviso, Jacobus, is blighted, and during his final moments he saves the city from the governor. This changes the dynamics and the tone of the quest. Treviso has been blighted, and through a lot of sacrifice and deaths, it's getting better. But if the player saved Treviso instead, Jacobus stays alive and then becomes a full-fledged crow. It also changes how the player interacts with their companions. Lucanis decides by himself that he will spare Ilario and how to resolve his issues with Spite. But if the player saves Treviso, they'll get to weigh in on those choices. It's a wonderful consequence to the player's actions, but there is an issue here that I will get to in a moment. Minrathous is changed similarly. Upon the player's first return to Minrathous, the Shadow Dragon's hideout is destroyed. They have been slaughtered and scattered to the wind. Walking through the destroyed hideout shows this. Bodies lie everywhere, and when the player exits the hideout, they see even more corpses piling up, carts full of them, and throughout the streets, shadow dragons hanged all over. The quests for the shadow dragons now are just reclaiming what small gains they once had, to find out where everyone went, and to save their blighted leader, the Viper. The shadow dragons were decimated, the Venatori won, and they spared nothing to show it. This is the fate of all those who oppose Tevinter Reborn. Though this isn't without any issue. While the choice here is so compelling and does have some great follow-through quests and moments, it does have issues. Namely that if the player saves Treviso, all of the side quests in Minrathous involving who is the next Archon and all the politics of the city are not available. There is a lack of resolution to it. Not just that the player can't choose what can happen, but simply that there is no quest at all. And that does suck. What I imagine as the consequences of this choice is not how it played out. Treviso is fine because the player can see how it ends, but not Minrathous. What is odd about this even more is that I don't think it would have been that difficult to simply allow the player to play out the quest, but not to have an input on the choice. The player can see Treviso's final quest and see it differ from a saved state to a failed state, but not Minrathous' final quest. It could still have the same direction of trying to take control back and put one of the Shadow Dragons as Archon. Obviously it would be a bit different because it wouldn't be exposed in a takeover and would rather be about a different method of taking the Archon position. So in this case it would most likely be Dorian taken over because there is no peaceful solution anymore. I think the most likely explanation is a lack of time, and of course, the game wants to be a live service game. Anthem had no narrative choices typical of BioWare games. They are usually about mechanical choices than anything else. And so Veilguard had to reintroduce and develop typical BioWare choices in a game that lacked it. During the game's development, the Community Council for Dragon Age pushed for more choices, and the which city to save choice resulted from it, and the creative director John Epler said in a Reddit AMA that he wished they could do more of these choices. But time and a live service pass prevented them from doing more. But it doesn't change the fact that it was affected. Like how the player couldn't see the resolution to Minrathos, they can't see the resolution between Lucanis and Spite. That does suck. It removes the elements of his arc that would have been great to see. How he comes to his conclusions without the player's input would have been an interesting thing to see. There could have been a moment where Rook offers advice or suggestion and Lucanis just puts it down, explaining how this is their choice to make, that Rook doesn't get to influence it. And while I love the Blighted Treviso with all my heart, I can't help but dislike how there aren't any missions on evacuating the civilians in the city. It makes sense to turn the market into a field hospital, but for them to say there the entire game is just dumb to me. It's fine that the crows stay there because they're fighting against the Antam, and the Antam are aligned with the gods, and them just having the entire city themselves spells out trouble. But having the civilians stay there seems poor on their part. But for the most part, all the choices in Dav are compelling, even the smaller ones. As I have discussed before, the beginning choice the player can make involving the mayor Julianus of Demeter's Crossing is really good. Whether to let him die, save him, or give him to the Grey Wardens, if the player is one. And the consequences are done quite nicely. If the player saves Julius, he becomes part of the Venatori. The Whispers of the Gods were too much for him, and his mind led him to becoming part of them. Letting him die, though, unlocks a quest to investigate blighted corruption in Olithan Forest, where it shows the Veil Jumpers dying. The investigation leads to the player finding out that Julius is the source of it, now transformed as a Darkspawn, cursing the player for doing this to them. The other option is only available if the player is a Grey Warden, and I like it quite a bit. Restriction what the player can do or say because of the choice in origin is something I appreciate a lot. It is what made me play each of the different origins in Dragon Age Origins one after another, because I wanted to see how each origin felt different. It changes the feel of it so much. When the player sends him to become a Grey Warden, he saves a group of Grey Wardens. The player then gets to talk to him about his life as a Grey Warden, how he feels after betraying his village, and what it means to be a Grey Warden. He regrets what he did, and in true Grey Warden fashion, views his time with the Wardens as redeeming himself. Locking off the good conclusion to this choice behind Rook's faction is something I love so much. It is not only explains the other Rooks wouldn't have the knowledge on what being a Grey Warden exactly does, but it gives such a different feel to the quest and makes me want to replay the game even more. But what I love so much about this as well is that Julius' voice is by Loghain. I take this to mean that Loghain was meant to be in Dav, and his voice actor was pulling double duty, but wasn't able to play Loghain due to the game's past. But regardless, I love him being here. Still, after all this time playing a villain turned hero, BioWare has had a cast of characters they reused quite often, and it builds an identity for them. And what is really nice about it is that the voice actors chosen have a distinctive voice for each character they voice. Did you know that the first one is actually Male Hawk? It took me a while to realize that, but once I found out I was quite happy. Nicholas Bolton started out in Dragon Age playing as Vong Sir Berend and Arl Bryland, minor characters really, but he got the chance to play bigger roles, and that is amazing. Even the voice actors grow in importance in Dragon Age. The choices and consequences in Dav are great when they happen. Dav does have choices, but not many choices like the prior games. They have choices on what direction a companion will take at the end of their quest, but there are not many choices beyond the companions. The only big choices in the game that isn't related to a companion is which city gets to be saved, what to do with the mayor, and who gets to be Archon. That isn't many. When the choices do come into play, they are compelling, but they don't come into play often enough. But when they do happen, the options reflect what the player and Rook might want to do. The candidates on who gets to be Archon is Dorian Parvis and Malvaris Tailani. Tevinter is in need of a new leader, someone who can change the Empire from a nation of mages oppressing the weak and non-mages to the institution of slavery. Neither Dorian and Maevaris could become Archon because they don't have enough political support. But with the secrets and blackmail they have acquired, they could push one of themselves to become Archon. But they can't decide who should be Archon. Each candidate wants to be the leader, but they need someone to be the tiebreaker. Someone whose word is trusted by all. That is where Rook comes into play. Rook has helped the Shadow Dragons in many ways. They are trusted by the two candidates and will accept their choice no matter what. And this is where some glorious questions come into play. The player can investigate both candidates, the two Shadow Dragon leaders, and ask Nev what she thinks. What Maevaris is going to do is fundamentally use the systems in place and try to change it from within, to make people see that she is a noble leader who won't deal in the same dirty tactics as her foes. Dorian disagrees with this vehemently. Maevaris trying to work within the system and try to change it isn't going to work. They tried with the Lucanis, but that didn't work. They failed at using that political bloc to enact any change. The Magisters aren't going to let it happen. What Dorian is going to do is use the blackmail and secrets they have and get rid of all the Magisters that oppose them, ensuring they will get their reforms through. Maevaris thinks this is awful because then they won't be any better than them, the people that they oppose, and that the people won't see them as any better. They're using the same tactics as before. Rook can ask what will the other do if the other is elected, and they both give the same answer. They will support the other fully and completely. Tarquin and the Viper are asked similar questions and answer similarly, but from the perspective of the people who will support the candidate and not use the power. Regardless, they both agree that whoever wins will get their support. The question being asked here is which method the player thinks will result in the better outcome. Do you think that Maevaris' more peaceful method is best, or do you think Dorian's more radical method is best? Unlike which city to save, there is a clearer choice. Dorian is far better because he will root out the corruption into Winter, blackmailing those who need to be or replacing people. Maevaris can pressure those magisters into changing, but that isn't realistic. The only way to have change happen is by removing them or blackmailing them into submission. This choice is so compelling, and while I do think one is just the correct option, having the other option is meaningful. But there is a lot of missed opportunities for the game's choices and consequences. More choices could have been there, such as the choice to side with Solus, or at least fail to stop him, and having more choices like the Archon choice in every faction. I could have imagined so many factions having sub-factions within them and decided on who to side or what direction they could go in, and the consequences of the game could have felt more fleshed out. The companions' consequences, I feel, are pretty good, as they do feel like they have changed and grown as characters in whichever path you chose for them, and which path they take is very compelling. When the game does present the choices, they do often feel compelling, but due to the game's development, it wasn't meant to be. Again, constant deadline changes, and the fact it was a live service game, and they aren't really expected to have narrative choices, meaning that the choices so common to BioWare weren't as present as they should be. That doesn't mean what is here isn't good. After deciding which city to save, the team needs to know what to do next. Rook goes to talk to Solus. Solus says that what they need to do next is to get a Dragon Hunter and a Fate Expert, one to deal with the Blighted Dragons, and one to deal with all the Fate-related matters. Before I get into the companions and factions, I must talk about the character who guided this game and who carried a lot of the game's narrative, Solus. Solus is genuinely the best part of the game, and none of that is clearer than the Solus memories, which contain the best writing within the whole series. The Crossroads is home to many things, and Solus's memories is one of them. It ranges from the different Revenant fights, which is Betrayal of Phalasson, Slaughter of Pillars, and Fall of the Protector, each representing some memory and regret of Solus, made manifest to serve the will of the Blighted Gods. Betrayer being the memory of Solus killing a longtime friend, Phalasson. And I'm not sure what memory, Slaughter, and Protector are meant to represent. What I interpret is that Slaughter is meant to be some great culling that took place, and the Fall of the Protector could represent Solus failing to be one. To the scripted quest where the player gets to interact with Solus in the past, each of these memories showcasing who he was during the rebellions and what he became at the end. He started out as a hero fighting blighted tyrant gods, doing what he saw best, to then using spirits to his own ends to get what he needs. even if it means their deaths. And then finally, to my favorite part of the game, Solas regrets. These are the memories that caused him so much anguish that he wished to forget them completely. It's the could-haves and should-haves of Solas. The imagery, the voice acting, and the music set this perfectly. And the discussion that follows is just amazing. Each of the companions bounce off ideas and theories on what is going on, and that's just amazing. Each regret reveals something about Solas, the Evanurs, and what they did so long ago, and it gives Rook the chance to articulate themselves so well. It is where Rook has the best dialogue of the entire game.
You cannot do this, Algernon. You swore that we would give up our commands when this horrific war was over.
Our people need our leadership. If you're unwilling, leave.
Our people must rebuild, and we must help unite them.
So, we did not fight for freedom, but to conquer this land and our own.
We fought to win, and now the Evanuris are as gods. I do not answer to Mythal's annoying lapdog.
The people are afraid. They must believe in something.
They need strength.
And wisdom.
They need gods who can protect them.
We are not gods. You will learn that.
Every lapdog hides a wolf inside.
The first memory isn't something grand. It's mundane. It's politics. The Evanuris took power after a brutal war and made themselves into gods. But Solas opposes that. Solas didn't want this to be the outcome, which is clear enough, but what Solas really regrets here isn't exactly the Evanuris declaring themselves gods. It was Mythal siding with them. Rook can understand Solas. Solas fought this long war, and their friend betrayed them. It goes against everything he stood for. Or Rook can side with Mythal, understanding that after this war, people were tired, and Elganon wouldn't give up power. What would happen if Mythal sided with Solas? Another war would happen. Mythal thought it was best to side with Elganon and keep the peace, to guide the Evanuris to a better place. And Solas knew this, but was still angry that she chose peaceful politics over his ideas. The first memory ends with the team reinforcing the idea that these memories are important because they know Solas isn't going to stay trapped for long. He will find a way out.
I was not certain you would come.
You were the one who walked away. I never turn my back when my friend needs me.
The Evanuris seek the magic of the Blight.
Impossible. The Blight is safely sealed away forever.
Though I wish I could believe you. I have sensed the breaking of the wards.
I will investigate your claims. If they forget the danger of the Blight, I will endeavor to remind them.
What if, instead, you left the Evanuris and remained with me? Do you not wish for freedom from this struggle?
Be at peace, love. I will stop them.
As you must. The Blight is our mistake.
The second memory is Solas warning Mythal that the Evanuris are using the Blight. Mythal doesn't believe this at first, but will tell them of the dangers of it. Solas begs Mythal to join him, to be free of this. Mythal says, "Be at peace, love. I will stop them." Solas and Mythal have a deep connection with each other. Whether it is as Tal suggests or what Baldur says, doesn't deny that they were very close, and you can hear that in Solas' voice. But Solas didn't meet Mythal just to chat. He meets her to talk about the Blight. In Solas' eyes, the Blight is a bigger threat. But that isn't all the information on that we can gather. Because, as Nev points out, this memory is something he wishes to hide. Hardin suggests that why this is such a sensitive memory is because Mythal died. How I interpret this is that this is the last conversation Solas and Mythal had before she died. And as Tosh pointed out, it's not just the death that hurt him. It was the things he never got to say to her that twisted him inside.
You dare to try to cage us, jealous of our growing power!
You will pay the final price for this betrayal.
We warned you not to use the Blight. For this, and for Mythal, I sentence you to sleep in exile ever after.
Your own lives will form the veil that keeps the horror you unleashed at bay.
The third memory continues what happened in the prior memory. Solus is in grief of Mythal's death and enacts his final plan to permanently stop the elven gods. He will trap them in a prison of their own, fueled by their own life force. But something went wrong. The ritual went awry and created the veil, separating the dreaming fade from reality. As Baldur says, Solus destroyed the elves with this act, ruining their empire for all, not just the wicked but the innocent as well. But Davin retorts, it was to stop the blight, and that is just a good thing. But as Emmerich and Nev say, he didn't intend to create the veil around the world, just around the gods to prevent them from accessing their magic. But this isn't the biggest reveal. The characters and the player knew Solus created the veil, but what is the reveal is that the city in the center of the mural looks to be the Black City, once the Golden City. It's where the elven gods are trapped. Lucanis responds to this revelation, "You're asking if we just disproved the entire Andrastian faith." Harden responds, "This is a huge reveal, and one that has been floating around the Dragon Age lore community for a long time. Many people have made the connection that the Evanurus and the Old Gods are one and the same due to the similar number of them and conflicting lore with the Maker, the Black City, and Griffiths' own vision of events. But this confirms it. And I love the reaction each of the companions have to this, and how Rook can respond. Rook can speak from an Andrastian perspective or a non-believer, and tell Harden that they still believe in the Maker, or that they feel shaken too, or brush the question aside altogether. But regardless, this doesn't disprove the existence of the Maker. Davin points out how there was an entire verse with an elf called Shartan. He was brushed aside because the chantry didn't want elves in the chant. And Tosh drops an amazing quote that really makes their character feel so much more deeper. Doctrine is not the truth. It is one of many paths to the truth. Whatever the chant says doesn't mean it's the full truth. It has been changed and altered. The Maker could still be real, but had events misattributed to them. This is such a wonderful and nuanced handling of this reveal. Everyone recognizes that while this change is one story, it doesn't change the faith, and the game goes to great lengths to ensure this. And this just makes me yearn for more politics in Dragon Age. This is so artfully done, yet the rest of the game isn't like this. The fact this exists tells me that the writers had it in them, but were limited severely.
You have so long observed the world. Why not consider joining it?
But I have no desire to live as humans. I have the Fade. Besides, this talk of taking on a solid form. I think you underestimate the danger. When you took the glowing stone to build your body, did the earth not shake?
Delirium gives us the strength we had when we were of the Fade. We are the best of physical and spirit. I need your wisdom, Solus, to withstand the louder voices who would go too far like Elganon. I need you.
This is madness. You must know that. I will always follow where you go.
The fourth memory recontextualizes everything the player knows about spirits. The elves were once made manifest using the blood of the Titans, Lyrium, which caused the ground to shake, and Solus was one of those spirits, a spirit of wisdom. The team is shocked by this reveal. Now, for long time as players, this wasn't really unexpected. From what was implied by Justice and to Cole himself, it has been expected that spirits can take the forms of mortals. But just because the players knew about this doesn't mean this isn't good. Because the reactions of these characters make this so much more better. Because it makes them feel real. The players knew, but they didn't. Baldur and Davin discuss the implications of this. What could be? Davin is fine with it, but Baldur wonders if they are spirits. Emmerich points out that this only applies to the original elves. Over time, the elves became more like humans. Emmerich says this should be shared, but Davin points out that elves had dealt with enough. This will just be used by bigots to argue that the elves are just demons waiting to happen. It recognizes so readily what Dragon Age is, and I can't help but love that. But what does Solus regret here? He regrets ever becoming a person. He loved being a spirit. He loved what it meant. He regrets the act of stealing the Titan's blood, but what he regrets most is that he never said no to Mythal. Everything that happened could have been prevented if Solas simply said no. The elves would have suffered, but what came after would have never happened.
Have you created what we need?
With this, the proper ritual will sunder every Titan from its spirit. But you must know those severed dreams will certainly be driven mad. A disembodied blight of pain and anger. It is awful what we're doing.
And the only way to end this war.
The fifth memory is the more apocalyptic. Solas crafted a dagger of pure lyrium and with it severed the dreams of the Titans from their bodies. Some went dormant, others raged in a blight of pain. The war was won, but the consequences of the war were long-lasting to say the least. Hardin is furious at this. Solas saw her every day since she was in the Inquisition, and he never owned up to it. He never asked for forgiveness or anything. Hardin's newfound connection stirs this within her. It's clear Solas regrets killing the Titans, but Davin says that is worse than that. He regrets the creation of the Blight. If the Blight wasn't created, then Solas wouldn't have regretted his actions as much. It's the consequences of his actions that he regrets. And what Rook can say is just amazing. I love the addition that Rook can say if the Blight or Darkspawn can be saved. Davin says it can't. Obviously, as players know, this isn't the case, but this is still an amazing response. The only issue I have with this regret is that Solas says he doesn't wish to live as a human. Every regret has involved Mythal in some way, and each memory is a deeper and deeper regret. What could be a bigger regret than the genocide of a people which caused their children to be dreamless and created the blight that now plagues the story? In typical Solas fashion, it is something deeply personal.
I knew that you would find me soon enough. You need the power of a god, the strength that I alone still carry.
The blighted Evanuris will soon break free from their prison. I must make a stronger one that can contain them.
While the prison is important, it is not the only goal you seek.
Why should I not tear down the veil and bring back immortality to all the elven people? They deserve it.
The elven people of today do not deserve to see the world they love be torn apart to salve your conscience.
I must fix what I have broken. I am sorry.
As am I, old friend.
The last memory is of him killing Mythal, or at least a fragment of Mythal inside of Flemeth. Solas, who so dutifully followed Mythal and did everything he could for her, now is dead once again because of him. Why did he do it? Well, because he lacks the power to fix his mistakes. But Mythal calls him out, saying that he only wants to salve his conscience, that what he wants to do isn't for the elves, because the elves of today don't want to see their world destroyed. But Solas doesn't see the elven people of today. He is so wrapped up in his own ideas and vision that he doesn't see another path. This is Solas' biggest regret, having to kill Mythal himself. But this isn't just Solas' fault. This is Mythal's as well. As Rook can point out, Solas sacrificed everything for Mythal, and sided with her to do an awful thing. Mythal was the one who lacked wisdom. Instead, seeing the Titans for what they are, she just saw her people in need. Instead of trying to sue for peace with the Titans, she fought against them. This isn't just about Solas' mistakes and regrets, it's about Mythal's too. The team recounts about what they've learned. Solas is honest about the Blight. He will help the teams contain the Blight in the Fade, but he plans on leaving the prison he is in and has no reservations betraying people. And he was once a spirit too. He could have powers of a spirit like affecting minds, and he created the Veil. That could be a weakness. Mythal is a sore spot for him. Using that could do something. Solas thinks he knows what is best. While this does give the team a lot of information on Solas, they will have to figure out how to use this. Luckily for them, someone is just outside ready to help.
How did you get here?
I did tell you I had my ways through Illuvians when I introduced you to the Inquisitor, did I not?
The Illuvians in general, yes, but not the Dreadwolf's Crossroads.
I would think you have more pressing questions at the moment. Questions about Solus and Mythal?
Mythal?
The two gods have always been linked, have they not? First, when Mythal bade her companion spirit to abandon the Fade and take on mortal form. Then, when Solus spilled Mythal's mortal blood, that he might absorb her power as his own.
Wait, how do you know exactly what we saw of Solus's past?
Think upon it, Rook. You saw for yourself in the Dread Wolf's memories. When Mythal stood against the gods' manipulations of the Blight, she was betrayed and struck down. Yet she survived and returned ages later to aid the Inquisition in its hour of need. How?
So if Mythal was originally a spirit, maybe that's how she survived her body's death?
Very good. Mythal was a spirit turned elven. And when her body was struck down, to spirit, she returned. Her essence sheltered in a willing mortal vessel. Over the centuries, she journeyed from host to host, slowly amassing her former power anew. Until once again, she was struck down, on this occasion, by Solus. He absorbed her power, but not her memories.
Then where did they... Wait, you?
As you say.
Assuming you are who you say you are, how much is a fourth elven god going to complicate things?
Only as much as you may allow.
What? That was like how Elgernon and Gillinan can talk in your head, but...
'Twas Mythal you heard, her echoes. Yet I am not the goddess returned.
What are you then?
I once feared Mythal would consume me were I to carry her, but 'twas not so. I remained free-willed and mortal. What I now possess is but a spark of Mythal, shadowed memories through which to sift for meaning. As to our admixture, I suspect you have questions.
How can you carry Mythal's soul if you're not an elf?
Her spark has sheltered within both elves and humans who were sympathetic to her in thought and circumstance. Mythal's last host was a woman wronged, trapped by those sworn to love her. We may readily imagine their kinship.
So there's the soul of an elven god inside you. How does that even happen?
Mythal's last host was my mother, Flemeth.
Oh.
When I learned she intended me to become the next receptacle of an ancient god's soul, I feared naught would be left of my own. It inevitably came to pass on a deep night. I was awakened by the presence of a blaze of magic in the shape of a woman who both was and was not my mother.
This isn't the strangest thing I've heard, but it's close.
'Tis difficult to describe, even now. Mythal's memories were both gift and burden, this blazing woman told me, but I must accept them of my own accord. The decision was paralyzing. What would it mean to become such a host? What would be lost if I refused? In the end, 'twas something in my mother's voice which guided me.
What was that?
Regret. Not the regret of a god, but of a mother who knew she would never see me again. And so, my mind remains my own. What I gained was knowledge, both Mathal's and of those who bore her.
You would have met Solus in the Inquisition, right?
I did indeed. 'Twas before I possessed Mathal's memories. At the time, I thought Solus a scowling elven apostate whose sole passion was finding arguments. He heard me, in all my ignorance, expound on the histories of the elven people, explaining legends he had witnessed himself.
Bet he loved that.
'Tis not a memory that brings me pride.
Do you have information we can use against Gillenane or Elgar'nan? Or Solus?
The last time Mathal faced Elgar'nan and Gillenane, she was struck down by the very dagger you now carry.
What about Solus?
You may recall he murdered Mathal's former host to claim her godly might as his own. I hoard no untapped magical secrets, Rook. What I do possess, I share freely with you and the Veil Jumpers.
All right. You didn't come out here just to tell me you're Mathal.
I am not Mathal in her entirety, but yes, the Dreadwolf has occasion to visit you in dreams, where he portions out advice. And now, after finding his memories, you have peered into his deepest sorrows. Tell me then, what do you make of Solus?
I should ask you. Mathal knew Solus better than anyone.
I would influence your answer. Or do you mean to discover if I would stand directly against the Dread Wolf were there a need?
Would you?
I shall aid you in any way but that, even had I the power. What has passed between Solus and Mathal? I beg you, do not ask this of me again.
Every decision he made, Solus thought he could save people, stop things from getting worse. Now his only way forward is a plan so terrible, his last friends had to stop it.
An unfortunate belief that all paths are closed but those one has already taken.
There might have been a better choice.
'Tis not malice which made Solus your opponent, but conviction, a belief that only he may halt what he set in motion. Yet Solus was once beloved of Mathal. 'Tis his very loyalty and love for his people that led to the tragedy we now face. You may be in a position to determine how it ends, more so than either of you might realize.
Well, that's not terrifying at all.
You have been thrust into the lives of gods. Fate will have its way, whether or without our permission.
Even more comforting, Morrigan.
If you would shape the outcome of your battle, I've one last secret to share. When Mathal was struck down by the other gods, it was with her own lyrium dagger, the dagger you now carry. Solus recovered it from Elgar'nan, and from it extracted a fragment of Mathal that had lain hidden within its depths. This fragment, a younger sister to the one I carry, if you will, resides here, in the crossroads. I can open the way for you, find her, survive the encounter, and the essence you obtain will aid you in times to come.
Another fragment of Mathal? In addition to the one inside you?
You are aware of what the word fragment means, are you not? One small piece of many, formed when something greater is broken. The first elves were spirits, as you well know, and when a spirit is broken, it may shatter into pieces, each holding part of the original. Among the ancient elves who became known as gods, Dirthaman and his brother, Falondine, are but one example.
All of that sounded great until survive the encounter.
You know Solus, and have seen Elganon, and memories of Mythal. They are creatures of emotion, as all spirits are. The fragment of Mythal that resides in me lived among mortals for thousands of years. She has grown wiser and more patient. This younger sister has not. She is the essence of Mythal as a god. She is unlikely to listen to polite requests, and though she is but a fragment of the goddess, the battle will test you sorely.
If she's just going to attack us, why tell us about her at all? We have enough enemies already.
A fragment of a god's essence is a powerful thing. It may give you options against Elganon and Ghilanane, or against the Dread Wolf himself, should he prove as cunning and treacherous as ever.
What kind of spirit was Mythal before she became an elf? I know Solus is elven for pride.
Mythal enjoyed ruling and having power, but it came not from the overweening desire to crush resistance, as is the case with Elganon. The emotion that inspired her might best be described as benevolence, a guiding hand, inclined to kindness. But like any spirit, when angered or twisted against her purpose, a more violent aspect arose. Where the Dreadwolf's wisdom gave way to pride when the world did not meet his standards, Mythal's benevolence gave way to retribution. After all, when kindness fails, the guilty must be punished.
You would know this aspect of Mythal better than anyone. Could you try talking to her?
I dare say she would attack me on sight.
Spirits can't get along with fragments of each other?
Spirits, certainly. But the aspects of a self-righteous god who have walked different paths for ages? One bears the insult of her betrayal by the Evanuris, and then by Solus, as fresh wounds, insult upon injury. The other once fell in love with an Alamari chieftain and lived happily in a swamp for centuries. Each reminds the other that another path existed, that they could have been wrong, and nothing angers Mythal like being wrong.
If I were to try to talk with her, do you have any suggestions?
She will demand respect, but detest flattery. She appreciates righteous anger, but will not tolerate pity. She is, for want of better phrasing, prickly. But if you are determined to try, then I wish you luck.
Thank you for the information, Morrigan.
I only ask that you reflect upon what I have said. The Dreadwolf is not so apart from the world as he thinks. There, you have the advantage of him.
This is my favorite conversation in the whole game. Talking to Morrigan about the elven gods, Mythal and Solus, it just reminds me of my fond memories just listening to what companions have to say. Just put the Dragon Age Origins camp theme on, and this would fit right in. Morrigan speaks on how Mythal fragmented. When a spirit dies, they don't just vanish, they fragment. And Morrigan contained one of those fragments, as did her mother Flemeth. Why this is important is because another fragment lies in the crossroads, one that hasn't lost all their power or the personality of the original Mythal. Rook goes to this fragment of Mythal, and this conversation is just so amazing.
You are Rook. I have seen you and your companions. We made ourselves bodies to be like humans, but I never expected to see humans scurrying about in the Dread Wolf's crossroads. And you know who I am?
Mythal.
The part of me that survived betrayal by the rest of the Evanuris, if this can be called surviving. Solus. He drew me from the dagger that struck me down, but what is left of me can only survive here. I cannot return to the world, and even the true Fade is denied me. All I can do is watch. Why are you here? To beg me to give up what remains of myself to help you defeat the monsters Elganon and Ghilanane have become? Or do you simply think yourself ready to fight a god?
I came here to ask for your help. The gods have endangered the world and...
You dare explain to me what they are doing? You are 1,000 years from knowing the proper words.
We saw Solas's memories. His regrets.
You saw the recollection he cultivated like a tree, twisting to catch the sun. You wish for my help? Convince me. Make your case, and I will yield my essence willingly to help you against Elganan and Gillenane. Fail, and I shall kill you for wasting my time, or you will kill me and obtain my essence in doing so. A harder-edged, simpler version. It has been centuries since a petitioner stood before me, so why should I help you?
I am worthy of your help.
That is for me to judge.
I am fighting to protect this world.
Any petty tyrant can fight those who come to their land and claim to be protecting their people. I have seen rulers, human as you are, the mages of Tevinter, following in the Elven Empire's footsteps. They build nothing that does not serve them. Why should I believe you are any better? What is a protector to you?
It's making a place that's safe for everyone. That means defending against danger, but it also means building a strong community that works together for the common good.
And what have you built?
Look at my team. We're not just hired blades. We started as strangers and grew together into a family.
Not bad, but not enough. Let us speak of something else.
Solas is helping me.
Solas is using you. Besides, why should I esteem the Dreadwolf's approbation? He rebelled against me.
But the two of you stayed close.
Until he killed the tattered fragment of me who hid inside the human swamp witch and wept. He keeps me here, yet has not visited since waking from his slumber. Tell me this. What should I have done when Solas turned against me after all we had been to one another?
Maybe you should have listened when he warned you about staying on as rulers after the war.
Are you saying I was wrong?
You asked me what you should have done. I can't prove my worth by lying to you. Solas didn't want to manifest a physical body or destroy the Titans. He did things he hated because he cared about you. Supporting you and Elgarnon becoming rulers was the one line he wouldn't cross. If someone who followed you everywhere refused to follow you there, what does that say?
If you wish to prove your worth, you must do better than that.
If I don't stop the gods, the whole world will be corrupted by the Blight.
That is why you must succeed, so tell me why I must help you.
We know the truth about the Blight. We know it came from the imprisoned dreams of the Titans after you and Solas defeated them.
And?
Stopping the Blight mattered enough for you to talk with Solas, even after he rebelled against you. It mattered enough for you to stand against the other gods.
And I was struck down for doing so, betrayed by those I had ruled beside for centuries.
You made the difficult choice to protect your home, because it was the right thing to do. Help me do the same.
Your arguments are compelling. I find you worthy, Rook. I have spent thousands of years watching. I shall miss that. But if what I am can protect the innocent and smite the guilty, this is what remains of me. I give it to you freely. Use it to protect this world with kindness when possible and cunning when necessary.
I will. Thank you.
I offer one further boon. I cannot enter the physical world or the pure Fade, but in this place, I still carry some power. Evil has intruded here. The Blight, seeded by Elganon and Gillenane. Find it, and when you meet your greatest challenge, I will fly one last time.
The essence of a god.
Thalanast.
Like a piece of the sun. I've never felt something so alive.
I don't want to ruin the moment, but what do we do with it?
A god knows her moment. At least, her essence does. When the time comes, we'll be ready.
Rook has to convince Mythal to help, and they have to understand who Mythal is in order to do that, and these are just some amazing options. Convince Mythal, or take her essence by force. But taking her essence by force will lock off the good ending of Dav. This is some real good dialogue and consequences to this choice. In this moment, Dav feels so much like Dragon Age, and shows to me that this game is Dragon Age in its core. This isn't the final time I'll talk about Solis, but this was needed. Solis is such an amazing character, and it was important to have done it right. And they certainly have. Dragon Age Veilguard's companions are in so many ways the best BioWare has to offer. As for the factions, I will get to them a bit later. Companions have much more content than any previous BioWare companions, totaling hours of content, rather than what was about an hour spread across the game. In Dragon Age Origins, each companion just got one quest that usually was the capstone to their story. Alistair struggles to find a sense of family, and his last quest is meeting a blood-related family member, who doesn't really seem to see him as family. What he learns is that the notion of family is a poor one, or that they have found a family in the player. That's great, and I do like it, but Veilguard is a lot more involved with its companions' quests. At the low end, with 5 quests, the game has Baldur, Harding, and Lucanis. Emmerich and Nev have 6, Davrin is at 7, and Tosh is at 8. And depending on which city is saved, Lucanis will have 6 and Nev will have 7. There's so much more content for the companions in Veilguard than prior games. To the banter, Dragon Age Inquisition had the most banter in its base games, totaling 5 hours. Dragon Age Veilguard reaches that 5-hour mark with only 7 companions instead of the 9 Inquisition has. But there is even more. The Lighthouse gets its own unique banter, and that totals 41 minutes, and their regular banter is accessible outside of the play spaces in the Lighthouse. The companions will talk to each other like in Mass Effect 3 or Mass Effect Andromeda, making the access to this banter much more readily accessible, causing the characters to feel much more real and establishing their relationships quicker. And it also makes it so much more meaningful because of this. They are also more dynamic and reactive, having more to say about plot events, other characters and companions. They even romance each other if the player doesn't romance any of the involved party members, which has been a thing since Mass Effect 3 with Tali and Garrus and Iron Bull and Dorian in Inquisition. But Dav gives so much more time and development to these relationships. It's not something that just starts out of nowhere like with Garrus and Tali, nor is it exclusive to banter like with Iron Bull and Dorian. It is given its own cutscenes that the player can participate and interact with, encouraging and helping them get together, like with helping Tosh get a gift for Harding. And after they do get together, you get cutscenes of them together and banter about them getting together. These companions are the most real any BioWare companion has been since, and I would argue the most real feeling companions in any RPG I have played. Their party dynamics and backstories feel fully realized. While these companions are not the most antagonistic towards each other as prior BioWare companions, that is an issue. This time around, BioWare wanted the companions to actually care for each other and be friends, and this group feels like they are friends with each other. From the book clubs that they engage in, to how they console each other through their trials, makes me think they are friends. So while I do miss the more inter-companion conflicts of prior games, like with Anders and Fenris, it is wonderful to see how well written this group of friends are. Now, the reason why they are much friendlier does come down to the enforced lighthearted tone. Way back in this video, I discussed how Dragon Age Veilguard took the limitations and tried to incorporate it into its narrative, and it has done it mostly successfully. It fits with the themes the game is trying to tell. Solis says that Elganon and Gillenane attract the tyrants and bullies, those who covet power, who is best to stop people like that? Well, those who are the opposite. Those who want to fight against power and those who want to redistribute power. And each of the companions fit this theme quite well. They aren't fighting for themselves or to get more power. They are fighting to stop oppressors and for others' rights. So what the Dragon Age team decided to do was to lean in on that idea. That good will conquer evil, and that to conquer evil, everyone has to work together. They turned a limitation into a strength. Explains why the game is the way it is. Why it's so lighthearted at times. Because with no other option available, they just leaned into it. If you can't fight it, then simply work with it. Now, do I like the lighthearted tone? No, not really, and the issue for me is mostly expectations not being met. The humor in Dav is pretty well written, I chuckled it many times. But the issue is what I expect out of a Dragon Age game. I enjoyed the darkness of the world because of how it was used. Characters reflected upon the world they live in, and some take it as a challenge like with how Liliana was in Dragon Age Origins, or as just a matter of fact like how Morrigan took it. And then seeing those people clash with each other resulted in interesting conversations. One of my favorite banters in Dragon Age Origins is with Zevran and Alistair. Alistair is freaked out by the killing Zevran does. Zevran deflects the question with humor. Zevran doesn't really take it seriously even though Alistair does. Sure, Dragon Age Origins is full of death, but if you play a good character, it's mostly in self-defense. So seeing Alistair taking this subject very seriously and Zevran just deflects with humor makes it more comical to me. But this is made even more meaningful because Zevran is disturbed on some level in regards to his killing. All the death he has done was dispassionate. It's only when it was his second last contract when it really hurt him, where he had to kill his loved one. Death meant a lot more to him there. Humor can be used to make a tragedy even more potent, because it becomes clear they use that to cope. Dav does this to a degree in its characters and banter, but the game sets up an initial expectation that it won't be the case, even though it does. The worst example of this is with Harding and Emmerich. The writing falters a lot here. For one, it's such a weird conflict and a weird resolution. Harding doesn't like Emmerich treating this as a field trip with all the luxuries of home, and Emmerich doesn't like having to rough it like Harding. Okay, why is this an event interaction? Why couldn't it just be, a banter line? For two, they are going out for a weekend while the Blight Gods are still about. Okay, and for three, these two should know better and shouldn't act like this. This moment is the clearest example of the forced lighthearted tone not working and causing the worst writing in the game. But as I said eons ago, the game was able to become a lot darker later in development, and it does show that in the game. The longer the game goes on, the less the jokes are about. The more serious people take the threat of the gods, and the more like Dragon Age characters the companions become. And this isn't just in regards to the tone. Sure, the companions have more quests than prior games, but over half those quests are conversations and outing quests, meaning that quests that take you to a unique location constructed just for that companion is about 2 quests for every companion and 1 for Davrin. Weirdly enough, the outings and event conversations aren't a bad idea. They actually make a lot of sense within the context of the character and framing them. It shows us who the character is rather than having the player ask them a lot of questions, which can come across a bit artificial. An example that comes to mind is that after Alsagar and Flement's hut, you can just stand there for 10 minutes asking Alistair a bunch of questions. Good questions and interesting questions, but it is odd. In no way is that the place to assault the boy with questions, yet the player can. But the outings and event conversations replace the traditional method of just asking companions questions. Davrin's outing is framed as the player and him just going out to get ginger war truffles in Arlathan Forest, but how it is used to articulate Davrin's backstory. When I said the player learns a lot about the companions, I mean it. Darren talks about why they aren't with the Dalish and why they became a monster hunter and then a Grey Warden. It's expertly written and expertly acted. It gives such a sense of who they are as a character, as I will get into more in depth later. But if this was put in a prior Dragon Age game, the player would have learned about the character through just asking. And that is the issue with these outings and conversations. They don't supplement or add to the companions, but replace what was there before. These outings and conversations should be a mainstay within the series, because when they are done right, they are done expertly so. Ballar's first outing is exactly this. During the quest, she gets very angry at another Veil Jumper for saying they shouldn't check the resonance crystal on the devices, because it has never been a problem before, and that one time it was a problem, they didn't even know for sure that it was the issue. But Baldur insists aggressively that they should do. The Veil Jumper realizes something, the player doesn't, and apologizes. It is later revealed that the reason she is so upset at that comment is because her brother died due to the failing of that component, which she blames herself for. She says that she checked it 3 times, but she should have checked it a 4th time. She discusses how much her brother meant to her, how they were similar, and how they wanted to both learn everything about Elfanon. He means a lot to her. He always grounded her when she felt too caught up. He used to call her Vorshan, which meant hummingbird. How her thoughts always gotten too far ahead of her. And I genuinely teared up at this scene. The character, which I wasn't too into at the start, quickly shot up to my favorite companion of the game. The contrast of her being so full of life and energy is contrasted with this regret she has, that she was at fault and she doesn't know how to move on. The conversation gets quieter and quieter as it goes on until there's no sounds other than her and Rook speaking. It ends with her looking disheveled and weary. Her mind knows she isn't at fault, but her heart can't let her be. This is so well delivered and really hones in on the themes of regret and making Baldur feel like a real character. This outing legitimizes the use of this method, because I would have no doubt that if Baldur simply said in response to questions about her family, "My brother died," would not have had nearly as an effect. But many of these outings and scripted conversations don't do that. Davrin's is one that I feel like it could have just been a normal conversation you ask him, because what is revealed isn't something so deeply personal or sensitive to him that he would shy away from. Darrah is a very upfront person. What should have happened instead was that these outings and scripted conversations should have been in parallel with the traditional conversation system, because it can avoid things like with Darren's outing, but also make these outings so much more potent because it can serve as a setup. Imagine being able to ask Baldur these questions, then hearing her hesitance towards answering some of them. It lets the player start to wonder why she won't answer those questions. What is so sensitive about them? It starts that initial question that will lead to the outing. It would have been really great. Now, there are some other issues with the outings and scripted conversations, and that is primarily that the quests sometimes feel at odds with the urgency of the plot. And this is purely because the game doesn't frame the crossroads as it is. It makes sense that the companions would just go out while these huge threats are about if they could pop in and do something for a minute. And the game does say that, but it never uses it. But why does Dav do these outings and scripted conversations? As I said before, Anthem only had 2 dialogue options and no questions could be asked. But another feature, or lack thereof, is that any conversation was always scripted. The player couldn't march up to Owen and ask him about his life story. No, the player has to wait until the game lets you talk to him. And Dav inherited that. The player can only talk to companions and ask them questions in scripted sections. Over half their quests are just conversations. And while that isn't bad, it does mean that the team had to realize they couldn't do that what they have done before, and had to adjust to this new limitation. Like with the Force Light of the Tone, they did the best within their limits that they were given. And with outings like Baldur, I think they did very well with it. Not just in the limits imposed by Anthem, but just with the game's companions in general. A huge issue with BioWare games companions and companions in general is that after the final quest, they effectively become dead. They have no new dialogue, no new interaction, and no new content. Dav changes this by including an epilogue quest for each of the companions, wrapping up their quests in a neat little bow. But also, they still interact and react with the companions and main quest. It takes a lot longer for them to stop feeling real than any RPG out there. These companions truly are the best BioWare has to offer on a technical skill level. They are more reactive, alive, and detailed. At the start of the game, it doesn't feel like it, but as it goes on, it gets much better. Unlike prior games, where companions were related to the main quest in the sense they share themes of the games and are part of groups that are involved with the main quest, Dav's companions are intertwined with the main quest because of the scale of their threats. In games past, the biggest threat to a companion could be a person they had beef with. Like Liliana. I am simplifying here, but it was much more personal. It was small stakes. Dav's companions deal with personal stakes, but it's scaled up to bigger stakes. Stakes that could be games in their own right because they are huge threats on their own, but since the Blooded Gods are free, it makes it just not really that important. And I wanted to get this out of the way first because all the companions' quests, except Davrin's, feel like they should have been factions' quest lines. I don't mind the being optional thing, thinking in retrospective, because ultimately what is needed to defeat the Elven Gods is not an army. The game shows the Blighted Gods destroying Weishaupt, an army of veteran wardens couldn't stop one of the Blighted Gods, and the weaker of the two. As Solas says, how he defeated the gods wasn't with an army. It was with a ritual dagger, a crossroads, and trickery. And that is what Rook ends up doing with the gods. Not defeating them in combat, but getting close to them enough and weaken them enough to defeat them. So the companions' quests being optional isn't an issue. It makes more sense that they would be optional, because that isn't what is needed to fight. But framing them as exclusively companion-centric feels off. Doesn't mean they aren't good, because they are good. What binds the entire game and the companion story is grief and regret. Grief and regret of the personal, or grief and regret of the historic. Hardin's story is about the anguish and loss over people and a legacy. Hardin is a surface dwarf born and raised, never knowing what dwarven culture even is. It's as foreign to her as Orlais is to Ferelden. They don't know what it is like, but learning and discovering the history of her people and its legacy brought about anguish, which is most apparent in the Solas memories. Solas killed the Titans effectively and left the dwarves dreamless. When Solas said to Varric that the dwarves were hand-twitching to resemble life, he wasn't talking about the Empire before the Darkspawn. He was talking about the dwarves disconnected from the Titans, and that is where so much anger resides with Hardin. It's this knowledge of a past that doesn't exist because it was ripped from your ancestors. Hardin has lived a good life, but learning about your people's past can still bring about some pain. The final quest for Hardin is confronting this source, this legacy of pain, in the heart of a Titan who only remembers the suffering they and their kind endured, what the elves did to them, and Hardin confronts his legacy. All the pain, chaos, loss caused by the Evanurus and all the joys and wonders the Titan brought. Hardin cannot handle it. The Titan Shade will ensure the world remembers them and remember what was done to them. Rook can help Hardin either contain the Shade through her compassion or by honoring the Titan's anger. Rook says that if the Titan is right, what the Evanurus did was monstrous, but Hardin needs to make that anger hers. They can't let it control them. Hardin and the Titan accept this. In the epilogue quest, Hardin and the Oracle, who was once Volta, share this pain they feel. But after the Titans died, came the dwarves, and after the dwarves came them. Destruction is change, and they are changing. Like Volta, Hardin is becoming a Titan. Or Rook can remind Hardin of her individuality, of her compassion, of seeing the best in others, and that is enough. It's not about forgetting what happened. It's about moving on from what happened through compassion. In the epilogue quest, Hardin meets the other dwarves. She discusses that they will carry the Titan onwards, but their time is done. It's now their time. But regardless of the choice, the Titan sees that the Evanurus tried to kill them, but they failed. They remain, and they will thrive in spite of them. Their legacy remains. They were the creators of the world, and their children still look upon them with reverence. What legacy do the Evanurus have? Destruction. Hardin can be shaped by the legacy of the Titans, or she can carry it forward and move on. I don't know which is the right choice for me, but I think carrying the Titans and moving forward is best. What was lost is lost, and nothing can change that. Even in the Rage ending, that is true. But in the Compassion ending, it is where it is accepted. It took me a long time to really understand that this was the point of Hardin's quest, and where I really understood it was during the Solas memory quest. Because there, Hardin is angered at Solas, angered at what he has done. And that is what the Titan at the end of her quest says. They still remember. But why it took me so long was because I think the game doesn't do a good enough job at showing this. Hardin shares the fewest quests with Baldur, but unlike Baldur, feels like those quests weren't used as well. And that is very true for the dwarves in this game. It is clear that the dwarves were meant to be another faction in the game, but just weren't. From the sellable items to the themed weapons, armor and trinkets, even Kal Sharok's outpost looks designed for a hub area. It leads from the hub into the rest of the map, but it just wasn't meant to be. Dav was on a tight, ever-moving deadline, and it did no favor to the dwarves, which is a shame. I love the dwarves, and what they did to do with Odin was amazing. It would have been great to explore the differences between Orzammar and Kal Sharok. Nev's story is the pain of knowing what is right and doing the right thing, but nothing ever changing. Minrathous is the slave capital of the world, ruled by tyrant mages who don't care about anyone else but their own. Nev frequently talks about how Dogtown is the little guy being beaten up, and as hard as she tries, nothing gets better. Elia, her antagonist, escapes from her prison that she put her in. Arresting her costed the life of a friend. To her, it seems that it wasn't worth it. It almost feels like Nev wants to give up, wants to quit and walk away. But something in her prevents that, prevents her from leaving. Maybe it's just her nature. Maybe it's just because she doesn't want to think there is no hope. Or maybe it's something else. Detectives are mysterious like that. Whatever the reason, Nev pushes through and in the end decides what she is going to do. The choice at the end fundamentally asks, what is the best path forward towards progress? Is it being a symbol of hope, an inspiration tool, letting people know Dogtown has a savior? Or is it through trickery and subterfuge? Maybe taking over the threads will lead to a better Dogtown. Because Nev can now have more influence. Hope is a good thing. But what are the downtrodden meant to do with hope? Real change requires power, and the threads have power. The power to protect Dogtown and maybe create some real change. The Shrouded Dragons, in my opinion, the second best faction in the game, with the Wardens being the first, have the most content for them and having a very good final quest line in choosing who the Archon is, with Dorian and Mevaris both being very compelling characters and choices for the Archon. Dorian is the obvious and right choice in my mind, but Mevaris' desire to be better than the Magisters around her is a good impulse to have. But an issue for them is that the faction doesn't involve more politics. My expectations for what I would do in Tevinter was involving my character in the politics of this nation, where they could be a lot of choices on crumbling the institution of slavery, but I didn't get that. I got one quest to free tunnels helping slaves, and that is it. I didn't get to delve into this big aspect of Tevinter. A lot of the factions in Veilguard feel very secondary to the main plot, and not in a good way. Secondary to me would be feeling that they are important, but not needed to finish. Instead, what I feel is that they are side content, something I engage with just to complete the game and not to unlock the best ending of the game. And I think that has to do with the quests involved with each faction. All are based on themes of the faction, but none really delve deep into what the factions are. It's surface level and not what I come to expect from a Dragon Age game. Baldur is a very bright and happy person, and sometimes talks a bit too much, but she never means harm. She just gets lost in her thoughts sometimes. But her brother has always liked that about her. She forced him to catch up. Her brother also told her she often has a good heart and that she should trust it. But ever since his death, Baldur was beside herself, couldn't help but blame what happened on her lack of abilities. So when it is revealed that Baldur's brother Cirion is alive, but siding with the forgotten elven god, Anaris, she is conflicted. She's happy that her brother is alive, but devastated that he is siding with Anaris. Another common theme of Baldur's story is finding about the elves' past. When the player first meets her, she finds out that the goddess Dirthalen is nearby. It is an archive spirit, and what it reveals is information that Anaris had, all his knowledge inside that spirit. And what the knowledge reveals is that Anaris isn't any different from the other elven gods, a tyrant who wishes to rule. And in the quest where Baldur finds out her brother is alive, she learns that Anaris has been turning elves into demons to create an army for his own use. And that is why she is conflicted. She hoped beyond anything he would return to her, but not like this. If he returned like this, then he should have simply stayed a memory. But he didn't. Baldur has to come to terms that Cirion might not be convinced to betray Anaris, because when talking to Cirion, he sees what Anaris can do for the elves, reclaim some lost glory for themselves. It's what both of them always wanted. Why fight against it? But Baldur disagrees. Anaris isn't someone to trust. He isn't there to help the elves. He isn't there to reclaim glory or to carve a better path. He is a warlord. Baldur speaks that Cirion once said that she has had a good heart, and that it would never lie to her. Why won't he trust it now? Cirion doubts it for a single moment, but then resolves. He will do what he must do. And Baldur is okay with that. Not good, but okay. She will do what she must to stop him. So when it comes time to stop him, why not twist the knife a little bit more? Cirion betrays Inaris, preventing him from manifesting into the world, but that does not stop him. Just because he doesn't have a physical form, doesn't mean he can't do anything. He gives Cirion a fatal injury, and in the end, Cirion owns up to his choices. He wasn't lying when he said he chose to side with Inaris, but he is sorry. He's sorry for causing so much pain to Baldur. He asks one last thing of Baldur, to stay with him until the end, until it's light again. Baldur, overwhelmed with grief, can only agree with a whisper. The next conversation with Baldur, she is quiet, still feeling the effects of losing Cirion again. Cirion wrote down his final words, knowing that it was going to be the end. Cirion and Baldur wanted to restore the elven people, to bring back the past, but without him she doubts if she should, and Cirion doesn't give much of an answer. Throughout the entire game, it has shown the wondrous magic of the elves, but also the awful parts. Baldur doesn't know what to do. She doesn't know if she should keep the archive spirit or let it go. Rook can help her decide. Rook can say that she should let it go. Look at what the past brought. Isn't it better to let the past be the past and move forward into the future? Or Rook can say that the past can be used to move forward, and what is learnt has to be understood and not abused. Whatever the choice, Baldur is at some level of peace. She got Cirion back for a while, and that is enough. She is ready to say goodbye. And the epilogue quest is just that, a Dalish ritual, and depending on what the player did with Baldur, knows more about what the ritual means. Regardless, it helps Baldur move on. At the end, she is exhausted by the end. She has mourned him twice now, but at least it hurts a little less now. Day by day, it gets better. She got to say goodbye to him, and now she has to live for him, for herself, and for their people. The Veil Jumpers, though, I don't think reach the level of quality that Baldur's quest shows. I did speak about this a bit before, so I'll keep it brief here. I feel the Veil Jumpers just aren't everything I expect them to be, nor are they everything they should have been in the story. Near the end of the game with the Blood of Arlathan, it gets there, but that is the 5th quest before the finale. I wanted more of that quest throughout the entire game. I'm glad I got it, but it is a shame it wasn't more. Lucanis and the Crows, I think, are the weakest companion and faction in the game, and suffered the most from the light-hearted tone from the game's early days. The Crows, from everything we learnt, were child kidnappers and slavers, and as Zevran says, people who will betray and kill each other for power. When the game does show this with Ilario, it is framed as an oddity. The only character who talks about the Crows in the way they were before is Governor Vanchi, but he's run the entire game. The Crows in Dav are depicted as Robin Hood type characters who fight the powerful and save the people. Viago's constant saying of "The Crows rule Antiva, and Traviso will be free" is such a funny line because it's true, but it isn't meant negatively. The Crows do rule Antiva. They are the method in which power is obtained and secured, but it's okay. It's not like before where assassins ruling Antiva was a problem. This is such a disconnect from the games prior, but when seen from just this game, it's fine. Still a bit weird because the Crows are literal assassins for hire, and while they won't take on every contract, they will take contracts against kings and queens. It still feels something is just not connecting here, and Lucanis is the worst of it. I imagine when the game was more lighthearted, it was expected that each companion has a central quirk. Never sleepless, Baldur is ADHD pilled, Taj has a dragon obsession, but while every companion was able to turn those traits into something that brings life to their character, with the best being Emmerich in my eyes, Lucanis got stuck with a coffee obsession, and while the game does play it off for laughs like Ilario does, I just don't think it's great. You can kinda see the game dropping it as it goes. Lucanis talks less about coffee and more about cooking, which I do think is a far better quirk to focus on, because then the game can explore the whys and the hows, but it doesn't in-game, but it's a better focus and there's also better banter. Lucanis trying to, talk to Baldur on how Harding's cooking is poor is very good, but Lucanis saying he misses his coffee just takes it out of me. A coffee obsession isn't bad, but can only be played out for a bit. Coffee obsessions don't have much to work with. Cooking though, really does have so much more to talk about. And on top of that, not a lot of time is really devoted to spite. As players, demons possessing non-mages is a known thing, but this is the first time that games can really explore that, and is not really done beyond one quest that is missable if you don't save Treviso. I fully understand Lucanis not wanting Rook's input to their thoughts and how what should happen, but not being able to see it really does suck. And it's such a nice quest. It does explore everything I wanted out of a conflict of a mind quest. Lucanis being conflicted about who he is, and it does give such nuance to spite as well. Through the entire game, Tosh and Emmerich both understand what spite was forced into this as well. A side character even calls spite determination. Spite might not even been a demon, but was caused due to circumstances. It's cool. But again, this sucks because the player can't engage with this quest if they saved Minrathos. Despite some issues, Lucanis isn't all that bad. Some of his banter is really good, especially on how he carries on the ideas that Zevran established all the way back. Davrin is freaked out that the crows just kill people for money. Lucanis retorts that everyone dies. There's nothing wrong with death, it's just the crows get paid for it. And building on that, there's a cool banter exchange that the crows kill Grey Wardens who abandon their duties. Lucanis doesn't know all the details because of the Grey Warden's secrets, but he knows something. It's an amazing exchange because it deepens Lucanis' and the Crow's philosophies on death, characterizes the Grey Wardens, have prevented Wardens from doing certain actions, and how Davrin feels about it. He is the most noble character in the series. In general, the banter is really where a lot of great characterization happens, and a lot of serious dialogue exchanges. I highly recommend you listen to the banter for Dav. Davrin is a hero, the most straightforward hero in the entire franchise. He has made mistakes, and he is readily admitted to them, and it is implied that he has forced people to pay him to deal with monster problems, but he is a hero. He joined the Wardens for that reason, because he wanted a cause he can fight for. So his story isn't about any regrets, or griefs, or his personal past, but more of his Order's past. The Grey Wardens have done some very shady stuff in the past to deal with blights, and the one the game focuses on is the Griffins. During the Fourth Blight, all the Griffins died out, but why they died out was always assumed that the Fourth Blight was just awful, and they really needed to throw everything they had. But as it was revealed, what caused the Griffins to go extinct was the Wardens' doing. Now the game never says the Wardens were in the wrong. They obviously think it was bad that they all died out, but all of them on some level understand that it had to happen. In order to stop the Blight, the Griffins were blighted, to give them the strength they needed to defeat the Archdemon and hordes of Darkspawn. Isaiah, the beautifully designed monster from Davrin's recruitment mission, was the one who blighted the Griffins. After the Fourth Blight ended, she walked into the Deep Roads to answer her calling. But she didn't die. She lived and became the twisted figure we see now, full of regret and sadness. She killed all the Griffins. To stop a blight, of course, but killing an entire species is never a good thing. The only good act she thinks she has done is purifying the last 13 Griffin eggs. But she is coming back for them. To give perspective, the Fourth Blight happened in the Exalted Age 514. It ended 10 years later in 524. It's been 425 years since Isaiah left for her calling. She has been stewing in her own thoughts and regrets for so long that she doesn't want to have the last remaining Griffins die to warrant abuse. Her plan? To blight them again. But while this does sound ridiculous, because wasn't that the scene she was regretted? Yes, but the game lays the foundations for this. Isaiah is old. Very, very old. And she hasn't been doing much but simmering in her own thoughts. And alongside the 425 years of blight corruption, she isn't in the right mind space. She's immortal with a blight. Sure, a bit different, but if the Griffins are immortal as well, then they'll never be killed. During the siege of Weishout, the player can punch the First Warden or convince them to follow their plan, where this choice gets paid off during Davrin's quest. Davrin's last quest is in the Deep Roads, in where there's so far many other blighted wardens, who seemingly survived their calling and became these corrupted beings. In true Warden fashion, they think they are still the heroes. They have constructed an alternative Weiss out here. The first warden is here, and depending on the player's choice, is either enraged and mindless if they are punched, or, if convinced, is holding on to a bare thread of sanity. It is when the player convinces him where a much more potent reveal happens. On a desk is a griffin feather, Isaiah's griffin, who she didn't blight during the events of the Fourth Blight, but who she killed when she was joined by her griffin in the Deep Roads. When confronting her in the end, she threatens to kill Asan. Now the player can convince her a number of ways, but this is the most tragic. Isaiah is shown her griffin feather, and you can see her falter. The animations and the voice actions are superb. She was so lost in her own grief she forgot about what the Blight did, what she had to do to her friend in the end. And when she realizes it, all that pain comes back. She's sorry. The player doesn't see Davrin or anyone kill her. What I imagine would happen is that the memory was so overwhelming she just passed on. This grief that she held for 425 years. And it all came back in a sudden rush. Davrin had to confront his past of the Wardens. Isaiah is the result of it. And while it ended the Fourth Blight, it caused so much pain to follow. Davrin, the hero that he is, learned from this and promises that as long as he lives, the Griffins will never go extinct again. Though what to do with the Griffins? Davrin is the only heroic character as he is because of Uncle Eldrin, a hunter and Holla herder. He taught Davrin the very valuable lesson that nature is in balance and that you can't hunt whoever and whatever to any degree. And during one of his outings, he sees another side of Asan, not a hunter, not a killer, but a protector. The Griffins weren't always warriors against the Blight. They were keepers of nature. In a Codex entry it says this much. They were around when the ancient elves were and hated the Blight just as much then, because it corrupted nature. So at the end of his questline, the player can help choose a home for the Griffins. They can be what they were in the past, protectors of the forest, or they can return to their other old role as warriors against the Blight. I don't think there is a wrong option here. I do feel like that letting the Griffins be protectors again is the one that makes the most sense, but I choose the Grey Wardens because it's just a fantasy for it. My real choice would be returning them as protectors of the forest, but the Grey Wardens and the Griffins are just too cool for me. It's not a great answer, but I own up to it. There are other good reasons to let the Griffins stay with the Wardens, such as the Wardens needing a morale boost, and they will be needed for the upcoming fight, but my answer is that Grey Wardens and Griffins are too tied to each other to not be together again. The Grey Wardens under Evka and Antoine will ensure the Griffins won't be harmed. Not sure about the future, but they will be safe for now. Dav does the Grey Wardens right. Like Davrin says, they are noble heroes who are fighting against the tides of darkness. Davrin may be the simplest companion with basically no regrets, but though that his story explores how noble knights face adversity and past with no retreat. Tosh's story is about identity. The struggle of finding one's identity and what that struggle can cause. A common saying with Tosh's quest is Shakarto Ebra, which Tosh takes to mean you struggle with who you are. And Tosh certainly struggles. The struggles Tosh faces is with their gender identity and their culture. Their first quest being explicitly about both. Tosh talks about how it has been hard trying to be Qunari and Ravani. They have had to take something from both cultures. Rook can point out the contradictions of these two cultures. Qunari culture is about the rigid order and finding peace in the duty given to you, while Ravani culture is about expressing yourself freely. And this is reflected in their society. Even with the Antom splitting from the Qun, they still maintain their roles, even if the Dragon King denies it. While Ravani culture is far more individualistic and therefore doesn't have a central authority, sure, there is a monarchy, but they don't really have that much power as other nations' leaders. Or Rook can agree with them. Tosh finding a way to take an aspect of each is good. And Tosh's gender identity is pulled into question here. Their mother, Shathan, calls them more a man than a woman. This is great because it explores the gender identities that the Qun maintains. For the Qun, it doesn't matter what a person's biological sex is. For the Qun, gender is tied to a role. If a woman is 6 feet and very strong, they would be a man. And if a man would be very weak and docile, they would be a woman. Each given a role associated. Men are the warriors, and women are the caretakers. Chthon even calls Rook a man regardless of their chosen gender identity. Chthon thinks like a Qunari. And it's interesting to start for Tosh's gender identity journey because they don't feel comfortable being a woman, but they don't feel like they are a man. At the end of Tosh's first outing, they aren't happy with their identity, and as their quests near their end, they will commit to one culture as well. But before then, they will struggle a lot. Tosh outbursts against Nev because they assume Nev is doing her gender wrong. Tosh is a very blunt person, and that is very clear. They aren't mixing words. They are taking what their mother said to heart and are now applying it to everything. Through this conversation, Tosh comes to understanding that there is another option, and it so happens that the Shadow Dragons can help with that. When it comes out is when Tosh investigates a blighted dragon and sees a Qunari rope there. They can't help but think how the dragon was tied down and turned into something she didn't want to be. How she was forced. It becomes clear they aren't talking about the dragon. Near the end, Tosh talks about why their mother did it. Was it because they didn't fit as a woman? When they talked with the Shadow Dragons, they talked about people who aren't men or women, that they are something else. And Tosh likes that. But Tosh is still struggling. What does their mother want her to be? Rook can help answer that. But the question is flawed. Tosh wants to be Riveni. They want that culture. It's very clear at the start when the player first meet them. And in this choice, Rook can tell Tosh to embrace Riveni culture. They say to Tosh, "What do you want?" And Tosh answers with being Riveni. But Tosh is concerned with what their mother thinks. On some level, Tosh really cares about their mother, but in many ways dislikes that. Tosh wants to have their own identity separate from what their mother gave them. If Rook does tell Tosh to embrace the Qun, they talk about it like this, that Tosh's mother is using the Qun to help. They aren't being malicious. But it's clear that what Tosh wants. But it's an interesting question nonetheless. It asks, do we value our own self more than we do the opinions of someone else, like a loved one? Tosh does care about their mom and wants their approval, but when they don't get it, they struggle. Regardless of which choice is chosen, Tosh is clear in that they are they, not he, not she, they. After a while, Tosh tries to come out to her mother. Her mother is a bit confused. She sure can come across as maybe a bit annoyed, but Chthon earnestly asks Tosh, what does that mean? Tosh is annoyed by this. They want immediate approval. But Chthon isn't clear on what Tosh is saying. She is trying to understand what this hostility is coming from. Tosh is just dismissive to her. Tosh has so much inbuilt expectations on what their mother has done to them. Even if Tosh does embrace the Qun, it doesn't change the fact that they felt like they aren't themselves. When Chthon tries to say Tosh is a Quna Atlock, which means born one gender but live in another, but again, Tosh dismisses it. They aren't trying to communicate with what they are and only demanding Chthon to accept them. I get the impression that if Tosh just told their mother what non-binary meant and that they are happy with that Chthon would have accepted them. Chthon is a firm Qun believer, but she is willing to give, especially when it comes to a child. Chthon left her life in the Qun because she was worried of what Tosh would become under the Qun. Being a fire breather means Tosh would have become a weapon, a tool, and Chthon, looking at a baby Tosh, couldn't accept that. Her belief in the Qun failed that day. But Tosh is still struggling. Even after all they went through to come to who they are now, they can't help but struggle. It's a flaw that they will come to regret. The Dragon King is Tosh's antagonist and is very much the parallel to Tosh, the person Tosh could have been if they stayed in the Qun. Aggressive, demanding, and dominating. And in this, he kidnaps Tosh's mother. To lure Tosh out so they could confront with each other, so that he may either conquer them or demonstrate their own strength over them. It's an amazing sequence and one of the best levels in the entire game. The action is well done and the tension that is built is good. Tosh is struggling with what they have said with their mother, and when they find her, this happens.
We were born to hunt and destroy. Today we will claim our birthright.
You are lying. Tama. Tosh, wait!
Today we claim our true strength by right of fire.
Tama!
Tosh, little dragon. I am Atashok, the Dragon King. I am pleased that you followed our fate.
Tosh, you're like me.
I am nothing like you. I embrace our birthright. You hide from it. You belong to the Amtar. You should have been ours. Instead, the priest stole you away.
Leave her out of this. You wanted me, you got me.
Yes, the one you call Cutter insisted you would follow our fate.
Oh, did he? How helpful of him.
Cutter's dead.
There, the rage, the passion that burns inside an Adari's heart. Your mother could not quench it entirely.
What do you want?
I want your fire, little dragon. I want your blood. My Antam have grown strong with the blessings of Gilene. And with your lifeblood, Gilene can create an army of Adari for me. Our fire will burn this land pure.
You let us go, you let Shathan go right now, and you get to live.
You think threats will save your life?
Might save yours.
The Antam could have made you strong, but your mother hid you away, made you hide the fire. What does she tell you? Shakrato Ebra! You struggle against yourself, little dragon. You do not deserve this. It contains a message from our ancestors. The full words can be revealed by a dragon's fire. With this, we will prove we were meant to rule this world!
You are wrong, Atashok. Chakra Toebra is not an order to struggle against what you are. It is a reminder that through struggle you find what you are. And you have never done so. Evatash has. They are stronger than you will ever be. Rook, you will keep them safe.
Chakra Toebra.
Tama!
Tosh! Move!
Torment in her voice, the anger, hate, and sadness. Shathan saw Tosh for who they were at the end, and recontextualized what Shakrato Ebra meant. It didn't mean you struggle with who you are. It meant, through struggle, you find who you are. Shathan cared so much for Tosh, never wanting to hurt her. But now Tosh will never get a chance to apologize, never get a chance to explain. They will never get a chance to hear her again. And as the cave collapses around them, Tosh grieves, trying to hope against everything that she isn't dead, that she is alive, but she's gone. Gone for good. Tosh wasn't a character I thought I would care so much about, but at the end this brought me to tears, even writing about it. Like, Shathan, I care about Tosh. So it's clear what they should do. Afterwards, Tosh has a piece of Shathan's horn. In Kunde tradition, grafting the horn into one's own horn is how they honor the dead. But in Ravani tradition, wearing an item of a loved one as jewelry is how you honor someone. Tosh is conflicted once again. What will their identity be? Again, the choice is clear. But Tosh cares for her mother still. They feel compelled to be more Qunari in honor of her. But they and their mother knows that they won't be right. Their mother would have wanted them to be themselves. So I choose for her to embrace being a Ravani. It's what Tosh wants and what her mother would have wanted. Tosh is one of the best written companions, I think, in this series. I love all the companions, but it was Tosh that's, whose story brought me to tears. And that has to count for something, right? While I wish some of the language was used more appropriate for the setting, it doesn't change for the fact that this was a well-told story. Trick Weeks has proved again, as they did with Solus more than anything, that they're a fucking evil person and a brilliant writer. Though this isn't the last quest for Tosh. Throughout the game, Chthon has been trying to understand an ancient Qunari tablet, one of the reasons the Dragon King went after her, though it was still to confront Tosh. What the tablet says is that there is a coming storm, whatever that means. It is a setup for the future game. But the epilogue quest still serves Tosh's story. Tosh is now where they started from, but this time committed to their gender and whatever culture they chose. The Lords of Fortune, though, face a lot of issues. They lack a lot of content as a faction and aren't really explored that much. The player can't talk with any of the Lord's characters, and Tosh's related quest scenes don't reveal much. They're a pirate faction, so it's no surprise that they were almost cut from the game. There was a lot that could have been, but it wasn't there, which is a shame. Emmerich has a fear of death. Ever since his parents died, he has had feared death. To be extinguished and no longer present is a fear all face, because we can't help but see ourselves continuing on into infinity. And Emmerich grapples with this fear. So as a necromancer, what does one do? Well, become a lich, of course. He's part of a necromancer faction. Unlike the Crows and Lucanis, the lighthearted tone really did benefit the Mournwatch and Emmerich, because one has to think of why one becomes a necromancer. In my eyes, it's for two reasons. Reason one is power and immortality. That is a selfish reason, though. To gain power and immortality for oneself is why Hezenkos is a villain. But the second reason makes much more sense for a society of necromancers, and that is to give the living a chance of peace and the spirits a chance of life. Because being a necromancer is in some ways rejecting death. There is no shortage of stories about necromancers betraying each other. But on a scale depicted in Dragon Age, this can't work without it just being a few necromancers ruling society. Now, I don't have any evidence that the Mournwatch and Emmerich are like this because of the forced lighthearted tone, but it makes way too much sense in my head to not have been at least partially true. But what resulted was in a very beautifully crafted story of people looking into death's eyes and being okay with it. Death happens to all of us. Why fight something so natural? So how does becoming a lich make sense? If the entire plot is accepting death, how does looking for immortality work? The liches of the necropolis serve the very same purpose. They are just individuals who became a lich to keep the purpose of the Mournwatch alive. They are devoted to this craft, and Emmerich wants to be part of that. Though all are aware of why Emmerich wants to become a lich, it doesn't lessen the fact that he is devoted beyond any. But he needs to prove himself. In Emmerich's last quest, he finally gets to confront Hezenkos, is the exact opposite of Emmerich. She will use spirits for her own ends, draining them of any purpose they once had, and feels herself the superior to all. She sounds cartoonish, but that is what it means to covet power, and she owns up to it. She's becoming a lich so that she can keep and obtain more power. Hezenkos has set up a grand ball inviting all her enemies and any who slighted her. Emmerich knows what this is and is there to finally stop her. A constant companion for Emmerich is Manfred. Manfred is a spirit of curiosity taking skeletal form. Throughout the game, Emmerich says that he will grow into his own, and that he is guiding him to be a curious of a candle flame and not a house fire. Over the course of the game, Manfred becomes much more aware and sentient. In this final quest, Manfred can speak. Not full sentences, but he can speak. And Emmerich is delighted at this. But his newfound sense of speech doesn't last for long. Hezenkos is ascending to lichdom, taking the form of a giant skeletal construct, killing all her rivals and enemies in one fell swoop. The team can't stop her, except for one item. This lantern that is empowering her and helping her obtain lichdom. but no one can get to it without dying. Manfred defied Emmerich and rushes towards the lantern, throwing it to Emmerich, but dies in the process. Emmerich rushes back to the necropolis to besiege the liches and ask for his friend back. But there is a catch. If Manfred is revived, Emmerich will never become a lich. Because how can one obtain lichdom if they are not okay with seeing their friends, family, and loved ones die? To become a lich of the necropolis, one has to accept that they are shepherds of death, that they are circumnavigating death. And this is generally one of the best choices in the game. If Emmerich doesn't accept lichdom, it's okay. Because it's okay to be afraid of death and wanting to give another life, even if it means you can't be immortal. Because now Emmerich can live a full life. But what, on the other hand, Emmerich doesn't want to invalidate Manfred's sacrifice. He chose to leap into danger. He became a real person in the end. Would it be fair to bring him back? I choose Emmerich to become a lich, because it's what he wanted and Manfred chose his fate. Emmerich accepts that people will die, and that he's okay with it. The companions in Veilguard are some of the best companions I've seen. There are issues like how it feels that the tone is off sometimes, but in the moments when it needs to be right, it's so right. There are other issues as well, but I'm okay with that. Dav isn't a perfect game, and it should have been so much more, but it does get a lot right. And I am okay with that. With the team assembled, they get contacted that Weissheit has been besieged. This is the team's first chance to take on one of the gods and end this conflict here and now. But it doesn't go as planned. Weissheit is all but lost. This once mighty fortress that stood the test of time through centuries has fallen. But in the ruins the player could see what the fortress was. Weissheit is everything I imagined this bastion was. A great monument to the Warden's indomitable resolve to stop the Blight no matter what. And the library is a testament to that, interacting with heroes of the past from the very first game with the Joining Chalice, Malcolm's Hawk's imprisonment of Corypheus, the mention of Kristoff and the events of Awakening to Blackwall. This is the Warden Fortress. And it falls. And the team takes it hard. Each step, more chaos and destruction are caused. The waves of darkspawn are endless, and nothing is stopping them. Wall after wall crumbles. Horn sounds further retreats to the center, and leading them is Ghil, who looms over the darkspawn as a great mask. They die in the presence of a god. But hope isn't lost just yet. If they show Ghil they have the dagger, she will bring her archdemon down, killing it, and thus making her mortal, as Solus said. And what an archdemon it is. Corrupted and malformed, the mother of monsters could only make such a thing. But Lucanis misses, by a hair's breadth. He nearly had her. With Ghil becoming mortal and losing her archdemon, the blight spreads and consumes everything. The team barely escaped. What follows is a tense meeting, but by the end of it, everyone knows that they need to resolve their issues before continuing on. Which is thoroughly established here is a back and forth. Rook and the team can hope to defeat them in totality, but they can win some victories. They killed Ghil archdemon, thus making her mortal, but Ghil killed thousands of wardens and destroyed Weissheit. And this is what makes Elgar'nan and Ghil such amazing villains. They are just as active in the plot as Rook is, and this is continued with the following quests of Fire and Ice to Blood of Orlethan, and eventually to the final quest chain starting with To Act as One at the beginning of Act 3. What Rook and the team do throughout the entire game is to stop the Blighted Gods. How they do this is through unlocking the crossroads, obtaining the Lyrium Dagger, and getting the Grey Wardens on their side. But what do they do after? Well, it's simply attacking the gods at every opportunity they can. And I like this type of main quest structure. It means that the gods aren't always responding to Rook and the team because they are executing their own plans. They are independent agents. But I did say not always. After one of the cities fell, those blighted dragons are a problem. Luckily, one was spotted, the team will take that opportunity to kill it. And the quest is so reflective. It feels like a huge turn. Every warden is assembled and ready to kill the dragon. Each companion is lined up, given words of encouragement. It feels like a climactic battle. All the players' forces are assembled and ready to deal a final blow. But it is a taste for what is to come. It was a trap. Ghil, scorned and sorrowful at the loss of her archdemon, plans to kill the player here and now. When Rook kills one of her dragons, Ghil just revives them. but thanks to the faction Rook chose to save, they were able to kill the dragons and strike a bolt through Ghilanane. Tension rises as the real sense of victory looms, but Elgar'nan swoops in and saves Ghilanane. He slows down time to take her away. But a concern of mine when it was revealed that the Blighted Gods were our enemies was that the gods would have just been dumbed down so they don't kill Rook immediately. But they don't. In this, Elgar'nan speaks about the Dreadwolf's presence, and that is why he flees. Solas has been a thorn in their side for literal thousands of years. It would be against character for them not to be weary of the Dreadwolf. They know that if they are defeated, it won't be through any army, it will be through trickery, and they are wise to Solas's tricks. Before Elgar'nan and Ghilanane flees, he talks about their plans in Arlathan Forest, which is where the team investigates next. The Venatori are in Arlathan Forest, kidnapping the Dalish, and they are taking them to Arlathan Crater for some ritual. Gathered in the crater are thousands of Venatori, all congregating to witness the power of their god Elgar'nan. With this many Venatori and Elgar'nan so close, the team has to disguise themselves to get inside. And while disguised, get to see what the Venatori are really like. They are the worst people who would obviously join a cult. And I think that is very interesting. The Venatori have always been about Tevinter Reborn, but what it will become is just what Tevinter was before. Mass conquest and even more slavery. They aren't the downtrodden, they are people on the top wanting more and more power, which Elgar'nan will provide. The closer the team gets to Elgar'nan, the more they feel his power, his influence. He is a spirit of tyranny, and one that has been around for thousands of years. He would be very powerful, but the team is able to resist him thanks to Baldur and Nev. Elgar'nan finds this out though, and sends his Venatori after them. But eventually Elgar'nan gets tired of them getting so far and decides to trap them in a prison with no escape for them. A place meant to break them. But since the fate is so thin, Solas is able to help. He goads and distracts Elgar'nan, which gives the team a way out. And this is just some great back and forth. You can feel the old Millennium antagonism. They know how to goad each other.
Cruelty is nothing new. But what has happened to the vaunted brilliant mind of Elgar'nan the Mighty? The blight has left you blunt and slow. A monster, not a mastermind. You used to be a challenging opponent.
You saw me as an opponent. To me, you were an irritation, a fly buzzing ceaselessly.
I must speak to you in this tongue. It seems Elven is beyond your grasp.
As much as freedom is beyond yours.
Once the Blight is free, it will rule this world, and you will be its attack dog. You will burn this world at its command. As Andrul did at yours, you will leave only ruin behind you.
This world is ruined already. Your veil destroyed it.
You could heal it. You have the strength to repair the damage without using the Blight.
Save your games for the mortal's Dreadwolf. The Blight is my blade, and it will take more than your tricks to get me to lay it down.
Rook and the team free the Dalish captives and get away before Elgar'nan can do something. But Elgar'nan still needs bodies for his ritual. The Venatori will make do. Though what to do next comes from an unlikely spot. The Butcher of Treviso was a huge villain throughout the game, but he was very much a background element. In here, he is more than just a background element, and really shows the depth of the Qunari.
Please. So tense. I promise, I'll signal when it's time to fight.
Strange way to ambush someone.
I don't have to ambush anyone. You think I couldn't just march on the crows? Scattered on town flock to me. I have the soldiers to raise your casino and every inch of this city.
But I'll bet there's no profit in actually winning.
There's money being made by the occupation. But not by me. I said Treviso was the trap, and I meant it. The Jewel of Antiva.
She sings even while caged. Such purity in every stone. It's trapped my heart. I love this city.
Everyone loves Treviso. Doesn't mean you get to conquer it.
That explains why the streets crawl with undeserving cattle. You know there are traitors here. They ransom their own city. Literal gods stalk the land, but these filth worship their own purses. But you're different. You crows stay true to your roles. It means something when you die, and even more when you kill. You're as much a work of art as this city. And you want a secret from me.
If you really do love this city, you'll tell me where the gods are holding the ritual.
The gods, they give strength.
But all they ask in return is everything.
I can feel their corruption. I can hear their whispers.
They're calling for a ritual. If I give in, I'll know where you need to go. But I will lose my jewel. My city!
So... you live in a casino. Let us make a game of this. I will become what the gods want. Welcome their whispers. Meet me and show me if the crows deserve my city.
The Butcher loves Treviso, loves it for the beauty it has, but instead of simply living there, he conquers it, because that is all he has been taught. How he expresses himself is through conquest and ownership. The only reason he sided with the gods was out of need. I imagine there could have been a situation where the Butcher didn't need the gods' help, but this isn't one of them. What he offers is the location of the gods' ritual, but to give Rook the location he needs to know that they are worthy of Treviso. And how he knows they're worthy is in the only way he knows how. That Rook conquers him. At this point, the story of the team is an upswing. Sure, they didn't get to kill Gilnean, but they were able to defeat an archdemon, two blooded dragons, save the Dalish elves, and now know what the gods plan to make their ritual dagger, and the timeline of when it will happen. The next clips. It feels like the end of the story is coming. The team is prepared and the factions are ready. But the gods, again, disrupt this. Elgonon is the god of the sun and the night, of course. That means he can create an eclipse when he wishes to. The team has to forego their plans and land on Tearstone Island immediately. And when they do, they speak of the final end. And that whatever happens, they must do whatever it takes to finish this. The plan is this. Rook has to pick a leader for the second team to distract the Entame, while Rook takes another path up to the ritual site. The companions who will lead this second team is Davrin or Harding. Both are competent people, so there's no real bad choice here, especially with both of them having Hero of the Veilguard status. The assault begins, and the framing of the assault is amazing. It's a fight upwards, ascending to the literal gods of the world, ascending from the natural into the deeply corrupted supernatural, all with a dark eclipse overhead. But at the halfway mark, they are blocked. A fade tear looms overhead, and wards prevent them from continuing. Lara and Nev offer themselves to deal with a ward. Again, both are very competent, so there's no real issue by choosing either one. Except, after the ward is broken, Elgonon takes the chosen companion and speaks of dark things to come to them. The team is not deterred though. They will do whatever it takes to get this done, and afterwards, they will find the missing companion and save them. The ascent gets more and more corrupted. The blight is everywhere, covering once elegant and grand architecture of Old Elvenon. But in a way, Old Elvenon isn't lost. The gods were responsible for commissioning these buildings to their empire and power, and now that has taken another form, the blight. While I think the fight with Gilnean is a bit gimmicky and kind of ruins suspension of disbelief, like she's right there and she isn't just grabbing Rook and crushing them, the fight at the end is just too good and kind of helps smooth it all over. Lucanis can't get close enough to end Ghilanane, so the leader of the second team climbs up and starts attacking, one blow after another until Ghilanane impales them, throwing them off into a pit. Blighted pus. They are dead, but it gave Lucanis the chance to strike at Ghilanane and end her. Right there, she experiences pain and then death. This being that has felt none of these experiences and fears is finally confronted with them, and in her final moments, what she weeps is for the plans she and Elgar'nan had. In the end, there was some true connection that they shared. The last of their pantheon, all alone and now having to do the work of others. Elgar'nan looks tearful. They truly believe in what they do. There's no insincerity in that. Elgar'nan seems to begin his attack, but with his dagger disintegrating at the raw power emanating from Ghilanane, he backs away. But something is wrong. Ghilanane is dead, but the lyrium dagger is doing something. Flashes of Varric dead and Lucanis dead. Solas then steps in. The tear that was caused allowed Solas to break free and put Rook into the prison he meant for the gods. A prison built on regret. Solas hoped to shape Rook into someone just like him. Someone who would be willing to do whatever it takes to destroy the gods. And someone who would be regretful as he was. This prison built to contain a god has an exit, but to see it you'll have to go through every regret you've ever had. And for the gods who have lived for multiple thousands of years, they must have had regrets the size of mountains. But Rook is different from them. Rook is immortal, so they don't have the thousands of years of regrets, and they have the voice of Varric to guide them as well. In each of Rook's regrets, they have to confront them. The death of the companion who broke the wards tells them that Rook did this. They did this to them. Rook picked them to do it, to die. Rook accepts that they made that choice. Sure, the choices led to their deaths of two companions, but they made it. And they accept it. As did the companion. Varric agrees. We all make our choices. Rook understands that if a choice doesn't go the way they want it, then that's fine. Solas never did that. And Rook does it again. Faced with the regret of sending another companion to die, they accept it. But this is made even more potent because the companion reference what Rook did for them. This even includes the choices they made to not even participating in those choices. But the answer is the same regardless. The leader did what they did because it was right, and Rook will honor that. And then Rook faces their last regret, something they have been repressing this whole time. The slow walk and gathering music to the world building itself and flashbacks to what happened are culminating with this.
That's
where it all began.
What am I going to see there?
I think you already know.
We've got your back. If anyone can get through to him, you can.
Thanks, Rook. Whatever else he is, he's my friend. And if he won't listen to me, then he'll hear from Bianca. You need to listen!
Solus killed you. His friend. You tried to talk to him, to reason with him. And he cut you down.
Pretty sure he didn't mean to.
Doesn't matter. You're still dead.
Yeah. Sorry about that, kid.
I'm sorry, Varric.
For what?
For not saving you.
Shit. Didn't you learn anything from this place? I made the choice. To talk to him. To try to reach him. Even knowing the risks. Because he was my friend. My decision, my sacrifice. And you don't get to take that from me.
But...
Every story's got an ending. This one just came a little earlier than I'd planned.
How am I supposed to lead this team? I need you, Varric. I can't do this alone.
What do you think you've been doing all this time? You're the leader they need, Rook. And you're not alone. Time to finish this story. Your story. I just know the ending's going to be killer.
What happens now? To you?
I'll disappear. Go back to just being a memory.
Right.
Hey, don't get all misty-eyed on me, okay? I had a good run, and I don't regret a second of it.
What about Solus?
You talked to Mythal. You saw the memories. Solus wants to be a hero. That's who he is, deep down. But it's easier for him to play the villain. Because that means he didn't fail. All the damage he's done, the people he's hurt, it becomes a choice. Remind him who he really is. He might just listen.
So how do I get out of here?
Listen to your team. Like you always do.
This way. It's thinner here.
Better be right.
They're waiting for you. Just take it one step at a time.
Goodbye, Varric. And thank you.
Rook!
Looking forward to seeing how it turns out. I'd say good luck, but you don't need it. You already have everything you need.
There! A light! We've got something. Get ready.
Varric has been dead this entire time, and thinking back on it, it makes sense. Varric didn't just look worn and tired, he looked distant. That he wasn't really there for everyone. Every time he was talking to us, or in those team meetings, it wasn't him, it was just Rook imagining it. Or rather, Solus. Rook can later tell Solus he knows about Varric, and he admits to using the connection to make them see Varric. Solus used that to shape Rook into him, so that he could be trapped in the prison forever. But it didn't work. What I choose to think is that something of Varric remained. Rook bled in that ritual site, but Varric died in it. Sure, his spirit might have left, but it could have been caught up in Solus's prison. If Solus could have influenced Rook to be more regretful, he would have. But Varric doesn't think like that. Varric pushed Rook back against the way Solus thinks. The last words he gives says as much. Those aren't just words, they're Varric's words. The game does suggest it is a memory with Varric, saying that he will just become one, but I think that is him just saying he will pass on. I like to think that because these are the last things Varric says, because when Rook says it's all their fault, he gets struck. Did Rook learn nothing from this place? I don't think that is just a memory speaking. But the story isn't over yet, and I think we all know it's going to be a killer. Rook makes it back and gets caught up in what happened. Elgar'nan has taken over Minrathous, the Shadow Dragons have been nearly destroyed and are only surviving because of Solas, which after Rook went to the Fate prison has been rallying people. He aims to kill Elgar'nan's archdemon and then kill him with his dagger. The team tried to make another dagger, but it can't cut through the enchantments. So, the plan is clear. The team needs to summon all their allies and get the dagger back, and finally end this. This is where all the choices and consequences come to play. We're getting the faction reputation to max and getting all the hero of Veilguard status for your companions. And it's just best to show this in full.
Thank you all for coming. If we don't stop Elgar'nan today, our world is either dead or blighted. So we keep fighting until the job is done. It's gonna be hard. There's no guarantee any of us will make it.
We're with you, Rook.
Elgar'nan dies today.
Whatever it takes.
Strife, news?
Our scouts confirm Elgar'nan is inside the Archon's palace. There's a giant tendril of blight tethering it to the Divine's manor in Hightown.
Then that's our goal. Breach the city walls and get to that tendril. Emmerich, can we count on Mornwatch support?
The Watchers, living and otherwise, will stand with us.
Every remaining Grey Warden will be there too.
No other crow will let you steal all the credit, Rook. We're with you.
And the Lords of Fortune will be there. For gold and glory.
The Veil Jumpers have been in this since the beginning, and will be there for the end.
Solas is our first target. Without his dagger, we can't kill Elgar'nan.
Our scouts last spotted him working with the Shadow Dragons in the western section of Hightown.
Okay, we go in through Hightown.
But Minrathous was built to hold off an army, even before Elgar'nan fortified it. All the gates will be guarded.
Worse than that. Our scouts reported that the Venatori sealed all the gates with those damn warding crystals.
Can the Veil Jumpers disable them?
Venatori magic won't be a problem.
It's still likely to take time. You may need assistance or someone to protect you while you unravel the wards.
Balara, I want you helping the Veil Jumpers.
You can count on me.
The Venatori at that gate will be commanded by a war mage. That's how they usually operate.
If we get rid of the commander, the rest of the Venatori will scatter. Can the crows cut the head off the snake?
Contract accepted.
There's gonna be a lot of guards between you and her. The Lords can clear you a path.
And one of us should be there as well.
Tosh, you're with the crows.
Yes.
One last thing might give the crows some trouble. There's a massive construct tall enough to crush buildings. It's guarding the main gate.
It's called a Juggernaut. I've read about them. Giant siege constructs built to withstand an invasion.
We're gonna need our heaviest forces against that Juggernaut. Evka?
The Grey Wardens have fought ogres and archdemons. We can handle this.
The Mornwatch will lend aid, but against something as large as this Juggernaut, we'll require further assistance. Rook?
Emmerich, you're with the Wardens.
I shall help my fellow Watchers.
Davern, Lucanis, you're with me. We make a run at the gate, get inside, and find Solus. The rest of you, get to the Blight Tendril. Once we've got the dagger, we'll meet you there. And take the fight to Elgernon. I believe in this team, in all of us. So let's get it done. We go on my signal.
Focus on the wards!
Retreat!
I'm coming for you! After her!
Rook, we have to move!
Everything about this is just wonderfully made and executed. The tension at play and the resolution of this tension, the sheer scale and epicness of the scene is just amazing. Even the campier elements like Biago saying, "Contract accepted," is so good. This is obviously the suicide mission from Mass Effect 2 again, but it's just amazing. What makes that game's final mission so good is how fully realized those choices became, and this is true for the game as well. Everything is so fully realized. I can easily imagine how things would have gone differently. All the companions just that could have been. It's an amazing sequence, and every time I see it, I yearn to play the game all over again. With the defenses breached, there comes yet another ascent, but this one is the last. Whatever happens, this is it. Everything comes down to this. Ascending once more to the throne of the gods. And along the way, the player meets Solus. Here he is, and he can't do a thing. He's been trying to get to Elganon, but the Blight stops him. But with Rook's help, he can get there. The player can obviously point out how ridiculous this is, siding with him again just to betray us once more. But he makes a promise. The Veil will not tear down by his hands, giving Rook the dagger. This will have to do, but he is obviously planning something. He always is. And then just another cool scene plays where Solus turns into a giant fucking wolf and absolutely goes feral on a dragon. It's just that fucking cool, man. The team pushes forward and sees familiar yet different face. The companion who Rook sent to break the wards is here, and they are blighted. It takes a great deal of effort to free them, and when they're changed. They were connected to a whole system of blighted minds connected with each other and Elganon. They were inside of Elganon and the Blight, and it has them left weary, scarred, but with the ability to control the Blight, to some degree. But they can't speak for long. They rush out, and it leads to the midpoint of Act 3. The final conversations. A look back at where the player started, and no, it's been a long journey this. We've met many characters, gone to many places, and seen many things. This is it. Rook gathers the team one last time. The chosen companion reveals Elganon is tied to the Veil's life. If they die, the Veil is torn. Solus did say it won't fall by his hands. He wasn't wrong. It's clear that the team needs someone else to be bonded by the Veil, but the only canon left is Solus. So, that is the plan for now. Either use the fake ritual dagger, draw Solus's blood, or try one more time to talk him down. Either way, this is going to be the end. Rook talks to each of the team members one last time. They have shared a journey like no other, and they have gotten to know each other like rare few can. It's been good knowing these companions. It's been wonderful to get to know them. These companions truly are one of the best I've ever seen. The team climbs and climbs and climbs as the battle occurs just below, the eclipse still looming overhead. This is the end of days right here, and this is where it will be decided if it is the end or a new beginning. And so the team reaches the throne of the gods and face Elganon. Here he is, on top of the world. This god sits upon his corrupted corpse throne. And I haven't mentioned it before, but Elganon and Gillian's dialogue are just superb. Just take a listen.
And of the Empire I built. I would have restored the glory. Your lives are too brief to remember.
I saw Demeter's Crossing and Weishaupt, and everywhere else you've left your mark. I didn't see any glory. All I saw was a tyrant destroying everything he touches.
You mistake discipline for cruelty, a failing among those who lack a master's gentle guidance. We only destroyed because you resisted. In the new empire, every child would have blossomed under my protection. And Ghilanane, my brilliant sister, would have forged the Blight into a tool of beauty. But she is dead. And all we have is this. Because of you.
Arrogant fool who thinks he really is the creator of all. And this continues into the fight. He screams his superiority and right to rule. And as much as the team wishes to kill him, this fight is a losing one. If Solas doesn't kill the Archdemon, if he doesn't, then they will all fall. So the chosen companion risks it all and takes control of the mass of Blight to free Solas and give him the chance to kill the Archdemon. Elgranon, weakened, dies. But it's not over yet. Solas kept his promise. The veil didn't fall by his hands. Solas just wants Rook to let this be done. It's over. He's won. He will do his best to minimize the damage. And Rook will see just what a wonderful world he will restore. But Rook isn't out yet. This choice so expertly articulated how the player and I wanted to deal with him. Players could finally punch Solas again and ruin him. He screams and shouts. He is a god. Solas always thought himself the better, and now he finally admits it. Or players can trick him, giving him the false dagger. And after such an intensive and exhaustive battle, he doesn't see it as the real dagger. Solas admits his defeat. He, the god of tricks, was bested by Rook's own tricks. Though the best ending, the more thematic ending, and the ending which will lead to a good outcome, is convincing Solas to stop.
I don't want to fight you either. But I don't want to see the world go through even more pain on top of what Elgranon has done. Do you?
This world is broken, Rook. Because of my mistakes.
You're right. You do need to make up for the damage you've done. But breaking the world again is the wrong way to do it.
Letting the veil collapse
is what you want. Making amends isn't about what you want. You have a chance right now to save the world. Bind yourself to the veil and stop it from falling.
I cannot. To stop now would dishonor those I have wronged to come this far.
Even if those you've wronged asked you to stop.
Inquisitor.
You were my friend. We saved the world together once. Can't we save it one more time?
Inquisitor, I am sorry. But I cannot. Long before we met, I failed my oldest friend. She died for that failure. If I leave the veil in place, I am destroying the world she wanted. And I will have... She will have died for nothing.
And whose fault is that, Dread Wolf?
Morrigan.
One appellation among many, I wear. I have been advisor to Orlais, Witch of the Wilds, daughter of Flemeth, and once, long ago, an old friend.
Mythal lives on in her, and in this.
Mythal.
I pulled you from the Fade you loved and sent you into war. I used your wisdom as a weapon. And it broke you.
The things that I have done
are not for you alone to bear, my friend. The many wrongs we did together. I release you from my service.
You are free to find a better way.
My life force now sustains the Veil. With every breath I take, I will protect the innocent from my past failures. The Titan's dreams are mad from their imprisonment. I cannot kill the Blight, but I can help to soothe its anger. I will go and seek atonement. Thanks to you, I now can see the way.
What can I say except that everything there was just perfect. When Mythal said that she released Solas from her service, I nearly went into tears. Such a powerful emotional line that truly describes Solas. He did everything for Mythal and it broke him. Being released from that gives him the chance to see what he has done and a chance to obtain that redemption. I don't think Solas will ever move past his regrets, but he definitely will try. I love this game so much. There are many things that should have been here. That should have been Origins. There should have been a more novelistic approach to the game. It should have had important choices. It should have been more like prior Dragon Age games. So many missed opportunities and the directions it should have been. Dragon Age the Veilguard, though, in these moments, it needs to be a Dragon Age game. And a good game. It grabs for it and doesn't let go. It holds on to those moments as long as it can. Its grasp is broken, but as the game goes on, it gets tighter and tighter. Until the end where it holds it on for dear life. I can't imagine what it must have been like to work on a game like this. To have gotten off on Inquisition and been screwed over time and time again, just because it wasn't the glossy thing. Dragon Age is very special to me, and I am glad to have seen Veilguard keep some of the most vital aspects that make Dragon Age special to me. It should have been more, but considering the circumstances, it is a miracle the game is as good as it is. Thank you, Dragon Age developers. Thank you for everything you've done. You all deserve so much better. The epilogue of the game covers important elements of the story, and while I would have wanted more, this is alright. It's nice to see all the endings of the companions and what they're doing, that they have either will be remembered as heroes who died trying to save the world, or as legends who lived to tell the tale. With the strongest line being the end, in the distance the clouds take the formation of Eric, Rook speaks, and those whose stories will live on with us forever. This is a message that is so layered, isn't just for those close to Varric or the players, but also for the developers who created this game. It's for everyone, and that is why it's so layered. Varric is one of the best characters in Dragon Age, and it's tough to see him go. His story will live on in these characters, in the players and in the developers who helped realize such an amazing character. And while I would have loved to leave it at that and finish the video, there is one more thing I have to mention, and that is the secret epilogue ending. At first I interpreted it as simply just a shadow faction doing shadowy things, and that they didn't do much else. They didn't influence the actions by the characters, but the more I thought about it, the more I didn't like it. Now, I don't think having a secret big bad in the end is wrong, just that it should have been just an ending that says there's another big bad, and that is fine. Dragon Age has been doing this since Origins, but it's not like this. It's hard for me to not agree with people that say this does harm to prior characterization. It implies that they've influenced all prior villains, but it was intended to be, we were there since the beginning, but it doesn't come across that way. Why I think this ending is even here is that it's the last gasp of the team trying to continue Dragon Age. The reason there was a Dragon Age trailer in 2020 was to tell EA that this game is being expected, and I can't help but think this is the same reason as well, to give a huge secret cliffhanger ending to keep the franchise going. But this doesn't remove any of the goodwill I have towards this game. The game ended well, and it gave conclusions to many lingering plot points, lore questions, and such an amazing conclusion to such amazing villains. One of the promises Dragon Age makes is that each game moves the world forward, and Solis is one of the biggest promises of this. The players got to see him develop in Dragon Age Inquisition, and then finally confront him as the villain in Dav. Video games have many examples of arcs spanning across multiple games, Gears of War comes to mind, but so few are RPGs. And while Dav doesn't keep many of the promises Dragon Age made, it kept this important one, and in the end, I'm okay with that. Again, it should have been more, but this has been such an amazing game, truly. Despite my many grievances, I do love this game, and I hope that came across. Well, this has been a long video. All I can say is thank you. If you reached this far into the video, thank you for doing that. I never intended to make this long, but I suspected my thoughts would be too much. I definitely think this video is good, but I left a lot on the table, such as every example I could mention where Rook's dialogue was really good, or me constantly saying this game is gorgeous. Like, did you see how Act 3 looked? This is an apocalyptic event, it's everything a Blight should look like, it's an ideal form. But I didn't include much because I didn't know exactly how to without making the video weird. A lot of my intention with this video was trying to be analytical, but I didn't really know how. I felt at times I was more plot summarizing and not analyzing said plot. I also don't feel like I did a great job at saying why I love the game and dislike this game, why its moments are some of the best in the series and why its weaker aspects are weak. I also don't think I quite conveyed that the ideas are good, just that it needs better execution. And there are a bunch of other things, and as the cred rolls, let's just talk about it. This is going to be the rambly section. Sorry about that, if you want to leave, then that's fine. Thank you for watching the video. Do bear in mind there's going to be a lot of ums and ahs during this section of the video because, well, this is the rambling part of it, obviously. So yeah, to start off with, let's just talk about what this video was originally going to be. It was going to originally be my thoughts on Dragon Age Veilguard, and why I chose that was because I could pinpoint specific topics I want to talk about and then just go from there. I eventually changed it to more of a retrospective because of the Justin Schreier article that came out. I was so upset of just how screwed over the Dragon Age team was, and just how a lot of people were going like, oh, now I get it. Oh, now that I have, reason not to absolutely despise them, now I'm gonna do it. Which upset me so much because, like, a lot of people's first assumptions are the developers are bad, dumb, and wrong, and are intentionally trying to make, bad and dumb things because they're evil, right? Which is very weird to me. Not everyone is like this, but a lot of people are like this, and it does upset me greatly. So I changed it to retrospective because I wanted to, tell people about the sort of development of Veilguard and what it was and why it wasn't really the developer's fault. So yeah, that was the original idea for the video and why it changed. But that did also mean I had to be more plot synopsy, which is fine. I kind of understood that for the video, that I had to be more plot synopsy because otherwise it would just be weird, But yeah. And now let's actually move on to the different sections of the video, starting with the development of the game. This part of the video just changed a lot, mostly because there's just so much development of this game that just keeps coming out, such as with Ghil Dirthalen's tweet about, how the Force Light of Tone was mostly instituted by, apparently Matt Goldman, which I did include in the video, and how Corin Bush and John Epler really did push, to be more communicative with the community council and all that. That just happened during the middle of the video, and after I recorded everything, so I'm like, okay, cool, I have to add this addendum to it, because otherwise if I don't, it'd be very weird and would kind of make Matt Goldman seem like he wasn't really at fault, when in reality it seems like he was very much at fault, So yeah, it changed so much. And then I also did include all of the AMA stuff, mostly because I was tired of it, and also because I didn't really think it was that important, because I think at some point I can't add every single tidbit about the game's development, because at some point it's just a bit too much information and just reiterating the same stuff over and over again. The BioWare developers were fucked, And I think I still communicate that across. Though do still read the AMA. It is linked in the description. John Epler and Corin Bush are very upfront with the development of the game and the issues with it, and saying yeah, we wanted to do more. We didn't want to make the game as is. We obviously wanted to explore more about this, which I think is very good. To be honest, because having very honest people helm a project does indicate that they are very honest within the team as well, and that they're very approachable people. If you're very sneaky with your words in public, it can indicate something in private. Not always, but I think it's a good sign that they were so candid about the development of the game. So yeah, and then we get into the Joplin Morrison to Veilguard part of the video, which is man, it was the most harder edited one, because I just had to include so many images and whatnot. But this one was very fine, and one I liked a lot. Eventually, because with the retrospective and whatnot, my thoughts, when the video was originally just my thoughts on Dragon Age Veilguard, it also ended up just being a retrospective in a weird way. Because, I ended up just going oh yeah, and this is the reason why, And this section was actually one of the more funner parts, because it was very easy to just tell people, hey, this is what the game was going to be about, and you can see the developers wanted to be like this. It's just that they were, held back because of it, because of the development of the game. And yeah, it was one of my more prouder sections of the video. Then we get to the reviews. When I did the review part, I wanted to include negative reviews, mention people. I ended up not doing that because I wanted the video to be about the retrospective of the game and the game itself, rather than the conversation surrounding the game, right? It is important in a retrospective to include the conversation around the game, because that's why I made the section, because it is important, because it's looking back on the game, and looking back on the game includes the game's history, and its what it was seen as. And so I did mention it because it was very important, but I didn't include the negative reviews, because I felt like it would have taken the conversation away from Veilguard and, the game, just the game itself. And again, I do recommend you guys look at the, reviewers I mentioned, Noah College, Echo Bazaar, Much Small Gaming, Kali Elizabeth, and Ghil Dirthalen, because I feel like those are the reviewers that are basically better than my video. I feel like my video is much better than my previous ones, much better. But I still have an air that this video is not as good as it could have been, I'm not necessarily sure what I want my videos to be. I definitely want to have videos that are just me rambling a bunch. Obviously without the ums and ahs and all that. You know. But I don't want it to be like so heavily edited, because that's not really what I want to make. But yeah, anyways, and also the review section gave me a lot of good reasons to talk about, you know, actual like interesting topics, which I think some reviews just don't do, which is like delving into the LGBT, you know, aspect, the queer aspects of the game. It's like, oh, okay, like there's something to go into there, right? There's a conversation to be held that isn't just why is BioWare the most sexist company in existence, or why is BioWare woke and, you know, bad and stuff like that. But yeah, and then a long-awaited introduction. I didn't really have too many issues with this part of the video, you know, because I do think it's very, again, as retrospective, so important to talk about this kind of stuff. Nothing really too much to mention here that I felt needed to. Here to Stop the Gods. I think this is one of the better sections of the video. I loved writing this because it felt very like, oh, I'm talking about something, you know, I'm saying something without really feeling like I'm just, because one issue that I have when I talk about a story with someone is I feel like I'm talking down to them, you know, and I don't want to talk down to someone, right? I don't want to say like, okay, buddy, let's talk about the themes of the game, okay? Let's talk about what this game is about. Because I feel like if you've played something, you should be able to understand it. At least to me, that's how I play games. When I play something, I usually have this like sort of side of me, which is like, I see what this is about. I get this, you know? I'm not often surprised by games, you know? Because I normally am thinking like, oh, like, what is this going to lead to? It's going to lead to this. It's obviously going to lead to this, right? And I'm often, you know, not surprised or wrong about that, you know, because I'm usually right. The only game recently that has really made me go like, oh, wow, that was a surprise, was Clair Obscura Expedition 33. But if I thought about more of the paint analogies, I would have probably gotten it. But yeah, so that's why it's very hard for me to like talk about stories. It's because I often feel like I'm talking down to someone, like I'm talking to the viewer. I'm saying like, okay, moron, listen up, you know, instead of where I feel like, oh, if I'm talking about something, I'm telling you something that either you didn't really know about, or I'm delivering it in a good way that gives a new perspective, you know. So I don't think plot synopsis is inherently bad. It does have its place in, you know, the media and whatnot, in culture. I'm not sure what I'm saying here. What am I trying to say? Okay, what I'm trying to say is that it has its place when discussing any media, right? You have to sort of give perspective or refresher on someone so you can talk about something. I think that is more my issue, where I want to get to the meat of this section, but I have to like weigh through like the fat of it. You know, like, oh, I have to get through this all this fat, you know, to get to the meat of the part. But like, it's important to get to the fat so you can get to the meat. Weird analogy, I know, but I hope it's understandable. Anyways, I love the hero to Stop the Gods. I think it's a great section of the video. World State, I also think this is great as well. I love talking about it because one of the things that to me that I really do want to see how games do is essentially games that are about seeing the choices from the prior game explored and plot diverged in the next game. That's something I really want to see, and I think I was able to have that come across during that part of the video. So yeah, I really do like this part of the video. Visual and level design, this was also fine, though I do feel like it's very simplistic because similar to like when I talk about story, I feel like when I point out something like, oh yeah, as you can see, Minrathous is very easily to understand that this is like a majorcracy, right? It's like, yeah, obviously it is, right? Could you not see with your eyeballs, you know? But yeah, which as I'm thinking about it, you know, I see a lot of people who miss these details, and that kind of sucks that, you know, that happens. But anyways, I thought this video was fine, or this part of the video was fine. Then we get to the music, which I like quite a bit. I've grown to like analyzing music a lot, even though I did end up just doing what I did before, or saying I didn't really like doing, which is plot synopsis. But I think music has enough like subtleties that you can talk about someone without going like, oh, I already knew that, dumbass. You know, you could go like, oh yeah, that does make sense. You know, the way that this part of the music plays out can sort of represent this part. It's something I really do like a lot. And yeah, and also it's probably the reason why my video won't be monetized if I ever get to that point, you know. Art style as well, I think was also pretty good as well. The only thing I think I want to expand on the art style part of the video is maybe I would have liked to sort of, what's the word? To I think I really did it. No, I'm reading through my script again and I already did do that. Which is basically like I would have liked to see Origin's art style sort of like iterated and see where they've gone with technology, you know. And I don't really feel like any game has really done that, you know. Has sort of iterated on Origin's art style. At least not to my idea. Gameplay is also fine. There's nothing really an issue with this part of the section of the video. And then I'm mixing good and bad. As I talked about, you know, in the more scripted part of this, you know, conclusion, I do feel like I didn't really convey that I felt like the game is good, but there are a lot of issues with it, you know. That while I do think there are many great moments to it, I feel like there's just something there that isn't really great. I'm not sure if I described it well. I felt like when I went into the crossroads section of the video, it felt like to me going like, okay, moron, shut up, you know, there's nothing wrong with the crossroads. It's fine, it's okay, you know, it's okay if the game doesn't like fucking blatantly tell you outright, you know, but I don't know, there was something about the crossroads and the lack of Templars and Chantry and stuff that really did upset me, even though it wasn't really that relevant to the game, you know, like, you can get some interesting conversations and whatnot about the crossroads, the Chantry and the Templars, but it ultimately wasn't really needed. I even pointed this out during the video where I talked about, oh, like, you have you have the Templars doing what exactly? They can't really, you know, use their abilities to disrupt the gods too much because obviously there's like some power differential, you know. I think Templars' abilities, from what I remember, do work, but it's proportional, right? You know, like, you can't just have like a Templar go like, okay, God, you don't have any magical powers anymore. I think that would be a bit too much, you know. But yeah. But otherwise, I think this section is the best I could have made it within the time I did, and with the skills I had. You know, I think I definitely improved it. If I would do this again, I would be better. And also this video, when I was making it, I kind of realized I'm a gardener writer. What that basically means is I have an idea on what sort of garden I want to make, but I don't particularly have like a concrete plan. I don't have like an execution. I sort of just like let things grow and go from there, you know. And so a lot of this video was really me just discovering that, like, yeah, I'm really am that, which kind of sucks because it means that as I'm in the middle of something, I think of something like, oh gosh, I need to talk about this. I'm currently struck with inspiration, and then I write it all down and whatnot, and then come back later and I'm going like, oh gosh, but like the way I ended doesn't really lead to the next part of the video that I want to talk about, and now I have to sit with it, seeing how I can transition it without just being very abrupt, which I felt like during the video there was a lot of abrupt stuff. And yeah, choices and consequences and opportunities met. Thank you, Ekabzar, for this part of the video. I stole it wholesale. Thank you so much. Because when I was thinking about it originally, I did like it, but one thing that I did forget about it is necessarily remembering that like there's not a lot of choices within this game, and that's again where a lot of the part of this video was inspired by, which is Echo Bazaar, which you should watch as well. I do like this video. This part of the video. I think it's neat and cool. And nothing much else I really feel like I didn't talk about here. I think it was okay. Yeah, there's not. Yeah, I did find it. The only thing I think I felt like I oversold was the mayor's choice. I think it was a good choice, you know, but I felt like overselling it made it seem like it's good as it is. It's a good choice. I think it's a really good choice, right? But like it's one of those choices where it's one of many choices, you know, like in Dragon Age Origins, right? Like what was the example in my head? Oh yeah, it's like for example, saving Ruckus, right, from the Deep Roads. Like, you can either like kill him, right, or you can like kill him, or tell his mother that he died without actually killing them, or just killing them and tell him you killed him, or you can tell the mother like where he is and she can go find him. You know, like that choice. I think it's compelling. I think it's very interesting. You know, I think it's very interesting, but it's not something you put on to capstone something, right? The mayor of the Meadows Crossing choice is definitely much more involved and much more like interesting overall than like Ruckus's one, but it's that sort of similar vibe where it's a cool choice, but it's not the choice you lead with. You know, it's not the choice that should be the like one of three in the entire game. You know, besides the companions. You know, yeah. The Dreadwolf section, I love this section of the video. I thought it was very good. It's also where I think I really developed, at least in the video editing side, where I want to talk about, where if I do long retrospectives and other long videos, I do want to just play sections of the game that I'm talking about, because I feel like it's very important to get the perspective. I don't think it's very good for like watchability, because a lot of people will just kind of like be bored and go like, I'm just watching the game being played. This is dumb, you know, and just like click off or whatever, or skip. But I feel like it's very important, because if I actually show examples of, you know, the video game, it makes it much more understandable why I'm saying what I'm saying, you know. So yeah. I thought this was like, and this truly is for me like one of the best parts of the game. I love when Solus is on screen. I love talking to Morrigan about literally everything. I loved talking about to Mothor. Also, one thing that I absolutely loved. I loved how it just revealed like, oh yeah, the elven gods sometimes just died, and then those fragments of their spirits just became new gods, like with Falandin and Dirthalen, you know, which is also cool because in the original lore, not original, I don't know why I say that, but in Dragon Age Origins, it implies that Falandin was first, then Dirthaman, right? But it's actually reversed. It's Dirthaman, then Falandin, which I think is really cool. You know, I think that's pretty cool, you know? And the Mothor section is just so amazing, because when you're just talking to Mothor, you're just like, hey, Mothor, you know, let's just have this lengthy conversation. And especially depending on your race, it's so much more interesting, especially when she says like, yes, the Kunari, you know? I didn't think they existed, you know, anymore. I think that's what she says. And then talks about the elves as well, and then talks about the humans. Like one thing I understand why they didn't include it, because it obviously makes sense, right? Like the reveal that the elves were all spirits, right, is much more bigger of a reveal and more relevant a reveal to what's happening in the story than just saying like, wait a minute, humans existed before elves? Damn, you know? And there's so much you can, you know, go into that and talk about, like, wait, if humans existed before the elves, what does this mean about things like, you know, the Maker, or the, you know, human-centric gods, like the Avar gods and all that kind of stuff? Like, what does it mean by that, you know? Does that have any, like, relevance to it, you know? And that is, like, really cool. And when Mothor, like, even makes a point of that, I'm like, yes, this is very good. It makes playing humans, which are normally feel like, which I think humans in Dragon Age are in a unique position compared to other fantasy games and media, where they're a lot more diverse, right? They have a lot more range to them than just simply being a medieval Europe, you know? There's more to them, right? And it's cool that the humans have their own like little lore bits, which is like they existed before humans. That is cool to me, very cool to me. And I love talking to Mothor. It felt very RPG-ish, right? Where a lot of old RPGs would just have you talking to a character, and where the sort of flow of it would determine how well you understand that character and what you want to be your character as, right? You could play that conversation of just like saying what Mothor wants to say, right? Or you could play the conversation where you're just like, this is what I honestly believe, and you can see whether it could lead to the outcome, where your character agrees with Mothor and convinces her, or you have to like kill her, you know? I think that's very cool, you know? And it to me is an example that if BioWare were given the like real chance to just make Veilguard like Dragon Age Inquisition 2, I think it would have been a phenomenal game, you know. But it does like open up to me on that to talk about something else, which is the Rook trilogy, and that was sort of planned about it, and from what Mark Darrah says, the reason why I was there was simply to just like convince EA that Dragon Age can also be a billion-dollar franchise. We will develop, you know, Veilguard or like, you know, Joplin, right? And then 18 months later, during that, we'll develop one major piece of DLC, and then you know, Joplin 2 happens, and then again 18 months later with a major piece of DLC, you know, Joplin 3 happens, and then another major DLC, right? And that would have sort of made $1 billion along the way, because sort of the studs. He obviously said like, no, it wasn't real, right? It couldn't have done that. But I think, I'm not sure if I would have liked that too much, because those games would have to been incredibly short, because having each antagonist be like the main, you know, antagonist, like Solus first, then Ghilanane, then Elgranon, is cool, I think. But I think it would have also been a bit weird, because it's like, okay, so we have Solus, right? Solus transitions into Ghilanane, and then we fight Ghilanane, and then like, what happens to Elgranon? Is Elgranon just like in the background, right? Because in Veilguard, it does feel like it's a bit of a condensed version of that, where we have Solus as the main villain, right? And then we quickly switch to Ghilanane, and then Ghilane's the main villain for like basically the entire game until the end, and then Elgranon is the main villain, right? But Elgranon feels like he's not really there within Veilguard, and he's just on the side kind of thing, and I don't know what he was doing. So I think that would have been cool to have like a Rook trilogy, but I need to think about more of it to see how it could have like really worked. Because to me, it just feels like you have Solus. At the end of the game is probably like Solus releasing the Elven Gods, and then you fight Ghilanane. Then Solus and Ghilanane like kind of fight against each other, and then Elgaron's just kind of there, you know. He's just kind of there, you know. But yeah, and then we go to the next section, which is the companions factions. Now, I do like the companions, and I stand by what I said at the end of like at the end of my to defeat a god section, because I do genuinely think these are like very good companions. I just feel like one of the things that holds them back is the fact that it's a difference of expectations from what Dragon Age normally is, and also I think, and I think, because to me there's an issue I have a lot, right? And I've gotten better about it, which is it's very hard for me to enjoy something when it's so categorically the case that people just don't like what I like, right? There's this thing that often happens to me, which is like, oh, you like this like property? Like when I was in school, right? I liked Pokemon a lot, and no one liked Pokemon at my school. There was this one guy who played it, but he never really talked about it with me, right? And so I had this like inbuilt thing where I'm like, oh, I don't really want to talk about the stuff I like, and anytime the stuff I like gets disliked, it feels very bad to like it, you know? Which isn't great, right? I'm obviously better about it now, but it's very hard for me to sort of move past that mindset of a lot of people just hating the companions, even though they're frankly like quite interesting characters, you know? I feel like there could have been more done with them, which I said. Like, I think Lucanis is the weakest companion, because like it's very hard for me to like move past the fact that he's supposed to be an Antivan crow, and the Antivan crows just like don't feel like crows from the prior games, you know? But otherwise, I think this section of the video is also one of my better ones. I like how I talked about it. I liked how I thought about the companions. And there are some things I didn't mention, which is like the romances. And that's because I felt like at this point of the video, I didn't want to like write more about it, you know? Nor did I want to get more footage of like romance and the companions. Though I will say my favorite companion to romance thus far, I've only romanced Nev, Baldur, and Tosh, is I like Tosh's like the most out of like all the ones that I've played. Baldur is, so I meant Baldur. I think I said Baldur. Anyways, Baldur is the one I like the most, because when you get to, especially when you talk to her after like before the final like battle before Tearstone, right? It's it's very funny to me how Nev and Tosh are like, fuck off, Rook, okay? We don't need you. We're gonna die now, and I'm gonna lose you, and you're very important to me. Fuck off. We're not having sex. And I'm like, oh, okay, sure. And then Rook like shame walks all the way back to his their couch, you know. And I'm like, this is very funny. And then Baldur is just like, Rook, I care about you so much. You're the person who's been there with me. You're my anchor. I care about you so much, Rook. And I'm like, oh, Baldur, I care about you too as well. You know. And then when you get to the final romance scene with Baldur, it's one I like the most as well. Though I will say that and this is just more to me because there's no game that has made me so giddy and so engaged in interest as Meryl's romance. For some reason, like, Meryl's romance just like hit me like a fucking truck. I remember very distinctly. I decided I'm gonna romance Isabel. Like, Isabel, I like her, she's cool. I'm gonna romance Isabel, right? And then, not even like I think 10 minutes later, I go to the mountain, right? And then I see Meryl. I'm like, oh my god, this cool companion. Please tell me I can romance her. Please tell me I can romance her. And the moment I saw the horror card, I'm like, I'm sorry, Isabella, I'm romancing Meryl. Sorry, Isabella, I'm romancing Meryl. I just like Meryl a lot. There's something about her, I'm not sure what it is, that really makes me go like, yes, do your blood magic. I do not care if other people think it's bad. I think it's right, you know. So Baldur is a good romance, but the reason why I don't think I'm as fond of the romances of Veilguard is like any reason that I'm not fond of any romances in most video games. They haven't really hit me like Meryl's romance, you know, or Meryl as a character, I should say, as well. But yeah, nothing really much else about this section of the video. And then the next part, I'm scrolling down here. Gosh, I wrote so much. Okay, yeah, and then the last one. The To Defeat a God section, you can kind of tell it's very short. Like in the audio part. Because I basically blitzed through Lights Out. You know, I didn't mention much about it. And this was really the plot synopsis section. And I blitzed through. I didn't even like show Blood of Arlathan really. I just kind of skipped Blood of Arlathan, you know. Because I wasn't really at this point of the video feeling like, ugh, you know. But I think this video is fine. As a retrospective, I think it is important to at least showcase these moments so people who haven't played the game can at least see what it's like. And that's why I did play like basically just minutes upon minutes of just the game, because I feel like it's important to tell someone, to show someone like, this is the game, this is like what would happen if you actually played it. Do you see that this game is actually really good and there's, you know, you'll get something out of it if you play it, you know? But yeah. And then to end the story, I think this is also a good part. It is a bit, not, it's necessarily soured, a bit dampened that the secret epilogue does exist. And again, I speculate on why it does exist. But yeah. And yeah, that's it. There's not much else to mention about. And yeah, and thank you to everyone who watched this video. I do really appreciate it, and if you can, please do like the video. Subscribe if you liked it. Any comment down below. Again, what I could do better and what you liked about the video as well. And what are your thoughts about Veilguard? I certainly had a lot to think about. And, you know, to any developer of Dragon's Veilguard listening to this video, I do want to say thank you again. You made the best game you could, and considering the game and its development, you did amazing. Something that I think most could not.